Chapter 1. Rumble. Above the vast and desolate expanse of the Namekian planet, a dense, ominous cloud gathered ominously. Within the darkened sky, flashes of lightning accompanied by thunder roared intermittently. Roar. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, instilling fear in all living beings nearby. Following this, 7 colossal bolts of lightning surged from the ground, spiraling upward and creating dazzling sparks. Soon after, an immensely formidable dragon, with its claws bared and a majestic presence, hovered in the air. It exuded an overwhelming aura, as if humanity itself appeared as insignificant as mere ants in the face of this colossal creature. The divine dragon of Namek, Polunga, had been summoned. Meanwhile, the Namekians watched in silence as the Saiyan who summoned the Dragon Balls stood before them. Human who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish, and I shall grant you any 3 desires. The dragon Polunga proclaimed from above. Brotherly Fan, please tell me your wish. A small Namekian turned to the Saiyan, Li Fan, beside him. Li Fan, clad in black attire, tall and robust, with an undeniable charisma, gazed up at Polunga, momentarily lost in thought. It was only when Dandi spoke to him that he snapped back to reality. Dandi, grant me the gift of immortality. Li Fan blurted out without a second thought. Upon hearing Li Fan's wish, some nearby Namekians furrowed their brows in concern. This Saiyan's desire was somewhat peculiar. However, recalling the words of their elder, they chose to remain silent. I hope this young man can truly fulfill his promise and protect my fellow Namekians through this crisis. An elderly elder spoke slowly from within a palace. Please grant Li Fan immortality. Dandi implored the dragon in the Namekian language. Li Fan watched Polunga with eager anticipation, hoping that the dragon would indeed grant him the gift of eternal life. In truth, Li Fan was not of this world. The so-called Dragon Ball universe was merely a comic in his original realm. Yet, to his astonishment, upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball world, becoming one of the last surviving Saiyans after the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, for Li Fan, his current identity was merely that of a lowly warrior. Thus, well versed in the storyline, he swiftly made his way to Namek, hoping to achieve his desire for immortality through the Dragon Balls. If successful, he would be unstoppable in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Upon arriving at Namek, Li Fan also learned that the timeline had not yet reached Frieza's arrival on the planet. Thus, he quickly reached a consensus with the Namekians and gathered the 7 Dragon Balls to make his wish. However, while ideals are splendid, reality seemed rather harsh. Polunga hesitated for a moment before slowly responding, I apologize, but I cannot fulfill this wish unless you find the Super Dragon Balls. Please state your next wish. Upon hearing this, Li Fan rested his chin on his hand, muttering to himself. As expected, it became clear why Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super insisted on using the Super Dragon Balls to grant his wish for immortality. However, it appeared that immortality in the Dragon Ball world was not truly absolute. Before the Omni King, one could easily be reduced to ashes after all. Reflecting on this, Li Fan immediately turned to Dandi and said, Dandi, please grant me the infinite regeneration ability of Majin Buu. Majin Buu's ability to regenerate indefinitely was arguably the closest thing to true immortality. As long as a single cell remained, he could regenerate infinitely. This ability was far superior to the Namekian's limb regeneration. Moreover, in the early stages, this power would allow him to be virtually invincible as long as he avoided attacks like the Spirit Bomb or the destructive energy of a god of destruction. He could survive. Furthermore, when combined with his Saiyan bloodline, it was a match made in heaven. The Saiyan race's characteristic of recovering from severe injuries or reviving from the brink of death, coupled with a substantial increase in combat power, meant that once he obtained this ability, he would have nothing to fear in the Dragon Ball world. Of course, the prerequisite was that he must possess sufficient combat strength. Otherwise, in his current state, even with such a physique, a powerful enemy's attack could leave him with nothing. Very well, brotherly Fan. Dondi nodded and promptly spoke to the dragon in the Namekian language. Please grant Li Fan the infinite regeneration ability of Majin Bu. This wish can be granted, Polunga replied slowly. Upon finishing his words, Polunga's eyes emitted a crimson glow, which swiftly merged into Li Fan's body. As the light enveloped him, Li Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. An excruciating pain washed over him. Yet amidst the suffering, he could feel his physique steadily strengthening. Before long, the light completely enveloped Li Fan. His body was undergoing a profound transformation. Thus, even though the pain felt like it was penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, Li Fan gritted his teeth and endured the agony. Whoosh! After a brief moment, the light dissipated, and to the casual observer, Li Fan appeared unchanged. Yet, Li Fan was acutely aware that his very being had undergone a monumental shift. He felt as though his life essence had multiplied exponentially, perhaps by dozens or even hundreds of times. It was as if he possessed a form of immortality. Is this the infinite regeneration ability? It's truly astonishing. Li Fan marveled as he gazed at his hands. Very well, your first wish has been granted. Now, please state your next wish. Polunga continued. Brother Li Fan? Dondi gently prodded the pensive Li Fan. Li Fan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had momentarily lost himself in the marvel of his newfound abilities, forgetting that he still had 2 wishes remaining. Then, please grant me the power of instantaneous movement. Li Fan said with a smile. Chapter 2. Please grant Brother Li Fan the ability of instantaneous movement. Dondi requested of the dragon in the Namekian language. This wish is easily achievable, Polunga declared from his lofty position. Whoosh! In the next moment, a beam of light entered Li Fan's body, and suddenly his mind was flooded with knowledge regarding instantaneous movement. He was astonished to discover that the instantaneous movement granted by the dragon was unlike that which Goku learned from Yardrat instead. It allowed him to teleport to any location in the universe, as long as it existed. By the heavens, this was simply marvelous. Li Fan inwardly rejoiced, feeling he had struck gold this time. Very well, your wish has been granted. Please state your final wish. Polunga adresa a Li Fan. On my last wish? Upon hearing this, Li Fan rested his chin in thought. He now possessed the infinite regeneration ability akin to immortality and the capability of instantaneous movement. What remained was strength. But asking the dragon to enhance his power? That was undoubtedly a misguided choice. Such a feat was impossible. What should I wish for? Li Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas. Wait, it seemed there was still one wish left. With this thought, Li Fan inexplicably gazed into the distance. Turning to Dondi, he said, Dondi, please grant the elder a return to his youth. As soon as he uttered these words, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Was Li Fan truly so selfless? So benevolent? Moreover, the elder of their Namekian race was on the brink of death. This wish represented hope for their people. Previously, when Li Fan made wishes for immortality, the Namekians may have kept their thoughts to themselves, but in their hearts, they harbored discontent, believing Li Fan to be selfish. Now, however, everything had changed. Furthermore, they had astonishingly never contemplated this issue before. Utilize the Dragon Balls to restore the Grand Elder's youth. Thank you so much, Brother Li Fan. Instantly, Danda's eyes brimmed with gratitude. There's no need for thanks, I merely borrowed your Dragon Balls. Hurry and make your wish. Li Fan replied with a smile. After all, his current abilities could be described as extraordinarily formidable. Although he did not arrive in the Dragon Ball world with any system like other travelers, Li Fan believed that simply being in the Dragon Ball universe, the Dragon Balls and the Saiyan bloodline were undoubtedly the greatest advantages. Who needs a system anyway? Moreover, Li Fan secretly rejoiced in his lack of a system otherwise. He would have become a slave to it, subject to obliteration for failing to complete tasks. His greatest aspiration was to exist freely and unrestrained in the Dragon Ball world, reveling in the joys of battle. Let us restore the Grand Elder of Namek to his youthful prime. Without hesitation, Dondi made his wish to the eternal dragon in the language of Namek. That wish is quite simple. The eternal dragon Polunga responded promptly. Following this, a crimson beam shot forth from Polunga's eyes, swiftly soaring into the distance. This wish was, in fact, exceedingly straightforward. Of course, the creator of the Dragon Balls could not wish for themselves, but if others made a wish on their behalf, the outcome would be entirely different. From Li Fan's current perspective, the combat prowess of the Grand Elder in his prime would likely be astonishing. Without a doubt, he could rival Frieza, boasting battle power in the millions or even tens of millions. Certainly, this could be viewed as a way to repay the Namekians for their generosity. After all, having used 2 wishes, granting them one in return seemed only fair. And as long as the Grand Elder remained, aside from facing formidable opponents like Frieza, how could beings such as Vegeta or the Ginyu Force pose a threat to the Namekians? Meanwhile, the luminous beam emitted by the Eternal Dragon had reached the location of the Grand Elder, enveloping his being. In an instant, he transformed, vibrant and green, exuding vitality. Under the influence of a mysterious aura, the Grand Elder's aged visage underwent a remarkable transformation. At a visible pace, wrinkles faded, and his formerly dull skin became a lively shade of green. His withered muscles began to swell at an astonishing rate. What is this? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Once confined to his chair, he now stood upright. Grand Elder, you. Below him, a robust Namekian stared in awe. Could it be that the Grand Elder would undergo such a transformation? It was utterly astonishing. The Grand Elder's physique was immensely large, and now, rejuvenated, his aura became terrifyingly potent. I never imagined that the last wish of that Saiyan would be to restore my youth. This overwhelming sensation of power is truly astounding. The Grand Elder remarked, gazing at his hands. Though he had never contemplated the notion of regaining his youth, now that he had genuinely experienced it, he realized that the feeling of youth was exhilarating beyond compare. In a mere moment, the Grand Elder's mindset underwent a complete metamorphosis. Naru, let us go outside and take a look, the Grand Elder said with a smile. Guliulu. Naru, who had been tasked with guarding the Grand Elder, gulped in astonishment. It was simply too shocking. The aura radiating from the Grand Elder was nothing short of remarkable. It is the Grand Elder. In the next moment, a smile broke across Nira's face. If the Grand Elder had regained his youth, then perhaps the calamities threatening their Namek would no longer be disasters at all. Chapter 3. On the open ground, the eternal dragon Polunga proclaimed from on high, Very well, your wishes have been fulfilled until we meet again. Upon finishing, Polunga's colossal form shattered into 7 beams of light, soaring into the distance. Seeing this, Li Fan chuckled. At this moment, he had effectively advanced the plot by utilizing the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish, and the Grand Elder had regained his youth in a certain sense. He had altered history. However, so what if he changed it? After all, he now possessed an almost immortal regenerative ability, marking the perfect beginning. Wouldn't you agree? Even if the storyline had shifted, so what? In the world of Dragon Ball, one ultimately had to rely on strength to speak. The once ominous sky dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, Li Fan sensed an incredibly powerful aura drawing nearer to him. Moments later, 2 figures descended not far away. As Li Fan turned to look, he discovered that the Grand Elder had returned to his youthful state. And that terrifying energy emanated from him. The Grand Elder! The Grand Elder! The Namekians were filled with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor, for their Grand Elder had regained his youth, and hope once again blossomed on their planet. In their eyes, the Grand Elder was an invincible being. Ah, young Saiyan, I am grateful to you for restoring my youth. Show my appreciation. Please come forth. I can unlock your potential. Furthermore, with my rejuvenation, my ability to develop potential has significantly increased. The Grand Elder said, gazing at Li Fan. Unlocking potential. That sounds promising. Li Fan mused. He had just arrived on Namek seeking the Dragon Balls and had completely forgotten the Grand Elder's remarkable ability to unlock potential. Had the Grand Elder not mentioned it, he might not have recalled it at all. Moreover, it appeared that the Grand Elder's ability had grown even stronger. Everything seemed interconnected, by using the Dragon Balls to aid the Grand Elder in reclaiming his youth. He was to receive an enhanced unlocking of his own potential in return. Without hesitation, Li Fan stepped forward to stand before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Li Fan's head, and in an instant, a surge of energy flowed directly into Li Fan's body. At once, he felt as though his body was brimming with strength, and this power continued to escalate. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder withdrew his hand, and Li Fan stared in astonishment at his own hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly believe how much his strength had increased. Initially, his battle power was merely 10,000. Now, it appeared to be approaching 1 million. The Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential was truly terrifying. Your potential is like a black hole, boundless and immeasurable, yet this is the extent to which I can assist you. The Grand Elder remarked, looking at Li Fan. Thank you. I feel immensely satisfied. Li Fan expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder. How should one put it? A battle power of 1 million may not seem formidable in the Dragon Ball universe. However, one must remember that this is merely the beginning. He originally possessed only 10,000 in battle power. He had come here to wish upon the Dragon Balls and had not yet undergone any training. Now, with only the Grand Elder unlocking his potential, he had reached a battle power of 1 million. Additionally, he had gained the abilities of infinite regeneration and instant transmission. One could say that, without a system, Li Fan had still achieved an almost perfect start by utilizing the resources available in the Dragon Ball world. What lay ahead was up to Li Fan's own endeavors, freed from the constraints of a system. Li Fan felt an unparalleled sense of liberation, free from the need to complete tasks. He simply needed to find ways to enhance his strength. However, despite his newfound power of approximately 1 million, he still felt dwarfed in the presence of the Grand Elder, as if standing before an ocean. Indeed, the Grand Elder was formidable. His battle power was undoubtedly far beyond mere millions. Grand Elder, might I inquire if you know the approximate location of Earth? Li Fan pondered for a moment before asking the Grand Elder. Yes, indeed. I am aware of Earth's general location and coordinates, the Grand Elder replied. After all, Li Fan possessed the ability of instant transmission. As long as he knew the direction and coordinates, there would be no place in the universe he could not reach. Immediately, Li Fan began to activate his instant transmission. Whoosh, although it was his first attempt. Li Fan executed it with remarkable ease. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot like a phantom. Meanwhile, on Earth, a desolate scene unfolded. The planet was undergoing an unprecedented crisis. A towering tree loomed, its height reaching the clouds, while the entirety of Earth had succumbed to desertification. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and others lay in anguish upon the ground. Notably, it seemed that this version of Piccolo had not perished. However, today they faced an unprecedented threat. At the same time, Son Goku gasped for breath as he stared at a Saiyan who bore a striking resemblance to him. It was this Saiyan Dales who had transformed their Earth into this desolate state. Hmph, Kakarot, have you not yet awakened to your fate? If so, you may as well perish, Dales sneered contemptuously, dismissing Son Goku entirely. A whirlwind swept through, the scene descending into chaos. Currently, the only one capable of battling Dales was Son Goku alone. A cruel smile adorned Dale's face. He had offered Kakarot a chance to join his ranks, yet this fool had rejected it. For such insolence, Dales held only one principle. Annihilation. You may die, Dales proclaimed, extending his palm towards Son Goku. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant energy sphere coalesced in his hand. Zoom! The energy sphere hurtled toward Son Goku like a cannonball. Cough, cough. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that. Roar! In the next moment, Son Goku unleashed a thunderous shout. Kaioken! A crimson aura enveloped Son Goku, transforming him into a fearsome figure. Although the Kaioken could exponentially amplify his power in a short span, it placed immense strain on his body. The higher the multiplier, the greater the toll on his physique. But in the face of such a formidable opponent as Dales, he had no choice but to employ the Kaioken. Meanwhile, the energy sphere surged towards Son Goku. Mere inches away, Dales squinted, envisioning the moment Son Goku would be obliterated by his attack. However, the next instant his cruel smile froze in disbelief. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! His energy sphere was unexpectedly deflected by Son Goku, detonating in the distance. Nanny, how could this be? Kakarot, you fool. Are you courting death? Dales could no longer contain his fury, letting out a furious roar as he lunged toward Son Goku like a specter. In his mind, he believed it impossible for Son Goku to have increased his strength so rapidly. The earlier display of power must have been his last gasp of strength to deflect the energy sphere. Therefore, he resolved to end Son Goku swiftly and decisively. Dale's unwavering belief was, "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." In the face of Dale's onslaught, Son Goku did not hesitate. The burden of the Kaioken on his body was immense, and he could not sustain it for long. His goal was to resolve this conflict swiftly. Whoosh! Son Goku charged toward Dale's. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two figures clashed violently. A barrage of punches and kicks erupted. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Boom! The surrounding space trembled, reverberating with explosive sounds. As they battled, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo had already exhausted their strength. Watching from a distance, all attention was riveted on the fierce struggle between Son Goku and the overwhelming Dales. In his eagerness to eliminate Son Goku, Dales neglected to ascend and consume the fruit of the Tree of Might. Therefore, they remained oblivious to the presence of a figure who had already arrived at this location, Leaf Fan. Little did he expect that his journey to Earth would coincide with Dale's encounter. Moreover, with Dales and Son Goku engaged in battle, would this not grant him a tremendous advantage? Within the entire hollow of the tree, hundreds of crimson spiritual fruits hung tantalizingly, their aroma and hue utterly irresistible. Gulp! Upon witnessing this, Leaf Fan could not help but swallow hard. Damn it, this opening is simply exhilarating. My luck is off the charts. It feels as if I've made a wish upon a Dragon Ball, followed by potential development, and now I've stumbled upon spiritual fruits. Moreover, these spiritual fruits are no trifles. According to the North Kai, such delicacies are meant solely for deities. I never anticipated they would come to me so easily. With this thought, Leaf Fan swiftly gathered all the spiritual fruits into his possession. He did not rush to consume them at that moment. After all, there was no need for haste. Besides, with his current combat power of 1,000,000, managing the situation before him was more than sufficient. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed, and a shadowy figure swiftly flew into the hollow. It was undoubtedly Darius. However, upon entering, Darius's expression shifted dramatically. Spiritual fruits? Where are my spiritual fruits? Did you take them? Darius shouted furiously. Leaf Fan made no attempt to deny it, shrugging casually as he replied, "Yes, it was indeed me. What are you going to do about it? You scoundrel. You shall die." Darius was seething with rage. Damn it, after all the effort I put into cultivating those spiritual fruits, you've devoured them. This is infuriating. Consequently, Darius unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Leaf Fan, intent on teaching him that the spiritual fruits were not so easily consumed. Swish! The energy blast shot forth at incredible speed, radiating intense heat, as if it would explode upon contact. Yet in Leaf Fan's eyes, Darius's fierce energy blast felt no different from air. Humph, is that all? Leaf Fan scoffed coldly and then swung his fist to meet the energy blast head-on. Boom! To Darius's astonishment, his ferocious energy blast was shattered by Leaf Fan's fist. However, Darius, consumed by fury, paid no heed to this, convinced that Leaf Fan could not possibly consume all the spiritual fruits in an instant. They must be hidden away. Damn you, I'll 1T let you off the hook. Hand over the spiritual fruits, Darius bellowed. Humph, return them to you? I'm sorry, but such a notion has never crossed my mind. Leaf Fan shrugged indifferently. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had also flown up, having unexpectedly been ambushed by Darius during their earlier skirmish. Seizing the opportunity, he had come to the hollow. However, upon entering, Sun Wukong found Leaf Fan and Darius locked in a standoff. Who on earth is this guy? Sun Wukong scratched his head, realizing he had never encountered such a character before. More importantly, he noticed the tail coiled around Leaf Fan's waist. This guy is a Saiyan. Sun Wukong thought to himself. Instantly, a flicker of wariness emerged within him towards Leaf Fan. After all, aside from himself, No other Saiyan who had come to Earth had been a good person, such as Vegeta, Nappa, and now Darius. Thus, instinctively, Sun Wukong perceived Li Fan as an invader of Earth. Just dealing with Darius had already given him a headache, and now there was another Saiyan to contend with. Sun Wukong's apprehension grew. Facing two opponents simultaneously seemed a daunting prospect. Yet, Darius's eyes widened in fury, realizing Li Fan was unwilling to surrender the spiritual fruits. Fine, since you refuse to hand them over, then you shall perish, Darius declared, his eyes gleaming with determination, before charging at Li Fan like a bolt of lightning. In the face of Darius's assault, Li Fan felt utterly unperturbed. Although he had recently arrived in the Dragon Ball world and possessed a combat power of 1 million, he lacked battle experience, thus he had no intention of obliterating Darius immediately. Naturally, with a combat power of 1 million, Li Fan could easily accomplish such a feat. He too charged fiercely towards Darius. Bang! In the blink of an eye. Their figures collided violently within the hollow. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clashes echoed, with waves of energy dispersing in all directions. Both combatants employed a speed-based fighting style, their speed increasing while their strength escalated with every punch. Darius aimed to eliminate Li Fan, yet he was taken aback by Li Fan's unexpectedly formidable prowess. Watching the intense battle from a distance, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow as he realized that Li Fan's combat power was on par with Darius's. Although it seemed that Li Fan lacked experience in battle, it was undeniable that his strength appeared to rival, if not surpass, Darius's. Fortunately, Li Fan and Darius were currently adversaries. Otherwise, if they joined forces, Earth would be in grave peril. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, the confrontation between Li Fan and Darius escalated. Their battle surged from the hollow out into the open sky, where they clashed relentlessly. Whoosh, waves of energy radiated from it too, causing the surrounding air to tremble and creating an aura that discouraged any approach. As Li Fan engaged Darius, he gradually found himself adapting to the combat, shifting from a passive stance to actively attacking. This transition indicated his body's acclimatization to battle, and the exhilarating sensation he experienced was unlike anything he had felt in his previous life. And no wonder Sun Wukong and the others were so fond of fighting. Indeed, Saiyans are born warriors, possessing an innate advantage in combat. Conversely, Darius silently lamented, realizing that Li Fan was treating him as a mere stepping stone. From being on the defensive at the outset, Li Fan's transformation into an aggressive combatant instilled a profound sense of dread in Darius. The power Li Fan unleashed was hardly inferior to his own, and might even surpass it by a margin. Suddenly, Darius snapped out of his fury. He could no longer afford to drag this out. If he continued, he risked defeat. Moreover, with Kakarot watching from a distance, should these two unite, he might have no hope of escape. Darius contemplated retreating, but such thoughts during combat signified defeat, with no expectations left for victory. He found himself entirely on the back foot as Li Fan intensified his attacks, forcing Darius to retreat step by step. Chapter 6. Now is the moment. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he unleashed a ferocious punch that shattered all of Darius's defenses. Bang! The blow struck Darius squarely in the abdomen. At that moment, Li Fan had released even more combat power than before, making this punch anything but trivial. Pwah! Darius was sent staggering back several meters from the force of Li Fan's strike. Cough, cough, you scoundrel! Ouch, that hurts so much! Darius groaned, clutching his stomach in agony. Hmph, you still no pain, Darius? Li Fan remarked with a playful tone. However, despite having exchanged several blows with Darius and becoming somewhat familiar with his combat style, it was evident that Darius lacked the extensive battle experience of Sun Wukong. After all, a being who relied on spiritual fruits to enhance their combat power could not possess formidable fighting expertise. Goodness! Sun Wukong's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was utterly taken aback. Of course, he did not consider himself a match for Li Fan. Just observing Darius was enough to gauge that. Yet, the more he witnessed, the stronger the impulse grew within him to engage Li Fan in battle. Even though he knew he was not Li Fan's equal, Sun Wukong was, after all, a genuine martial arts enthusiast who relished the opportunity to spar with skilled opponents. You scoundrel! Very well. Next time, I will definitely make you pay dearly, Dales declared fiercely. In the next moment, a white aura erupted from Dales, and he soared into the distance at an astonishing speed. Humph, this is rather interesting. What a pity. At this sight, Li Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he coldly remarked, Whoosh! In an instant, Dales pushed his speed to the limit. In his view, although Li Fan's combat prowess was significantly stronger than his own, he believed that if he exerted his maximum speed, he could still escape. As for Li Fan, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. There would be ample opportunities to deal with him later. For now, preserving his life was paramount. However, Dales was destined for disappointment. After flying a considerable distance, a smile of relief appeared on his face. At that moment, a voice echoed in Dales' ear. What? Dales, are you really trying to escape? This caused his smile to freeze. He realized, to his horror, that Li Fan had appeared right in front of him. What in the world is this absurd speed? Dales exclaimed in terror. Yet his instinct for survival compelled him to make a swift decision. Without hesitation, Dales changed direction, unleashing his ultimate strength towards another path. Whoosh! However, Dales had barely flown a short distance when Li Fan reappeared before him like a specter. What the hell? How can this guy be so fast? You will regret this, Dales exclaimed in a fit of rage. At that moment, Dales ceased his attempts to flee, for he understood that escaping now would be utterly futile. Who knows what special abilities Li Fan possesses, allowing him to attain such speed. Now, Dales had only one choice left: to fight Li Fan with all his might. Yes, to fight with everything he had. Bring it on. Huh. Dales roared in fury and charged fiercely at Li Fan. Whoosh! Fueled by boundless rage, he reached Li Fan in an instant. Bang! A powerful punch was unleashed. Yet Li Fan regarded Dale's fist with utter disdain. Bang! He seized Dale's fist effortlessly. Instantly, Dale's expression changed. The strength behind his punch dissipated completely. Could it be that this guy has hidden combat power? Humph, Dales, it seems you're not as formidable as you claim. What now? Do you still wish to fight me? Li Fan remarked with a smile. However, to Dales, this smile resembled that of a devil. It was truly terrifying. Could it be that my misfortune today is a result of not washing my hands after using the bathroom this morning? Bang! In the next moment, Li Fan's fist struck fiercely against Dale's abdomen. Pooh! A wave of pain surged from his abdomen, quickly radiating throughout his body. Dale's face was contorted with agony. Get lost, Li Fan declared, delivering another kick to Dale's. Bang! Whoosh! Dale's body was sent crashing down. Bang! Ultimately, he slammed in the ground, his form sinking into the earth. At that moment, Sun Wukong arrived, witnessing the scene. What the hell is this suddenly appearing Saiyan? Why is he so powerful? Although Sun Wukong was tempted to intervene, reason urged him not to. If this fellow were to target the earth, it would be disastrous. With that thought, Sun Wukong restrained his impulse to act. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Dale staggered back to his feet. However, at this moment, Li Fan had already landed in front of him, observing Dales with great interest. Chapter 7 Dales, despite trying to maintain bravado, was genuinely afraid now. What? What about me? Li Fan coldly laughed at Dales, curious to see what tricks he might conjure next. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Dales knew one thing deeply. If he tried to flee, this man before him would undoubtedly pursue him. Thud! An astonishing event unfolded, shocking both Sun Wukong and Li Fan. The proud Saiyan Dales actually knelt before Li Fan. Nanny, what are you doing? Li Fan gasped. Please have mercy and spare me. I beg you. Dale's demeanor was genuinely earnest, completely contrasting with his previous arrogance. Spare you? Li Fan had never considered that option. At that moment, a sinister glint flashed in Dale's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Fan was distracted, an energy beam rapidly formed in his hand. Die, you bastard! Dale shouted, his movement as swift as lightning. In an instant, the energy beam shot towards Li Fan with devastating force. Nanny! Damn it, this guy is launching a sneak attack. Caught off guard, Li Fan realized just in time. But there was no way to evade. Thud! The energy beam, while not large in size, possessed tremendous penetrating power. It struck Li Fan's shoulder directly. Although Li Fan was incredibly strong, he was not invulnerable to all attacks. Caught completely unprepared, he had ultimately fallen victim to Dale's ambush. A wave of pain surged through him, spreading throughout his body. Despite his regenerative abilities, he could not escape the sensation of injury. It was the first time Li Fan experienced such discomfort. "Ha ha ha, you thief! You stole my spirit fruit tree, and now you still act so arrogant. Do you see this? This is your fate." Dales reveled in his triumph. His earlier plea for mercy had merely been a ruse to catch Li Fan off guard. And now he had struck a decisive blow. To his surprise, Li Fan had indeed been ambushed successfully. And now, with a hole pierced through his shoulder, how could Li Fan possibly contend with Dales? "Ha ha! Hand over the spirit tree's fruits," Dales boasted arrogantly, pointing at Li Fan. Unbeknownst to him, Li Fan's wound was healing at an astonishing rate. Initially, Li Fan had been clutching his shoulder, but at this moment, he finally exhaled, revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, the regenerative ability is remarkable. "Nanny, how can you?" Dale's smile froze upon witnessing this scene. What did he just see? The very wound he had inflicted on Li Fan's shoulder was healing in an instant. Am I witnessing some sort of monster? What a terrifying ability! Could it be similar to Piccolo's limb regeneration? Not far away, Sun Wukong was equally astonished by the spectacle. "Hmph, Dales, congratulations! You have successfully provoked my wrath. And now you shall face the consequences," Li Fan declared coldly. Dale's attack had pierced his shoulder, yet thanks to his infinite regeneration, his combat power had noticeably increased. However, Li Fan would not be grateful to Dales for this. "Damn it, this bastard dared to sneak attack me. It is impossible not to teach him a lesson and eliminate him." "You!" Dales, realizing the gravity of the situation, panicked. He charged at Li Fan. Unfortunately for him, Li Fan was now quite enraged. Initially, out of respect for the Saiyan, he had considered sparing this fellow, but it was clear that Dales was courting his own demise. Bang! Li Fan's fist was faster and more ruthless than Dale's. He struck Dale's abdomen with a single blow. To be precise, in that instant, Li Fan had unleashed at least several 100,000 units of combat power. This punch penetrated Dale's body. "Pooh! You!" Dales barely managed to utter those words before darkness enveloped him. And he lost consciousness. "Hiss!" Sun Wukong gasped to the sight. This Li Fan is truly formidable. He killed Dales with a single punch. If this fellow were to target the earth. Upon contemplating this, even the martial enthusiast Sun Wukong found himself increasingly apprehensive. What a truly terrifying individual. Where did this being emerge from? How utterly frightening. At this moment, the severely injured Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo, having consumed the magical beans, arrived at the scene, coincidentally witnessing this astonishing spectacle. All of them were left utterly dumbfounded. The boastful Dales, whom even Sun Wukong could not completely defeat, had been effortlessly dispatched by Li Fan. It was simply insane. It was overwhelmingly terrifying. The three exchanged anxious glances, fearful that Li Fan might turn his attention towards them next. Bang! Li Fan withdrew his arm, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent Dales flying. What utter trash! Chapter 8. Who are you? What do you seek here? Sun Wukong, visibly wary, pointed at Li Fan and inquired. What do I seek? Sun Wukong. I simply came to Earth for a bit of fun. Do you believe me? Rather than concerning yourself with my intentions, you should first devise a way to address the current crisis on Earth. Li Fan stated with his arms crossed. The crisis on Earth? Yes, we need the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong suddenly grasped the situation, and upon hearing Li Fan's words, the somewhat naive Sun Wukong instinctively lowered his guard. It seems that the god has already gathered the Dragon Balls. Piccolo coldly remarked that, of course, his relationship with that god was far from amicable. However, at this moment, Li Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had Piccolo not perished in this timeline? According to the original Dragon Ball narrative, Piccolo should have been killed by Vegeta and his cohorts, yet here he was, alive and well. Furthermore, it appeared that Dales only existed in the Dragon Ball movies. And at this juncture, Sun Wukong was inexplicably utilizing the Kaioken technique. This indicated that they had already traversed the phase of Vegeta's arrival on Earth, yet had not yet reached the storyline involving Namek. Coupled with the fact that Piccolo was inexplicably alive, it could only suggest that this was perhaps an alternate timeline. However, how the subsequent events would unfold remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Li Fan expressed indifference towards these matters. After all, as long as one possessed strength, what did it matter which timeline it was? Without further ado, Li Fan chose to follow Sun Wukong and the others to the heavenly realm. Although Sun Wukong and the others still harbored some apprehension towards Li Fan, they recognized that he was not there to wreak havoc upon Earth, thereby allowing them to set aside their concerns. After all, under the influence of the Tree of Might, the entire Earth had devolved into a state of desertification. Without the assistance of the Dragon Balls, Earth would inevitably become a lifeless planet. This was indisputable. "Hey, why are you all moving so quickly? Wait for me." At that moment, a feminine voice called out from behind, prompting Li Fan to halt instinctively and glance back. He discovered a beautiful woman piloting an aircraft, tailing the group. Although she was inside the plane, Li Fan could discern that she had purple hair. Without a doubt, this individual was the affluent beauty Bulma from the Dragon Ball world. Bulma, having spotted the unfamiliar figure, was momentarily taken aback. How incredibly handsome! Initially, she thought Sun Wukong was handsome enough, yet this person surpassed him in allure. Naturally, Li Fan merely cast a glance before continuing to soar into the air. Before long, the group arrived at the heavenly realm, where Li Fan encountered the god in bubbles. As expected, the scene was much as he had envisioned. However, everyone's focus was entirely on the Dragon Balls, relegating Li Fan to the role of an onlooker. Yet he did not mind, considering the dire circumstances Earth faced. It was only natural. The 7 Dragon Balls were laid out on the ground. Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Earth were significantly smaller than those of Namek. However, one could argue that the Dragon Balls of Earth possessed certain capabilities that surpassed those of Namek. For instance, the Dragon Balls of Earth had the ability to resurrect multiple individuals at once, a feat that the Namekian Dragon Balls could not achieve. However, the limitation of the Earth-S Dragon Balls was that a single individual could only be revived once, while the Namekian ones did not impose such a restriction. It could be said that each had its own merits. "Come forth, Shinran, grant me my wish," Sun Wukong called out to the Dragon Balls. In an instant, the heavens transformed dramatically. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling light, accompanied by bolts of lightning. Roar! With a resounding dragon's roar, the Dragon of Earth appeared in the sky. Li Fan, with his arms crossed, observed the divine creature, yet soon expressed his disinterest. Had he not encountered the Namekian dragon before, he might have been awestruck, but now, it was merely an ordinary sight. His curiosity stemmed from the fact that Piccolo had not perished. Would these individuals venture to Namek as they did in Dragon Ball Z? This was what Li Fan sought to uncover. Or perhaps, during this period, other circumstances would arise leading to Piccolo's demise. After a considerable time, the sky returned to its original blue hue, and the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering in various directions across Earth. With the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls, Earth was restored to its former glory. "Hey there, handsome, who exactly are you? I don't recall seeing you before." At this moment, Bulma could not resist initiating a conversation with Li Fan. Naturally, faced with the stunning beauty that was Bulma, Li Fan did not shy away, smiling as he replied, "I am Li Fan, also a Saiyan." "Nanny, a Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression turned slightly unnatural. After all, in her memory, Saiyans were hardly benevolent beings. For instance, Vegeta and Nappa from before, and now Dales. None were good people. "Yes, Li Fan, I also happen to have a question for you." At this point, Sun Wukong stepped beside Li Fan and spoke. Chapter 9. Hmph. Ask away. Li Fan shrugged, for Sun Wukong was an idol from his past life. Though sometimes a bit thick-headed, it was undeniable that the fervor of his youth was inspired by this very individual. "What is your true purpose in coming to Earth? Your ability to dispatch that scoundrel Dales is evident, showcasing your formidable strength. Yet you have not engaged in any wrongdoing since your arrival." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Fan. "Haha, I'm just like you, Sun Wukong. I am a peace-loving Saiyan." Indeed, from a certain perspective, this statement held some truth, having been a human on Earth in his past life. Li Fan naturally regarded Earth as his home upon entering the Dragon Ball world. However, when it came to other extraterrestrials, he could not guarantee his compassion. Nanny, a peace-loving Saiyan. Upon hearing this, skepticism filled the faces of those present. Yet due to Li Fan's intimidating power, they refrained from voicing their doubts. They were hesitant to speak. Observing this, Li Fan smirked and remarked, "Humph, if I were like them, would you all even have the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls? Oh, indeed. That being said, you truly are not a bad person. Hello, I am Sun Wukong." Upon realizing that Li Fan was not malevolent, Sun Wukong cheerfully introduced himself. Li Fan reciprocated by getting acquainted with the others. However, speaking of which, Wukong, do you have any thoughts about visiting Namek? Li Fan inquired curiously. When he mentioned Namek, Piccolo and the god exchanged peculiar glances. Of course, they were the only two reacting in such a manner, as they had only recently discovered their origins as Namekians and were quite enamored with their homeland. Namek? Piccolo's homeland, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Previously, when Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth, they seemed to have mentioned the Namekians. What would we do on Namek? Sun Wukong countered with a question. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's response, Li Fan was taken aback and left speechless. He initially wanted to say, "If you don't go to Namek, how will you transform into a Super Saiyan?" However, he refrained from voicing it. Forget it. If these individuals did not wish to travel to Namek, he would let it be. It was just as well. Li Fan was eager to see how events would unfold. "I was merely inquiring," Li Fan shrugged. After all, it was none of his business, so there was no need for concern. Naturally, possessing the ability to teleport and knowing the coordinates of Namek, it was as if Namek was merely a step away from him. "No, I wish to visit planet Namek." At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward and spoke. "Nanny." Everyone was taken aback. Little Gohan rushed in front of Piccolo and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, what do you want to go to planet Namek for?" "Indeed, Piccolo," Krillin echoed. Previously, Piccolo had been a figure of fear for them, yet after several battles, Krillin no longer felt intimidated by him. This fellow merely appeared aloof on the surface. In reality, he was quite a good person. "That is my homeland. I wish to see it again," Piccolo replied calmly. "Hee, isn't that easy to arrange? How about we all travel to planet Namek together? We can explore Piccolo's homeland and treat it as a cosmic journey." At that moment, Son Goku said with a smile that a cosmic journey sounds like an excellent idea. Upon hearing Goku's words, everyone began to feel excited. However, Li Fan was completely taken aback. Damn, he had merely asked casually. Yet unexpectedly, he had indirectly become a catalyst for the plot. Goodness, it seemed that things were heading back to the original direction. Yet, this also appeared quite favorable. After all, this development was advantageous for Li Fan, who was well-versed in the storyline, although he generally did not care much for such matters. Having come to this world, he was unbound by any system, pursuing strength, even aspiring to be the strongest in the universe. Freedom and leisure. Hence, no matter how the situation evolved, it was of little concern. The key was the impending battle with Frieza, which was what he genuinely anticipated. However, how would they reach planet Namek? Bulma pointed out the crux of the matter. A spaceship? Yet Earth's technology was far from capable of that. "Well, I should have a spaceship." At that moment, the Supreme Kai spoke up. "Nanny." Piccolo was astonished to hear this. The Supreme Kai possessed a spaceship? Why had he not known? This old fellow. "Supreme Kai, why didn't you mention you had a spaceship earlier, huh?" Son Goku chuckled. Immediately, everyone followed Bobo to retrieve the Supreme Kai's spaceship. Meanwhile, Li Fan chose not to accompany them. Only Li Fan, the Supreme Kai, and Piccolo remained, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. "Supreme Kai, I heard you have a room of spirit and time. Might I borrow it?" Li Fan broke the silence and addressed the Supreme Kai. He had only just recalled the existence of the room of spirit and time. "How do you know about this?" the Supreme Kai asked, astonished. By all accounts, an alien like Li Fan should not have known such things. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow but chose not to comment. After all, Li Fan's power was truly terrifying, and he could not provoke him. "No need to concern yourself with how I know. Just let me borrow it." Li Fan was disinclined to engage in further discussion with the Supreme Kai. The room of spirit and time, located within the Divine Temple, had significantly boosted the strength of many Dragon Ball warriors due to its unique properties. It was well equipped with food, water, and ample space. The air was thin, stiflingly hot, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees, and the gravity was 10 times that of normal Earth. The weakened will and lack of focus could lead to hallucinations, and uniquely, 1 year spent inside equated to merely 1 day outside, making it a genuine haven for cultivation, but he needed to enter the room of spirit in time to train properly, especially since he had yet to cultivate since arriving in this world. Therefore, seizing this opportunity to train would assist him in preparing for Frieza. Moreover, his primary objective was to experience the spirit tree fruit he had acquired earlier. "All right, I'll take you there," the Supreme Kai conceded. He promptly led Li Fan to the entrance of a secluded room deep within the Divine Temple. It was an ancient door. Beyond it lay the room of spirit and time. "But I must inform you that each person can only spend 2 years inside during their lifetime. Should you exceed this limit, the door will vanish, and you shall never escape," the Supreme Kai explained to Li Fan. Understood, Li Fan nodded, having watched Dragon Ball countless times in his previous life. He certainly knew this rule. Of course, this rule seemed to have only applied during Dragon Ball Z, as it appeared to be entirely disregarded in Dragon Ball Super. Clang, Li Fan opened the door to the room of spirit and time and stepped inside. Initially, he found himself in the temple of the room of spirit and time, where everything he needed was available. Li Fan merely glanced around before continuing forward. An expansive, blank world unfolded before his eyes, and he soon felt the thinning air and oppressive heat. Moreover, the weight beneath him began to feel burdensome. Indeed, the gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Naturally, given Li Fan's current battle prowess, he found it quite manageable. Not to mention, he had previously endured 10 times Earth's gravity on planet Vegeta. Without hesitation, Li Fan activated his flight technique and soared toward the center of the room of spirit and time. Finally, Li Fan landed on the ground. He then retrieved the spirit tree fruit. As for how he had stored the spirit tree fruit earlier, it was due to a miraculous item from the planet where his original body had been sent. A small bag that resembled the storage bags in various cultivation novels he had read in his past life. This item could hold an immense number of things. However, in the Dragon Ball world, such items were not rare. The miraculous capsules from Earth were commonplace spatial artifacts. Yet, for Li Fan at this moment, it was not the time to discuss such things. He immediately opened the storage bag and took out a spirit tree fruit. Goodness, truly worthy of being called a spirit tree fruit. The crimson fruit emitted an alluring fragrance. Yet it bestowed upon him a sense of the divine. It felt as if consuming it would grant him boundless enhancement. This was the spirit tree fruit, known as a fruit only deities could consume. Now, it had fortuitously come into Li Fan's possession. To think he could stumble upon such a treasure, it was truly remarkable. Hee, I can hardly contain myself. Li Fan gazed at the spirit tree fruit in his hand. Nearly drooling, without delay, he devoured the spirit tree fruit in mere moments. Upon consuming the entire fruit, Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, this sensation was simply indescribable, a euphoric rush that felt akin to ascending to the heavens. No sooner had he swallowed the fruit than a torrent of warmth surged from his feet to the crown of his head. It felt utterly exhilarating. Li Fan clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and began to sense the changes within his body. A wave of warmth spread throughout him, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. After a brief moment, Li Fan reopened his eyes, beaming with joy. He felt as though every bone and meridian in his body had been thoroughly cleansed by the rich energy. This was truly a miraculous elixir. Furthermore, after consuming just one spirit tree fruit, Li Fan sensed a significant enhancement in his battle power. Hee, in that case, I shall not hold back, Li Fan remarked with a smile as he looked at the storage bag in his hand. The appetite of a Saiyan was no trifling matter. Even consuming hundreds or even thousands of fruits was entirely manageable for Li Fan. Having just savored the spirit tree fruit, its taste was beyond compare. And more importantly, the benefits it conferred were numerous. Thus, Li Fan sat cross-legged and began to voraciously consume the spirit tree fruits he had in his possession. However, as time progressed, Li Fan noticed that the enhancement provided by the spirit tree fruit became increasingly diminished. It was then that Li Fan realized that the spirit tree fruit could not consistently provide substantial boosts to battle power. Nonetheless, even if the enhancement was slight, it was still a tangible increase in strength. Therefore, Li Fan did not feel disheartened. In addition to the spirit tree fruit, he could continue training here. Clang. After an indeterminate period, the door to the room of spirit and time finally opened once more. Nanny, that guy has emerged. Piccolo furrowed his brow and remarked. Li Fan slowly walked out, and Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and Bobo gazed at him in astonishment. To describe it, Li Fan's appearance had not undergone significant changes. Yet he emanated an aura of formidable strength. You finally emerged. The Supreme Kai addressed Li Fan. Although he still held some trepidation towards Li Fan, he dared not voice it. After all, Li Fan's strength was truly terrifying. Even Son Goku might not be a match for him. Indeed, celestial being, Li Fan inquired, I have lost track of time within. How long has it been outside? It has only been a brief while. Sun Wukong and the others have just departed from here. The celestial being replied in detail. I see. Li Fan nodded in understanding. Ultimately, I am not suited for training in the hyperbolic time chamber. The conditions there are exceptionally harsh. With the air being quite thinned, I have likely only stayed for a little over a month. Thus, it is quite normal for Sun Wukong and his companions to have left. However, even within this short span of a month, Li Fan has made considerable progress. With the aid of the Spirit Tree's fruit and a month of rigorous training, his combat power has reached approximately 4 to 5 million. Yet, he now feels that this is sufficient for the time, being that at least he has met the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. While in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, trying to evoke a sense of anger within himself. However, being a transmigrant, achieving the peak of anger proved beyond his reach, rendering him unable to transform. Furthermore, having watched Dragon Ball Super, Li Fan was aware of another transformation method employed by the Saiyans of Universe 6, which involved gathering energy at the back. Nevertheless, he found himself equally incapable of this transformation. Ultimately, he decided to abandon this notion altogether. Perhaps what he truly needed was to engage in battle with a genuine powerhouse, such as Frieza. At that moment, Piccolo approached Li Fan and remarked, So, just how strong are you? He could not fathom Li Fan's true abilities and was skeptical that the disparity could be so vast. Thus, he felt compelled to challenge Li Fan. Oh, you wish to know my strength. Are you seeking to challenge me? Li Fan asked with intrigue. He was pleasantly surprised that Piccolo dared to issue a challenge. Perhaps if Piccolo fused with the celestial being, he might stand a chance against him, considering that in the original story, Piccolo had previously fused with Nail from Namek and later with the celestial being, ultimately reaching a level of power capable of overwhelming Android 17 during the Cell Saga. It was evident that Piccolo's combat power had surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. After all, Vegeta, at the onset of his transformation into a Super Saiyan, was not even a match for Android 18. Yet Piccolo, after merging with the celestial being, achieved such staggering power. It was clear that the fusion of Namekians was indeed formidable. However, at present, it seemed that Piccolo posed no threat to him whatsoever. Rather, Li Fan could effortlessly defeat Piccolo in an instant. Yes, I am eager to witness your strength, Piccolo declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was understandable, as Piccolo was, after all, a warrior-type Namekian, deeply passionate about combat. Very well, Li Fan nodded in agreement that he was curious to see what Piccolo believed he could use to challenge him. Celestial being. At this moment, Bubbles, observing the exchange, attempted to speak, but was silenced by the celestial being. The celestial being expressed his own desire to witness the extent of Li Fan's formidable strength. Yet, did they truly believe they would be able to see Li Fan's genuine abilities? One could only describe such an assumption as foolish. Since this is the case, I shall not hold back, Piccolo proclaimed, a fierce glint in his eyes. In an instant, he moved with astonishing speed, his fists clenched, launching a powerful punch toward Li Fan's head. Prepare to receive my strike, Piccolo shouted, his fist hurtling toward Li Fan with great force. However, Li Fan merely smirked at this display. Although Piccolo's punch appeared swift, in Li Fan's eyes, It was almost painfully slow and riddled with weaknesses. With a flash of movement, Leaf Fan dodged Piccolo's attack, and in that very moment, he retaliated with a devastating punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Boom! The impact resonated as Leaf Fan's fist connected with Piccolo's midsection. Ugh! Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. Remarkable! Both the celestial being and Bubbles observed with beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The sheer strength exhibited was astonishing. Leaf Fan had managed to defeat Piccolo with a single blow. Hmph, you are currently no match for me. Perhaps, after merging with the celestial being, you may stand a chance against me. Leaf Fan laughed heartily, his words igniting a new thought within Piccolo. Indeed, he was in dire need of strength. The Saiyans were overwhelmingly formidable, and with his current level of training, it was impossible for him to keep pace with them. Chapter 12, however, this place seemed rather dull. Perhaps it would be more enjoyable to explore the cities of Earth, Leaf Fan mused. After all, he had not truly experienced life on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. With time on his side, he decided to act on this thought and vanish from his location in an instant. What kind of technique is this? How can he simply disappear? The celestial being exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Leaf Fan's sudden departure. After a long pause, Piccolo finally regained his composure. He stood up and addressed the celestial being. Hey, old man. The celestial being turned to the sound of his voice, appearing to grasp the situation. I had long foreseen this day. He sighed. After all, we are essentially one. Hmph. As long as you understand, I must assert that I will take the lead after the fusion. Little did Leaf Fan know that his mere statement had hastened the timeline for Piccolo's fusion with the celestial being. Of course, this matter did not occupy Leaf Fan's thoughts. He had already arrived at the largest city on Earth. West City. It was undeniable that this place was far more vibrant than Earth in his previous life. Towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, a constant flow of people, and a dazzling array of lights and colors. For the first time in the Dragon Ball universe, Leaf Fan felt a semblance of familiarity with his former world. However, he also understood a crucial truth. In this Dragon Ball universe, no matter how prosperous life appeared, who could say whether a powerful energy blast might descend from the heavens, obliterating the entire city? After wandering aimlessly, he ultimately found himself at the home of Bulma, the wealthiest individual on Earth. That you, Leaf Fan? We didn't see you in the other world, and now you've returned so quickly. Bulma exclaimed warmly as she approached him. Ha! I came here, didn't I? Why wouldn't you welcome me? Leaf Fan said playfully. Of course. With a handsome gentleman like you visiting, how could I not welcome you? Bulma replied with a smile, leading him inside. Soon, Leaf Fan also met the Briefs couple, who were quite reminiscent of their animated counterparts. Mr. Briefs was a small, elderly man, while Mrs. Briefs possessed an optimistic demeanor. Ho ho ho. Bulma, is this your boyfriend? My, this young man is quite handsome, even more so than Goku, Mrs. Briefs exclaimed, admiring Leaf Fan. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Briefs. I am Leaf Fan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Leaf Fan greeted them politely. Wow, the more I see you, the more likable you become. Such a polite young man. Why not be with my Bulma? Mrs. Briefs chuckled. Upon hearing this, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly interjected. Mom, what are you saying? Leaf Fan is just a friend. Without delay, Bulma pulled Leaf Fan away, leading him swiftly to her laboratory. Leaf Fan said nothing, for he knew Bulma to be the epitome of a wealthy beauty in the Dragon Ball universe. Naturally, he had no intention of forcing anything. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Lo and behold, within the laboratory stood a somewhat outdated spaceship. Leaf Fan, take a look. This is the celestial being's spaceship. I believe that with some research, I could have it operational in about half a month, Bulma declared with enthusiasm. Leaf Fan nodded in agreement. Bulma was indeed a technological genius in the Dragon Ball universe. In the future timeline, she even created a time machine, a testament to her brilliant intellect. Of course, he could reach Namek in an instant. However, it seemed the plot had yet to unfold, and he did not mind waiting. Staying on Earth and enjoying the company of lovely women was quite appealing. Bulma, could you perhaps add a few gravity training rooms inside? Leaf Fan suggested with a smile. After all, The well-informed Li Fan understood that when Sun Wukong traveled to Namek, the spaceship was equipped with such a device. A gravity training room. What is that? Bulma, hearing this concept for the first time, immediately inquired. It's a device that can increase gravity. Let me think. At night, it can enhance the gravity to over 100 times. That would be even better. Nanny, increase gravity? Upon hearing this, Bulma rested her chin on her hand. However, if we were to add a few gravity training rooms, I suppose the spaceship would need to be larger. In this case, I would have to ask my father for assistance. Bulma felt that Li Fan's proposal was indeed feasible, and she was eager to proceed. Without further ado, she sought out her father. Briefs. Both of them were technological geniuses in this regard, so creating such a device should not pose any problem. Meanwhile, Li Fan simply settled in at Bulma's home. After all, he had nowhere else to go at the moment. As for the matter of frantically training, perhaps it would be best to take a good rest for a while. After all, since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had not had a proper night's sleep. Thus, for the time being, Li Fan set aside his plans for intense training. Good sleep is the foundation of everything. Only through a balanced approach of work and rest can one maximize their training potential. Chapter 13 time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had quietly slipped away. During this time, Li Fan thoroughly enjoyed the experience of living in luxury. This was truly a life of extravagance. With all manner of delicacies, it's no wonder that Vegeta willingly chose to stay on Earth. Li Fan found himself growing fond of this lifestyle. Moreover, Bulma frequently clung to him, and he came to realize that in this timeline, Bulma and Yamcha did not share the same relationship. It seemed this timeline diverged somewhat from the original Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, Li Fan quite liked this timeline. On this particular day, visitors included Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo, but Son Gohan was notably absent. Apparently, he had been compelled by Chi-Chi to stay home and study. Young children ought not to roam about with adults all day. Upon receiving this news, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, no matter the timeline, Chi-Chi was always keen on ensuring Gohan focused on his studies. Li Fan, I challenge you once more. At this moment, Piccolo exclaimed, leaving everyone astonished. Was Piccolo truly foolish enough to challenge Li Fan? Oh, this is becoming increasingly interesting, Li Fan replied with a smile. In truth, when Piccolo arrived, Li Fan had already sensed that something was different about him. Compared to before, Piccolo seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. Piccolo, you! Suddenly, Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo with a serious expression. He too had noticed this change. Piccolo emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. He had grown stronger. And such a rapid increase in Piccolo's strength could only be explained in one way. Yes, I fused with that old Kaioshin, and now my combat power has undergone a radical transformation. Piccolo couldn't help but chuckle. Now I see, in that case. Piccolo, I shall challenge you. Sun Wukong's eyes burned with excitement. He had not anticipated Piccolo's improvement. This was truly remarkable. As a martial arts enthusiast, Sun Wukong had been itching for a good fight over the past several days. Hmph. Well then, come at me, son. A smirk danced across Piccolo's lips. For so long, he had never been able to match Sun Wukong, and after the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth, a seemingly insurmountable gap had opened between them, causing him considerable frustration. After all, in the past, he and Sun Wukong had been relatively evenly matched. Now, he finally had the opportunity to reclaim his honor. Nanny, aren't you all supposed to head to Namek? Why the sudden desire to fight? Bulma said, exasperated. Haha, you know Sun Wukong's personality. Don't worry, there's no rush. Li Fan reassured her. Humph. All right then. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Bulma finally settled down. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo had already taken to the skies, leaping high into the air. After all, the city lay below. Fighting down there would restrict their movements. Humph. I must see just how powerful Piccolo has become after merging with the Kaioshin, Li Fan remarked, observing the two in the sky. According to his analysis in the original storyline, Piccolo first merged with Nail from Namek, but prior to that, he had been killed by Vegeta and the others and was training on King Kai's planet. During that time, Yamcha, Ten, and the others encountered the slain Ginyu Force and even defeated them. This illustrates that the original Piccolo was certainly no weakling. At the very least, he had a combat power in the tens of thousands. Subsequently, after merging with Nail on Namek, he was able to overpower Frieza, who had yet to reach his final form. This indicated that Piccolo's power had likely approached 1,000,000, and now he should not be significantly weaker. After all, he and the Kaioshin were originally one. Aha! Come on, Piccolo! Double Kaioken! Sun Wukong shouted, and instantly, a scarlet energy radiated from his body, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. After his earlier battle with Dor, Sun Wukong's combat power had increased to some extent. At this moment, he unleashed the double Kaioken right from the start. Son, you are no match for me now. Feel free to come at me. Piccolo confidently crossed his arms. All right, here I come. With a flash in his eyes, Sun Wukong vanished in a blur, fists clenched, charging fiercely toward Piccolo. Boom! The two collided powerfully. Bang, bang, bang. The intense battle erupted, the sounds of their clashes ringing out. The surrounding air whooshing with every strike. Naturally, since they were in West City, neither of them unleashed energy blasts. It was purely a physical confrontation. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of techniques. Yet Piccolo effortlessly countered each one. This left Sun Wukong increasingly astonished. Damn it, Piccolo's transformation is astounding. How could merging with the Kaioshin yield such results? Son, you're finally no longer my opponent. Ha ha. Chapter 14. Upon finishing his declaration, Piccolo unleashed a punch like thunder, shattering Sun Wukong's defenses and striking him squarely in the abdomen. Bam! Piccolo's punch held tremendous power. The impact caused Sun Wukong's expression to shift, and he staggered backward, clutching his stomach in pain. That hurts. I must ask, Piccolo, how have you grown so strong? Sun Wukong groaned, clutching his belly in agony. Gulp. Krillin struggled to swallow, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Piccolo had become this powerful. This defied logic. It seemed this fellow's strength had indeed improved considerably. Leaf Fan, arms crossed, nodded in approval. Had he not consumed the fruits of the Tree of Might and entered the hyperbolic time chamber, he might have found this formidable. Cough, cough. It seems you've truly grown stronger. Piccolo, however, my limits have yet to be reached. Sun Wukong finally regained his composure and addressed Piccolo. Oh, come at me then, son. You are still no match for me. Piccolo boasted proudly. Damn it, he had finally reclaimed his dignity. Ever since the last World Martial Arts Tournament, he had never been a match for Sun Wukong. Now he felt as if he had returned to his former peak. What Piccolo was unaware of, however, was that the potential of the Saiyan bloodline was even more terrifying. Sometimes, bloodlines determined everything. For times Kaioken, roar. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, unleashing a fierce roar. Instantly, the scarlet aura around him began to swell. Simultaneously, the veins on his body bulged. This was the pinnacle of what he could achieve at present. He never expected to reach such heights. Alas, it appears that they have both become exceedingly formidable, while I find myself lagging far behind. Upon witnessing this, Krillin let out a sigh. Li Fan nodded in agreement. Sometimes, one's lineage seems to predestine everything. The Saiyan bloodline is indeed akin to possessing an unfair advantage. It is not merely through effort that one can hope to catch up. Quite so, quite so. It can only be said that he is indeed Son Goku. If I had not fused with that old geezer, I would undoubtedly not be your match. However, even now, despite your remarkable achievements, you still do not stand a chance against me. Piccolo exclaimed with great excitement. That may not be the case. Ha! With a thunderous shout, Son Goku transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging fiercely towards Piccolo. Let us see what you've got. Piccolo also surged forward with enthusiasm. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided fiercely. Following this, the sounds of their clash echoed continuously, the surrounding air itself trembling, occasionally producing explosive-like sounds. Such incredible speed. It feels as though my eyes cannot keep pace with their movements, Krillin lamented helplessly. However, Li Fan discerned that. At present, Son Goku was not Piccolo's match. Even with the fourfold Kaioken unleashed, bang! With a resounding crash, Son Goku was sent flying several dozen feet by Piccolo's powerful strike. At this moment, Son Goku, under the strain of the Kaioken, was gasping for breath, while Piccolo appeared utterly unfazed. My heavens! What am I witnessing? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. I never anticipated that Piccolo would surpass Son Goku, the Demon King Piccolo. Surely he isn't reverted to his former self? Memories of the past flooded back, and Bulma spoke with palpable fear. The title of Demon King Piccolo had once instilled terror in the hearts of countless Earthlings. Now, witnessing this scene, Bulma naturally drew connections to those bygone days. So, son, are you still willing to continue? Piccolo inquired, a triumphant smirk adorning his face. Well, it seems I truly am not your opponent at present. It appears I must strive even harder in my training. Son Goku shook his head, acknowledging the truth of the situation. After all, the fourfold Kaioken had already pushed him to his limit. Thus, continuing this battle would serve no purpose. Excellent, that is precisely what I wanted to hear. At this, Piccolo turned his gaze towards Li Fan standing on the ground. His intentions were all too clear. He sought to challenge Li Fan. Hmph. Now, this is intriguing. A smile crept across Li Fan's lips. Although Piccolo is indeed formidable now, with this thought in mind, Li Fan executed the instant transmission technique, soaring into the air. Piccolo, brimming with confidence after his recent victory over Son Goku, felt an immense sense of pride. He scarcely regarded Li Fan as a threat. At last, Piccolo had reclaimed his peak form. Had he not? Whoosh! Li Fan appeared before Piccolo. Piccolo, I must say, you seem rather inflated with pride at the moment, Saiyan remarked, observing Piccolo. What? Inflated? This is genuine strength, mind you. How can you call inflated? Come now, Li Fan, let me witness your true power, Piccolo declared, growing increasingly arrogant. Very well, it seems that unless I demonstrate my prowess, you shall remain oblivious to reality. Li Fan shrugged in resignation. Chapter 15. Just in time. Now that Piccolo has enhanced his abilities, he will serve as an excellent sparring partner. Come on. A smirk graced Piccolo's lips as he assumed a fighting stance. Though he spoke with bravado, he was well aware that Li Fan was no ordinary opponent. Let us go. Whoosh! A fierce glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and in an instant he charged towards Piccolo with lightning speed. Piccolo also launched a ferocious attack towards Li Fan. Bang! The two fists collided, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. However, with this singular blow, Li Fan quickly assessed the situation. Although Piccolo had grown stronger, he had yet to reach that pinnacle. Conversely, Piccolo was taken aback as he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Li Fan. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, both combatants were propelled apart by the sheer force of their clash. These two are exceptionally powerful, Son Goku remarked seriously upon witnessing the spectacle. How terrifying! I simply cannot keep up with the pace of you Saiyans. Krillin shrugged helplessly. Good grief, let us go. Ha! Piccolo roared, initiating the attack, his fists crashing towards Li Fan like an unstoppable tide. Quite interesting. Piccolo truly is impressive. His combat experience is evidently vast. Li Fan surged forward to engage Piccolo in combat. Goodness, as these two fought. The air around them could barely contain their fleeting silhouettes. The sounds of their fierce exchanges resonated endlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sounds of their fists colliding, arcs of electricity sparked forth. Of course, neither utilized energy attacks. This was a pure display of physical prowess. After all, at their current levels, a single energy blast could very well devastate West City. Alas, you martial enthusiasts, it is utterly futile to reason with you. We should have departed long ago. Bulma sighed in frustration. Who could have anticipated that these ruffians would engage in a brawl? The battle between Li Fan and Piccolo raged on, during which Li Fan once again honed his combat experience. Truly, Piccolo the Demon King was leagues beyond that previous fool, Dale's. Bang! Following another intense clash, Li Fan and Piccolo again distanced themselves. Cough, cough, cough. Piccolo was gasping for breath, yet Li Fan appeared unperturbed. All right, it is time to conclude this skirmish, Li Fan declared, causing Piccolo's expression to shift dramatically. Are you hiding your strength? Upon hearing this, Both Son Goku and Krillin reacted in shock. What is happening? Li Fan is concealing his true power. This is utterly terrifying. No, this cannot be. Your strength should not be so formidable. Piccolo feigned calmness, for he had grown overly confident earlier, only to realize Li Fan's overwhelming might. Moreover, Piccolo calculated that if he faced Dales in his current state, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Thus, he did not believe the gap between himself and Li Fan was significant. There is nothing impossible about this, Li Fan remarked with a smirk, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, Li Fan made his move. This time, his speed was like that of a phantom. Even Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was too fast. He felt as though he could hardly keep up. A powerful sense of danger surged forth, and without a moment's thought, Piccolo hurled a punch towards the front. Unfortunately, this punch missed its target. Even more astonishingly, while Piccolo's fist had gone astray, Li Fan's fist had somehow landed heavily upon Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo was utterly blindsided by the turn of events. In an instant, a wave of intense pain radiated from his midsection throughout his entire body. Phew! In the next moment, Piccolo doubled over, clutching his stomach. It was evident that he could no longer muster the strength to unleash a more formidable attack. Enough, let us conclude this battle. Our mission remains to depart for Namek, Li Fan declared, shifting his focus away from Piccolo. This battle, I concede. However, I shall train diligently and return to challenge you again. Piccolo retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Li Fan merely nodded, though he knew that any future attempt to catch up would prove to be exceedingly difficult. After all, once a Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan, the increase in power is exponential, rendering mere training inadequate to bridge the gap. Naturally, Li Fan refrained from voicing these thoughts. What? Piccolo lost. Krillin gaped in shock. His mouth agape as if a ball could fit inside. Son Goku wore a similarly astonished expression. How is it possible that these two, who were evenly matched moments ago, have so swiftly determined a victor? Indeed, Li Fan is truly terrifying. I never imagined he was still concealing his strength. Haha, this is truly wonderful. It is no surprise that Li Fan is so formidable and with such striking looks. He is simply perfect. Upon witnessing this, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim dreamily, "Well, that is indeed true." Krillin replied with a hint of resignation, "Haha, it seems we can venture into the universe and enjoy ourselves. I wonder if we might encounter any powerful opponents." This prospect excites Sun Wukong immensely. For him, nothing is more exhilarating than a duel with a master. Chapter 16. Ultimately, Li Fan and his companions boarded the spaceship and departed from Earth. Once inside the spacecraft, Sun Wukong learned about the gravity training room. Ha. Li Fan, how did you manage to anticipate my thoughts? You actually conceived the idea of utilizing a gravity training room. I'm utterly in awe of you, Wukong Li Fan. By the way, what exactly is this gravity training room? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Well, it's a training room equipped with a device that increases gravity, Sun Wukong explained forcefully. All right. I think it's best for everyone to focus on their training in their respective rooms, since we still have a while before we reach Namek. We must not squander this precious time, Li Fan said with a smile, promptly stepping into the gravity training room. As per Li Fan's request, the spaceship had expanded to several times its original size. It was divided into 2 levels. The uppermost level housed 4 gravity training rooms, while the lower level contained the cockpit and their personal quarters. This spaceship could be described as exceedingly luxurious. I see, then I must also dedicate some time to training. When the time comes, I shall challenge you once more, Li Fan. Piccolo's gaze was resolute. Without delay, he selected a training room and stepped inside. Wukong, are we really going to train in the gravity training room? Krillin asked, astonished. Haha, of course. Otherwise, if Piccolo surpasses me, I cannot afford to fall behind. Krillin, you should also put in the effort. With that, Sun Wukong made his way into the gravity training room. Indeed, Wukong is right. I cannot allow myself to fall behind them, Krillin muttered to himself, seemingly resolving to enter a gravity training room for his own training. Sigh, what can I say, this group of martial arts enthusiasts. Bulma sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Of course, with the current technology, provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, manual navigation is unnecessary, as the destination and coordinates have already been set. Now, Bulma found herself feeling somewhat bored. Oh, why not? I shall train as well, Bulma cheerfully suggested, glancing toward the gravity training room where Li Fan had just entered. Originally, Li Fan was in the gravity training room, preparing to adjust the gravity settings when the door swung open abruptly. "Nanny," Li Fan exclaimed in surprise, turning around to find Bulma standing there. Fortunately, he hadn't yet adjusted the gravity, or else that little girl— "By the way, Bulma, what brings you here?" Li Fan asked, bewildered. "Well, Li Fan, do you have any methods to enhance my strength? I would like to learn a technique or two, or perhaps even your flight technique." Bulma gazed at Li Fan, her eyes wide with anticipation, making it difficult for him to refuse. "You wish to train? However, it is quite challenging. Moreover, for someone with no foundation, it would be exceedingly troublesome to begin training." Li Fan shrugged, expressing his helplessness that, "Is there truly no other way?" Bulma persisted, clinging to Li Fan's words that, At that moment, Bulma's remarks sparked an idea in Li Fan's mind. Perhaps it might not be impossible, Li Fan suggested, causing Bulma to look even more astonished. Initially, she had merely been joking, but to her surprise, there might actually be something to it. Without delay, Li Fan produced a small bag. "Li Fan, what is this?" Bulma asked, utterly confused by the sight of the bag. "Well, this is quite similar to the multi-functional capsules, possessing the same capabilities," Li Fan explained, before opening the bag and retrieving two vividly red fruits. "Oh, what are these?" Bulma's eyes widened as she gazed at the fruits in Li Fan's hand. "These are the fruits of the spirit tree. If you consume these, you should be able to begin your training." Li Fan offered the two spirit tree fruits to Bulma. In fact, these were the last two remaining during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Li Fan had already consumed the rest. "That's amazing. Thank you so much," Bulma exclaimed, catching Li Fan off guard with a sudden kiss. What just happened?" Li Fan found himself in a state of confusion. Whoosh! Across the vast expanse of the cosmos, a streak of light zipped past, obliterating several small meteors in its wake. This light, as it happened, was none other than a small spacecraft. Inside the spaceship sat a Saiyan, Prince Vegeta. After learning about the Dragon Balls on Namek, he set off to claim them, intent on wishing for immortality. "Hmph, wait for me, Kakarot and Frieza. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, I shall attain eternal life. Who will be my match then?" Ha ha ha. The mere thought made Vegeta chuckle heartily, even though he was alone in the cramped confines of his ship. In truth, Vegeta was no fool. He had never believed Frieza's claims about meteors colliding with planet Vegeta, leading to its destruction. Chapter 17. Of course, he suspected that Frieza was behind it, but the tyrant's overwhelming strength left him too intimidated to confront him. Nevertheless, everything was now unfolding favorably. Vegeta was finally on the verge of acquiring the Dragon Balls and fulfilling his desire for immortality. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Dragon Balls on Namek were not so easily obtained, and they had already reverted to stone. More importantly, a terrifying presence was also en route to Namek. A colossal warship traversed the cosmos. If Vegeta were to behold this ship, he would surely cry out in alarm. Frieza's army! Indeed, this vessel was none other than the infamous warship of the malevolent Emperor of the universe. As evidenced by its imposing insignia, within the cold confines of the ship, a figure with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips sat upon an imposing throne. His pallid skin and the chilling aura he exuded made him a formidable sight. "Report to Lord Frieza. According to the scanners, we have arrived in the Namek system." A peculiar alien in battle armor knelt before the throne, addressing the one seated there respectfully. "Hmph," upon hearing this. The figure on the throne scoffed coldly. He then directed his words toward the grotesque alien, saying, "Dodoria, immediately command our forces to proceed at full speed toward Namek. I shall personally grace the planet with my presence. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, I will possess the power of immortality, and then I, Frieza, shall truly reign supreme over the entire universe." What spoke was none other than Frieza, the notorious and feared emperor of the universe. The reason for this notoriety was simple. While he currently ruled the cosmos, his brother Cooler and their father King Cold also controlled vast territories in the universe. This reality left Frieza feeling like a mere pretender to the title of Emperor. However, he was powerless against their superior strength. If not for their might, he would have long sought to conquer their domains as well. Now, if he were to obtain the Dragon Balls, none of that would pose any issue. Ha ha ha! A chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the spaceship, sending shivers down the spines of its occupants. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria responded with utmost respect, his tone imbued with sincerity, as he dared not defy the commands of the malevolent Emperor of the Cosmos. To do so would surely lead to a fatal end. Frieza, in that moment, envisioned the scene of him acquiring the Dragon Balls and fulfilling his desires. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. The sensation of having absolute dominion over everything was utterly intoxicating. Little did Frieza anticipate that anyone would dare to oppose him. The sovereign of the universe, at that moment, the planet Namek was shrouded in a tempest of ominous foreboding. Meanwhile, atop a mountain on Namek, a colossal figure slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, it seemed as though he had already discerned all that was transpiring. The Grand Elder gazed up at the sky, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. "Grand Elder, what troubles you?" Nail inquired from behind him. "That a storm is approaching. I can sense an incredibly malevolent energy drawing near to our Namek." "What? How shall we counter it?" Nail, being rather impulsive, felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. He had thought that danger would not come so swiftly. Yet he was mistaken. Peril was imminent. "However, as long as I am here, they shall not harm my Namekian brethren." It was the Grand Elder who spoke, his eyes gleaming with determination, exuding an aura that was truly formidable. Since regaining his youth, he had embarked on a journey of cultivation. Indeed, the Grand Elder was worthy of his title. Being amongst the most gifted of the Namekians, and his combat prowess had once again seen improvement. Initially, the Grand Elder had no desire to fight, but after regaining his youth, the sensation of power had transformed all his previous notions. Thus, even if he had but a breath left, he would wield his strength to protect the Namekian people. Therefore, it was no longer feasible for Vegeta and the others to easily obtain the Dragon Balls. Nail, instruct everyone to seek refuge in the underground shelter, and if necessary, prepare to evacuate from Namek using the emergency devices. The Grand Elder promptly commanded Nail. Indeed, during this time, the Namekians had recognized the looming threat. And unlike in the original tale, they had constructed a shelter. Furthermore, they had also prepared emergency spacecraft. Yes, Grand Elder. Nail dared not voice any objections and immediately took flight to organize his fellow Namekians. Chapter 18. Within the spaceship, Li Fan was fervently training in the gravity chamber. At present, he engaged in basic exercises, such as push-ups, jumping, and running. The display in the gravity chamber prominently displayed the figure 100G. Indeed, it was a gravity level 100 times that of Earth. With a battle power exceeding 1 million and his unique physique, Li Fan effortlessly overcame the 100G gravity. Furthermore, training in this gravity chamber significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Li Fan estimated that even if he did not possess 10 million in battle power, he was still likely in the range of 7 to 8 million. After all, the battle power detector could no longer accurately gauge his true strength, so he could only make a rough estimate. Upon completing his final set of exercises, Li Fan deactivated the gravity in the chamber. The previously daunting 100G was now trivial, and it seemed his battle power had reached a level that satisfied him. "I should take a shower and get some rest while I still have time," he mused as he exited the gravity chamber. "Nanny? Li Fan, you're out so soon?" Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him emerge from the training room. "Yes, there isn't much time left, so I might as well take the opportunity to rest." "Ha, you're right. It's all about balancing work and rest. Hurry and take a shower, Li Fan. I'll prepare something for you to eat," Bulma said gently. "Sounds good," Li Fan replied with a smile before heading off to shower. During this time, aside from training, he spent much of his moments flirting with Bulma, and their relationship naturally blossomed. Notably, after consuming 2 spirit tree fruits, Bulma's battle power astonishingly reached 10,000, which surprised Li Fan. Additionally, he had taught her some fundamental techniques, such as flight and the use of basic energy blasts. Remarkably, with Bulma's brilliant intellect, she learned these skills with remarkable speed. She was quite pleased with her current state, and to suddenly achieve a battle power of 10,000 was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Goku was in his gravity chamber, his veins bulging as he pushed himself to the limits. The blow from his previous defeat to Piccolo had been overwhelming, driving him to train relentlessly every day. His gravity chamber also displayed 100G, indicating his fervent efforts. In another training room, Piccolo was seated cross-legged, enveloped in a crackling energy that emanated an aura of unapproachability. True to his nature, Piccolo's training methods remained uniquely his own. His gravity chamber displayed 70G. Although the Namekians were not as extraordinary as the Saiyans, Piccolo, possessing battle power in the millions, could still manage the increased gravity. In yet another training room, Krillin was sweating profusely as he trained on the ground. The pressure from Goku and the others had been immense. After Li Fan's encouragement, Krillin resolutely committed himself to training in the gravity chamber. As a human from Earth, his progress was notably slower. And despite his unwavering dedication, the display in his gravity chamber read only 25G. Nevertheless, even 25G was an impressive feat. Thus, as they journeyed toward Namek, everyone's strength was on the rise. Not long after, Vegeta was the first to set foot on Namek's soil. With a clang, the hatch of Vegeta's spaceship opened, and he confidently stepped onto the land. Hmph! I, Prince Vegeta, have finally arrived on Namek. Just wait. The Dragon Balls shall belong to me. He laughed triumphantly. My wish for immortality is about to be realized. Huh. Vegeta declared with pride. In the next moment, he activated his flight technique and soared into the distance. To avoid any prolonged delays, he resolved to find the Namekians immediately and demand they relinquish the Dragon Balls. Of course, Vegeta did not believe anyone on this planet could possibly rival him. Previously, he had encountered Namekians on Earth, and their strength had proven to be lacking. Thus, he regarded the Namekians here as weak and insignificant. No one could impede Prince Vegeta from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Chapter 19 Whoosh. A fierce wind howled as Vegeta flew to various locations, only to be astonished by the utter emptiness around him. What the hell is going on here? Vegeta exclaimed in frustration. Suddenly, he froze in shock. How could this energy be possible? A grotesque expression twisted his face. Previously, he had relied on the battle power detector and had no understanding of sensing energy, let alone utilizing it. However, after his experiences on Earth, he had learned how to perceive and manipulate energy. Now, he sensed an enormous, terrifying energy approaching Namek. The very presence of this energy sent chills down his spine. I must seize the Dragon Balls before these guys arrive on Namek. Realizing this, Vegeta could no longer afford to hesitate. If he were to encounter this terrifying being, he would not only lose the Dragon Balls, but perhaps his life as well. Thus, for Vegeta, there was little time left for contemplation. Hasten to find the Dragon Balls and fulfill your wishes. That is the ultimate truth. This Saiyan is hardly a cause for concern. In the distance, the Grand Elder has already discerned that Vegeta has arrived here. Yet, at present, Vegeta's meager strength does not catch the Grand Elder's eye. However, although that fellow's aura is not particularly strong, I can sense the terrifying power hidden within him. The Grand Elder gazes up at the sky and speaks. Before long, a colossal warship slowly descends from the heavens. Bang! Ultimately, it comes to rest in a desolate expanse. The Grand Elder is aware that Frieza and his cohort have arrived on Namek, yet he refrains from taking immediate action. He wishes to observe what these individuals intend to accomplish. After all, the Namekian populace has already been relocated to safety. As long as the planet remains intact, they shall be unharmed. Clang. The ship's hatch opens. Whoosh. Immediately, a multitude of oddly shaped aliens swarm out. It is evident that these creatures are all members of Frieza's army. Each one clad in combat attire and armed, they appear somewhat well-trained, in no time. They're all standing outside the warship. The Ginyu Force, a power that instills dread in countless beings throughout the cosmos. Whoosh! Following this, Frieza emerges from the hatch aboard a small flying craft. Frieza, my lord. We have arrived on Namek. Please give your orders. The words come from three of Frieza's most trusted subordinates, Zarbon, Dodoria, and Shui. These three are currently the strongest forces within Frieza's army, second only to the Ginyu Force. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to refer to Zarbon and Dodoria as Frieza's right and left arms. Hmph. Orders. Do you require my guidance? Gather all the Dragon Balls for me, should anyone dare to defy or obstruct us. Then feel free to unleash carnage, Frieza declares with merciless intent. He has never been one to show mercy. Yes, Frieza, my lord, we will certainly retrieve the Dragon Balls for you. Zarbon, Dodoria, and Shui respond with utmost respect to Frieza. Immediately, they lead their respective troops in various directions. After all, they are unaware of the existence of the Dragon Ball radar, so they can only conduct a thorough search. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Fan and his companion spaceship also gently descends onto a barren landscape. They have completely avoided Frieza's location. Clang. As the hatch opens, Piccolo and Son Goku step out of the craft, arriving at the vast wasteland. Is this truly my homeland? What a familiar feeling, observing the surroundings. The formidable demon king Piccolo begins to express his nostalgia. Li Fan, do you sense an exceedingly terrifying aura on this planet? Son Goku speaks with seriousness. He has already sensed Frieza's overwhelmingly fearsome presence. Realizing that this fellow is potentially the strongest adversary we shall face, Li Fan also speaks gravely. Of course, even without sensing it, I am aware that Frieza has arrived on Namek. After all, I am well acquainted with the plot. Though he does not wish to voice it aloud, facing Frieza now ignites a feeling of eagerness within him. After all, his recent power enhancement has left him itching for a fight. The Saiyan's combative nature has begun to influence Li Fan, the time traveler, to develop a fondness for battle. Why does this aura feel akin to confronting death? It is truly terrifying, Krillin exclaims, his face filled with fear. Nanny, what are you talking about? Is it really that serious? At this moment, Bulma has already stored the spaceship in a universal capsule and addresses the group. Regardless of how powerful the opponent may be, Li Fan, you will protect me, right? Bulma immediately clasps Li Fan's arm. You two? Together? Krillin exclaims in surprise upon witnessing this scene. Why not, Krillin? Bulma retorts with annoyance. No, I just didn't expect you to have such a fiery temper and yet still seek a fight. Slap. Chapter 2 Zo, as the saying goes. It is not a foe that does not gather. Vegeta, while searching for the Dragon Balls, encounters his old rival, Shui. Oh, is that not Vegeta? What brings you here, traitor? A familiar voice calls out from behind Vegeta, causing him to pause momentarily before a flash of murderous intent crosses his eyes. Vegeta turns around, and indeed, Shui stands behind him. Hmph, Shui, have you come seeking death? Vegeta coldly remarks. In the past, he might have harbored some trepidation towards Shui. But now, this fellow is far from a match. Nanny, seek death? Haha, that is truly laughable. Vegeta, you seem to have developed quite a taste for humor. Do you genuinely believe that with your power level of 18,000, you can defeat me? Let me inform you, my power has risen to 19,000. You are no match for me, you wild monkey. Killing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant, Shui boasts with increasing arrogance, as if Vegeta were already his defeated foe. Hmph. Hearing this, a smirk crosses Vegeta's lips. He feels no pressure from Shui's claim of a power level of 19,000. Shui, you truly possess great audacity, but do you genuinely believe you have assured victory? Vegeta coldly replies. Nanny, upon hearing Vegeta's words, Shui, who thought victory was guaranteed, is momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this Vegeta has also grown stronger? Humph, I shall see just why you are so arrogant. Shui declares, promptly activating his power level scouter. Upon witnessing this fool, Shui still relying on a power level scouter, Vegeta can't help but chuckle. Since his return from Earth, he has ceased to trust such devices. Ding, 18,000. Ultimately, the scouter's reading halts at 18,000. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I thought you were formidable. Turns out, you are merely bluffing, truly laughable. Shui roars with laughter, having believed for a moment that Vegeta had become stronger, only to realize that he was merely posturing. Oh, is that so, Shui? Do you think my power level is merely that? Vegeta replies with a cold laugh. Oh, are you suggesting you can control your power level? Vegeta, I advise you to surrender and accompany me to meet Lord Frieza. Chui currently holds no belief that Vegeta has concealed strength. However, the next moment, Chui's expression shifts, his smile freezing. Whoosh! Ha! Vegeta bellows, unleashing all his energy. Instantly, the readings on Chui's scouter begin to rise. 19,000, 20,000, 24,000. Ultimately, the scouter's reading settles at 24,000, 24,000. Nanny, how is this possible? Chui finally panics. Humph, there's nothing impossible, Chui. Only you continue to believe in such devices. Humph, but today you shall meet your end here. As Vegeta states this, he assumes a battle-ready stance. Meanwhile, a bead of cold sweat trickles down Chui's forehead. What to do? This fool Vegeta possesses such formidable power. Damn it, I will fight you, Chui shouts fiercely, conjuring an energy blast in his hand. Whoosh, like a cannonball, it hurtles towards Vegeta. Hmph, mere child's play, in the face of Chui's energy blast. Vegeta is filled with disdain. Slap. He effortlessly swats Chui's energy blast away. After completing this act, Vegeta crosses his arms, gazing at Chui with amusement. Upon witnessing the scene, Chui could not help but swallow hard. Damn it, the power of this Vegeta is truly formidable. How infuriating. If I cannot defeat him, is it not permissible to flee? With this thought, Chui erupted with an overwhelming aura, transforming into a beam of light as he soared fiercely into the distance. Humph, attempting to escape? Not a chance. After Vegeta's declaration, his figure vanished from the spot like a phantom. Bang! Initially, Chui believed that if he genuinely wished to escape, this Vegeta fellow would be utterly powerless against him. However, to his astonishment, Vegeta's speed exceeded his wildest imagination. Vegeta, you! Chui attempted to utter something further, but with a forceful strike from Vegeta's fist, he lost all control of his body and was violently propelled several meters away. Swish, swish, swish! After much effort, Chui finally stabilized his form. Yet at this moment his gaze towards Vegeta was laden with terror. Indeed, Chui was a man profoundly afraid of death. Moreover, the Vegeta before him was certainly not one to show mercy. Chui, why not run? Let me see you escape once more. Chapter 21, Thud. An unexpected turn of events unfolded for Vegeta. He had anticipated that Chui would engage him in a fierce battle to the bitter end. Yet astonishingly, Chui found himself kneeling before him. Lord Vegeta, please spare me. I shall no longer dare to trouble you. I will follow you from now on, Chui exclaimed, his demeanor resembling that of a loyal hound. Tsage, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, his eyes flashing with contempt. Chui is utterly pathetic. How amusing. Humph, Chui, your tricks are no use here, so you might as well perish. With a cold chuckle, Vegeta extended his hand towards Chui. Whoosh! An energy blast began to coalesce in Vegeta's palm. Oh, you Vegeta! Observing this, the previously pleading Chui's eyes glinted with determination. If that is the case, then, ha! In an instant, Chui leaped into action, immediately employing the prince's combat technique in Vegeta's direction. Tap, tap, tap! Before Vegeta could unleash his energy, Chui launched dozens of energy blasts at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The energy blast cascaded toward Vegeta like a meteor showered at a mere party trick. Vegeta, witnessing this, smirked disdainfully, his lips curling with derision. Is that all? Without hesitation, Vegeta absorbed the energy blasts, then clenched his fists, allowing Chui's attack to collide with his body. Upon seeing Vegeta nonchalantly endure his energy, Chui could not help but smile cruelly. Ha ha! What a fool Vegeta is! I never imagined he would be so reckless as to absorb my energy. If that is the case, he is as good as finished. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled ominously. Vegeta was engulfed in the explosion. Smoke billowed forth, obscuring what transpired within. Crack! Shortly thereafter, cracks appeared around Vegeta's position. Ha ha ha! Vegeta, did you ever think it would come to this? Chui laughed triumphantly. Surely, Vegeta was finished now. And with that, all his concerns would vanish. What a mere bluster Vegeta turned out to be. However, just as Chio-E reveled in his triumph, an unforeseen event transpired. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta's form re-emerged, standing in scathed save for a sprinkle of dust upon him. How is this possible? Is Vegeta some sort of monster? Upon witnessing this, Chio-Yi's smile instantly froze, replaced by a visage akin to that of a demon. Panic surged within him, leaving only one thought: escape. If such a meager attack could not vanquish Vegeta, then engaging him would surely lead to only one fate: death. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full energy, propelling himself away with great force. Whoosh! At that moment, Vegeta chuckled coldly. This fool Chio-E truly believes he can evade my grasp. In an instant, Vegeta vanished once more. Whoosh! Moments later, he appeared right before Chio-E, as Chio-E steadied himself. Intending to say something, bang, Vegeta's foot struck him with tremendous force. Ultimately, Chio-Yi's body plummeted heavily to the ground. Bang! He crashed into the surface, his form sinking into the earth. Vegeta was no Son Goku. He never showed mercy to his foes, and thus Chio-E was destined to perish. Following this, Vegeta bellowed, "Die, Chio-E!" He then unleashed the prince's combat technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless energy blasts rained down upon Chio-E. "No, please!" Ah! Just as Chio-E poked his head out, he was met with a torrent of energy blasts hurtling towards him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. For heaven's sake, he was no deranged Vegeta. He could not withstand such an onslaught. Alas, the energy blast would heed no command. Moments later, he was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions echoed, followed by billowing smoke and debris scattering. Unlike Vegeta, Chio-E was brutally torn apart by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Rendered utterly lifeless, Tisish, what a pitifully fragile wretch, Vegeta remarked coldly. However, just as one calamity concluded, another loomed. Having just dispatched Chio-E with great force, a new voice emerged from behind him. "Vegeta, you possess an audacity beyond measure to slay Chio-E." While it is true that Chio-E was indeed a worthless fool, he served under Lord Frieza, and you dare to take his life? If that is the case, I shall not let you off lightly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned, his brow furrowing in ire. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Sabo?" Chapter 22. The newcomer was none other than Sabo, one of Frieza's most trusted lieutenants. Often regarded as a strategist, Sabo had been on a quest for Dragon Balls when he heard the commotion. And to his astonishment, he discovered that Frieza's subordinate Chio-E had been slain by Vegeta. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be Sabo. What? Do you wish to court death as well? You worthless fool, Vegeta declared arrogantly. Though Sabo was indeed stronger than Chio-E, Vegeta had unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Court death. A mere traitor dares to utter such words. I believe today will be your last. With that, an atmosphere of tension thickened between them. Vegeta had initially sought to avoid confrontation with these individuals, but they relentlessly pursued him. In light of this, there remained no alternative but to eliminate this pest, ensuring all would be well. Hmph. Is that so? In that case, let us see. A smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he assumed his battle stance. Sabo appeared remarkably dashing, exuding a courteous demeanor. Yet Vegeta was aware of a certain truth. This man possessed the ability to transform, and his transformation was one to be reckoned with. You truly are oblivious to the source of your own audacity. However, that works to my advantage. Though I do not particularly relish battle, I shall not hesitate to unleash my full strength upon a traitor such as you. With that, Sabo launched himself at Vegeta, moving like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding air roared in response to his velocity. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, charged fiercely towards Zabu in the next moment. Bang! In the blink of an eye. The two figures collided with tremendous force, followed by an exchange of punches and kicks, each combatant unleashing a myriad of techniques. Bang, bang, bang. The air around them trembled with their fierce battle. Arcs of electricity flashing in every direction. At the very instant they engaged, Vegeta made a swift assessment. It turned out Zabu's strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated, far from instilling the terror he had expected. With this realization, Vegeta's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. In an instant, Zabu found himself at a disadvantage. Zabu, taken aback, recalled that back in the Frieza Force, Vegeta was the weakest among them, although there was no particular enmity between them. Zabu had never regarded Vegeta as worthy of his attention, barely casting him a glance. However, to his astonishment, Vegeta, whom they had always looked down upon, had managed to slay Chiyo Inao. As they clashed, he felt as though he were being crushed. How could this be? Zabu exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Vegeta smirked, his fist growing heavier with each strike, his speed accelerating. Humph, Zabu, do you think I'm still the same Vegeta from before? Let me enlighten you. We Saiyans are a naturally combative race. The more we fight, the stronger we become, unlike your kind. At this juncture, a fierce glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he seized an opening and delivered a powerful kick to Zabu's chest. Bang! Zabu, caught off guard, was sent flying several meters by the force of the blow. How could this be? You've always been nothing but a waste. Zabu remarked coldly, realizing the truth in Frieza's words that all Saiyan monkeys should be eradicated. Steadying himself, Zabu calculated that if he couldn't defeat Vegeta in this form, he would have to transform to overpower him. Such a being could not be allowed to exist in this world. Though he was not fond of his transformed appearance, it seemed inevitable now. Pathetic creature, prepare to die, Vegeta declared, immediately launching his Prince S technique towards Zabu. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of energy blasts were unleashed. Hurtling towards Zabu with ferocity, Vegeta was relentless, always decisive in his actions, showing no mercy to his enemies. Faced with the onslaught of energy blasts, Zabu remained unfazed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Roar! Zabu bellowed, and in an instant a white aura erupted around him, enveloping him in a brilliant light. Boom! Boom! In that fleeting moment, the energy blast collided with his protective barrier, exploding all around him. After witnessing this, Vegeta crossed his arms, watching with intrigue. From his experience, it seemed Zabu would not perish just yet. He had heard whispers of Zabu's formidable transformation. However, he had never had the chance to witness it. Now he was eager to discover just how terrifying this transformation could be. Chapter 23 Boom. The explosions continued for quite some time before they finally subsided. As the smoke cleared, Zabu's figure emerged at that moment. Vegeta frowned. If Zabu had previously appeared impeccably British, he now bore an entirely different visage. His head resembled that of a frog, with a wide mouth and a face riddled with blemishes. Vegeta felt a wave of revulsion at the sight. Was this truly Zabu's transformation? He looked like a toad. It was laughable that Zabu, who had always prided himself on his appearance, would undergo such a grotesque change. Vegeta mocked. Hmph, you'll soon realize my true power. Unfazed by Vegeta's taunts, Zabu had anticipated such a reaction since he decided to transform. Yet he remained undeterred. Once he eliminated Vegeta, what did it matter? Humph. Even transformed, you are nothing. Vegeta scoffed. In an instant, Vegeta lunged at Zabu. Delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen, Vegeta intended to catch Zabu off guard with his unexpected attack. However, to his astonishment, Zabu managed to intercept his punch, rendering Vegeta's fist trapped. What in the world was happening? Zabu let out a cold chuckle before swiftly striking Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force. How fast? That was the only thought that registered in Vegeta's mind. Bang! Immediately, Vegeta's expression changed. A searing pain radiated from his abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Vegeta gasped as he was propelled several meters back, clutching his stomach in agony. Vegeta, it seems you're not so impressive after all. Where has your bravado gone? Now you resemble a dog. Zabu gloatingly proclaimed. At that moment, Li Fan and Sun Wukong, drawn by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Wow! Is that Vegeta? Sun Wukong exclaimed. What? Vegeta, so you have allies. Zabu sneered upon spotting Li Fan and the others nearby. What? Kakarot, what are you doing here? Vegeta inquired through gritted teeth. That is not your concern. Are you struggling against that guy? Should I step in? Sun Wukong teased. Mind your own business. I can handle this guy alone. Once I deal with him, it'll be your turn, Vegeta declared with bravado. Vegeta, is still the same, Sun Wukong said with a hint of resignation. Tisich. Piccolo crossed his arms, unimpressed in his eyes. Vegeta had become nothing but trash, utterly incapable of withstanding a challenge. Wow, Li Fan, that guy is so ugly. I've never seen anyone so hideous, Bulma remarked, linking her arm with Li Fan's. Ugly? Li Fan glanced at Zabu, realizing he was indeed hideous. Resembling a toad, he had anticipated Zabu's transformation would be grotesque, but never to this extent. Just a glance was enough to evoke feelings of disgust. What? You lot. Just wait. You will all perish here, Zabu spat angrily. As anyone who had beheld his visage was doomed. Humph. I think the one destined to die here is you. Vegeta's voice cut through, snapping Zabu back to attention in a brief moment of distraction. Vegeta gathered a formidable energy blast in his hand. Crackle. Lightning crackled around his energy sphere, its power formidable. Not good, Zabu gasped, but it was too late for him to react as Vegeta's energy blast hurtled toward him with devastating force. Boom! Soon, Zabu was engulfed in the explosion. Vegeta, that fellow, seems to have grown even stronger since his last visit to Earth, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Krillin's power level was merely around 20,000, a testament to the relentless training he had undergone on the way to Namek. However, even with this newfound strength, he still found himself at a considerable distance from Vegeta's might. Is that so? Why do I feel that Vegeta is akin to garbage now? Piccolo smugly retorted. Oh. Upon hearing this, the others cast disdainful glances at Piccolo, wondering if he was being overly pretentious. In truth, what Li Fan wished to convey was that Piccolo should temper his arrogance, for soon he would come to understand the true meaning of despair. Chapter 24. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed for quite some time before finally subsiding. As the dust settled, it became evident that Sabo was in a rather disheveled state. Vegeta, you wild monkey, today is your end. I will not spare you. Sabo was genuinely furious, unable to believe that he had been ambushed by Vegeta. This was simply intolerable. Humph. Do you really think you stand a chance? Vegeta sneered, immediately launching himself at Sabo with ferocity. Bang! In this moment, Vegeta was merciless, offering Sabo no opportunity to retaliate. Following his successful ambush, his assault was relentless, and surprisingly, the once dominant Sabo found himself at a disadvantage. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. Vegeta unleashed his prince's combat techniques, employing an array of tactics that were unexpectedly fierce. Indeed, Vegeta had become significantly stronger, Sun Wukong remarked, resting his chin in contemplation. How intriguing. Li Fan nodded in agreement, observing that Vegeta's combat prowess appeared commendable. After all, he was the perennial second in the original tale. It was only natural for him to possess such strength. Bang! Seizing an opening, Vegeta delivered a brutal kick to Sabo's abdomen. Poof! Sabo was sent flying several meters by the force of Vegeta's strike. Tat tat tat! Ha! In an instant, Vegeta resumed his prince's combat techniques, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Sabo, denying him even a moment to catch his breath. Vegeta understood a crucial fact. When it came to combat power, Sabo was slightly stronger than him. Thus, after his successful ambush, he would never grant Sabo an opportunity to recover. Boom! Boom! Sabo was struck by the energy blasts, ultimately crashing to the ground. Almost immediately, the air was filled with smoke and the sounds of explosions, as the earth trembled beneath them. The spot where Sabo had been was soon transformed into a massive crater. Cough, cough, cough! However, to Vegeta's surprise, despite the ferocity of the explosions, Sabo was still alive and gasping for breath. Good heavens! Then let me test my Gallic gun, Vegeta declared, swiftly gathering energy in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A torrent of potent energy blasts coalesced in Vegeta's grasp. This was Vegeta's signature move. His intention was to eliminate Sabo completely, leaving him no chance to recover. Poor Sabo, battered and on the brink of collapse, had hoped to escape during the chaos, only to find himself facing Vegeta's Gallic gun barreling towards him. No, I hate this. Boom! Boom! Sabo's body was once again engulfed by Vegeta's Gallic gun, consumed by the overwhelming explosion. The energy of the Gallic gun was no ordinary force. Before long, Sabo was left bloodied and battered. Hiss, witnessing this. Krillin and the others couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Has Vegeta gone too far? He offered his opponent no chance whatsoever. Just like that, he eliminated him. Only Li Fan nodded knowingly, having anticipated this outcome. Decisive in battle was indeed the hallmark of this Saiyan prince. Outside the warship, Frieza lounged in his small craft, leisurely holding a glass of red wine. It seems Mr. Sabo and his companions have been gone for quite some time. Could it be they encountered a formidable obstacle? Frieza remarked with a cold smirk. Just then, a panicked alien rushed up to Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have a grave situation. Oh, what is this dire matter? Frieza inquired, narrowing his eyes. Lord Chiu and Lord Sabo have been killed. The alien recounted the events in full detail. That wild monkey Vegeta dares to come here. Hmph, truly a fool unaware of his own mortality. Furthermore, that useless monkey Vegeta managed to kill Chiu, and Sabo. How amusing! Frieza displayed no sorrow at the loss of his subordinates, as he was known for his cold-hearted demeanor. However, he was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected power. Very well, arrange for the Ginyu Force to come to Namek, Frieza commanded icily. The Ginyu Force was Frieza's most formidable team, and he preferred to let them handle the situation. After all, dealing with a mere Vegeta was beneath his consideration. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity regarding how Vegeta had managed to kill Chiu. Had his strength increased? This is quite interesting. Nevertheless, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. Indeed, Saiyans cannot be left unchecked. He had not anticipated their combat abilities would escalate so rapidly, which reminded him of the ancestral warning. Never underestimate the golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans. Yes, Lord Frieza, the alien replied respectfully, promptly initiating contact with the Ginyu Force. Chapter 25 Kakarot. No wonder the Dragon Balls have gone missing, along with the Namekians. It turns out you are behind it, Vegeta shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Sun Wukong. Vegeta, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion. Hmph, Kakarot, I advise you to hand over the Dragon Balls willingly. Otherwise, I will crush each and every one of you without mercy. Vegeta boasted arrogantly, convinced that Sun Wukong's group had taken the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for so long without success, nor would he have failed to locate the Namekians in this area. This scoundrel is simply infuriating. Bulma tightly grasped Li Fan's arm. Vegeta, I'll say it again, we have no knowledge of any Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong continued to explain. Humph. If that's the case, we have nothing more to discuss. Kakarot, prepare to meet your demise. Ever since I returned from Earth, my combat power has soared beyond what it once was. Vegeta assumed a battle stance, brimming with confidence. Hmph, Vegeta, you are not my opponent, Sun Wukong coldly retorted as he gazed at the now formidable Vegeta. This was indeed true. After overcoming 100 times the normal gravity, Sun Wukong's power had undergone a complete transformation, allowing him to sense the gap between himself and Vegeta immediately. Kakarot, what did you say? Seeking death. Vegeta was exceedingly proud, and the audacity of Sun Wukong to utter such words felt like a provocation to him. Thought I say, you are no match for me now. Sun Wukong stepped forward, addressing Vegeta directly. Indeed, Vegeta had grown considerably stronger since their last encounter, but Sun Wukong could sense that the terror he once felt in Vegeta's presence had diminished. This indicated that the gap between them had narrowed. If I could reach such heights, it was no surprise Wukong could as well, Krillin observed, resting his chin in contemplation. However, Krillin's words nearly sent Vegeta into a fit of rage. You little bald head. What are you babbling about? Humph, very well, just wait. I, Vegeta, shall show you what true terror is, Vegeta hissed through gritted teeth. In the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Kakarot, die for me! With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's aura soared into the heavens, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. Whoosh! He charged fiercely towards Sun Wukong. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. After all, he was eager to test the results of his training during this time. Sun Wukong, a martial arts enthusiast himself, had no reason to decline Vegeta's challenge. Bang! In an instant, their figures collided with tremendous force. Whoosh! The surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. Their speeds increased exponentially, and the sound of their clashes echoed like thunder. Kakarot, you scoundrel! Vegeta was utterly astonished. From this clash, he felt the formidable strength of Sun Wukong. His fury intensified. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he be bested by a low-class warrior? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the pressure in his hands intensified. However, regardless of how much strength Vegeta exerted, Sun Wukong's power consistently overwhelmed him. This cannot be possible. The more Vegeta pondered, the angrier he grew, yet it bore no fruit. Observing this, Li Fan shook his head. Indeed, Sun Wukong still enjoyed playing around. If he were to unleash his true power, he could likely obliterate Vegeta in an instant. However, it seemed there was one thing Vegeta was correct about. The Namekians had vanished. They had flown to many places and had yet to encounter a single Namekian. This made Li Fan wonder. Could it be that the Elder had relocated them all? Bang! At that moment, Sun Wukong landed a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Whoosh! The sheer force sent Vegeta hurtling away. Boom! He ultimately crashed into a hillside. A cloud of dust billowing forth. Haha, my apologies. I momentarily lost control of my strength. After all was said and done, Sun Wukong sheepishly remarked, "Cough, cough, cough." After a while, Vegeta crawled out, looking rather disheveled. Kakarot, why? How could a mere low-class warrior be this strong? Could it be that you have transcended into the legendary Super Saiyan? This cannot be possible. Only I, the Prince of the Saiyans, have the greatest potential to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta lamented in anguish. Nanny, Vegeta, what nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend. Regarding the Super Saiyan business, Sun Wukong appeared utterly bewildered. Forget it. This place seems to have lost its appeal. Let's go find Frieza instead. Li Fan shrugged and suggested. Nanny, Frieza. Upon hearing this name, Vegeta immediately came to his senses. Right, Frieza is here too. He must not act impulsively. Whether to obtain the Dragon Balls or escape from Namek is of utmost importance. Otherwise, losing his life here would be a grave mistake. Of course, Vegeta would not be foolish enough to challenge Frieza. He was well aware of Frieza's terrifying strength, which could only be described as formidable. Chapter 26 Whoosh, just as Vegeta prepared to make his escape. 5 beams of light streaked across the sky. Nanny, it seems that someone else has arrived on Namek. This planet is truly bustling. Krillin voiced his concerns, but upon glancing at Piccolo and Li Fan, he regained his composure. No matter how powerful the enemy may be, their current lineup seemed remarkably formidable. Hmph, they are merely here to meet their demise. Piccolo crossed his arms, expressing disdain. Given this, shall we go take a look? Li Fan was the first to propose this idea. No problem. Sounds good. I agree. Instantly, Sun Wukong and the others eagerly consented to Li Fan's suggestion, disregarding Vegeta, and flew toward the source of the 5 beams of light. Wait, damn it! Those foolish imbeciles. That is the Ginyu Force, Vegeta exclaimed in terror. The Ginyu Force, the strongest squad of Frieza's army, and their leader Ginyu was renowned as Frieza's most formidable subordinate. How could Kakarot and the others be so audacious? Instead of fleeing, they actively sought confrontation, truly a reckless bunch. With this thought, Vegeta immediately took off in another direction like a streak of light. Yes, he was genuinely intimidated by the Ginyu Force. They were simply too terrifying. Vegeta could not afford to provoke them. However, being unable to confront them did not mean he could not evade them. Therefore, Vegeta's only thought now was to survive. Just hold on until he acquires the Dragon Balls. And everything will be fine. Of course, Vegeta still harbored an obsession with the Dragon Balls. Little did he know, even if he found the Dragon Balls on Namek, they would be of no use to him. Meanwhile, boom, the 5 spacecrafts landed on the surface, instantly causing a series of explosions. Dust soared into the sky. Good heavens, these 5 spacecrafts created 5 massive craters upon impact. Clang, 5 oddly shaped extraterrestrial beings emerged. Captain, is this Namek? It feels devoid of significant life energy. The diminutive, good, queried Ginyu. Hmph. Since King Frieza summoned us, there must be a reason. Let us proceed, Ginyu stated, preparing to use his flight technique to soar into the distance. However, at that moment, Ginyu suddenly froze, halting his actions, for he noticed a group of individuals flying toward him. What is that? Raikem exclaimed in surprise upon spotting them. Could they be here to welcome us on behalf of King Frieza? Berta said innocently, "Oh, they don't appear to be so." Ginyu crossed his arms, speaking with a serious demeanor. Although their squad had a comical air about them, Ginyu was still Ginyu. He was quite adept at assessing situations. The approaching group consisted of Li Fan, Bulma, Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo. They landed not far from the Ginyu Force. Piccolo regarded the newcomers with a cold gaze. In the next moment, a hint of disdain flashed in Piccolo's eyes. He held no regard for these individuals. If it had been before his fusion, he might not have been their match. However, now his strength was on an entirely different level. Speaking of which, Li Fan. Are these the individuals in question? They appear utterly weak, Sun Wukong said helplessly. Initially, when Li Fan suggested they come here, he had wondered just how strong these individuals were, but now it seemed to be a tremendous letdown. Weak? Then let someone come forth and obliterate them with ease. Li Fan chuckled. Sun Wukong's power was likely even greater than in the original story at this point, hovering around 100,000 in battle power. Meanwhile, Ginyu of the Ginyu Force had a battle power of merely around 120,000. With a simple twofold Kaioken, Sun Wukong could easily crush Ginyu. Not to mention Piccolo, whose battle power had already reached 1,000,000. Who are you? Ginyu stepped forward and coldly inquired. Who are we? Why should you care? Li Fan stepped forward, responding coolly. Oh, so you're not here on behalf of King Frieza? Ginyu stated coldly. Just moments ago. He was wary that these individuals were sent by Frieza, but he never expected them to be so audacious. You, sir, seem rather hot-headed. Do you know who I am? Hearing this, Li Fan shrugged and replied coolly. Aren't you just Frieza's top lackey? What's so impressive about that? Upon hearing this, Jinyu's expression changed, and the members of the Ginyu Force were equally astonished. It had been ages since anyone other than Frieza dared to speak to Ginyu in such a manner. Today, Li Fan had committed a grave offense. Kid, do you know the consequences of speaking recklessly? Jinyu's face darkened. Oh, I truly do not know. What could it possibly be? Li Fan feigned ignorance. That would be death. Good, take him down. Ginyu commanded one of the shorter members behind him. Yes, Captain. Good responded, immediately flying forward to confront Li Fan. Given your arrogance, I am quite eager to see your battle prowess. Good declared, activating his power level detector. Chapter 27 Ding. Originally, Gudo was summoned by Ginyu to deal with Li Fan, and he was quite displeased. After all, it is well known that Gudo is considered the weakest member of the Ginyu Force. Had it not been for his extraordinarily terrifying ability, he would likely have been relegated to a mere bystander within Frieza's army. Thus, every time he was called upon to engage in battle, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet he found himself powerless to change his fate as the weakest link in the team. However, upon perceiving that Li Fan's combat power was a mere 5,000, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! I thought he was formidable, but it turns out he is just a pathetic weakling with a combat power of only 5,000. Oh, it seems Gudo is more than capable of handling this boastful brat. Upon hearing this, Ginyu nodded in agreement and stated, Is that so? Then let him come at you. Faced with this diminutive figure, Li Fan remained utterly unfazed, although Gudo possessed a unique ability to pause time. His combat power was simply too low to warrant such a talent. Even Krillin could easily crush him. Soon you'll know what true terror is, Gudo declared, extending his arms as a peculiar energy emanated from him. At that moment, Gudo finally made his move, charging fiercely toward Li Fan. While Li Fan stood still, a surge of energy began to coalesce in his hand. It appears Gudo might finally secure a victory this time. Lycum observed with a chuckle. Indeed, that kid. Both Jisoo and Bait chimed in, sharing a laugh. After all, within their squad, Gudo's track record was undoubtedly the most dismal. He typically only preyed on those with lesser combat power. But when faced with true warriors, he had no choice but to rely on his special ability to evade. Whoosh! Gudo's speed was relatively swift, and in the next instant he arrived in front of Li Fan. Preparing to inhale deeply to activate his time-stopping ability, but Li Fan merely smirked, lightning fast, directing his palm toward Gudo. Nanny, Gudo's eyes widened in shock. What in the world was happening? Unfortunately, he had no time to ponder as Li Fan's energy blast struck him. Boom! His form was instantly reduced to dust. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the members of the Ginyu Force collectively gasped in disbelief. What just transpired? Gudo is dead. Lycum inquired incredulously. Gulp. It seems so. Bait nodded instinctively. This was utterly shocking. No one had ever encountered such a situation. Although Gudo's combat power was indeed feeble, to be killed outright was something else entirely to know. That kid likely possesses the ability to manipulate combat power. We all fell for his trick? Ginyu seethed. While Gudo's combat power was indeed lacking, his demise meant that Jinyu's recently developed technique would be rendered imperfect. Damn it, our team's formation is now compromised. You three, attack together and crush that brat, Ginyu commanded fiercely. At this moment, it was clear that Ginyu was genuinely enraged. How dare someone kill his subordinate in front of him? Was he seeking death? Yes, Captain. Immediately, Lycum, Bait, and Jisa charged at Li Fan with great ferocity, quickly surrounding him. Say, Goku, do you think Li Fan will be all right? Bulma voiced her concerns upon witnessing the scene. After all, their opponents were three, while Li Fan was but one. A 3-on-1 scenario was inherently unfair. Don't worry, Bulma. Li Fan is incredibly strong. Son Goku replied confidently. Even he could sense the weakness of the Ginyu Force, let alone Li Fan. Kid, while this may feel like overkill, it is the captain's order, so you shall perish, Lycum declared, swinging his enormous fist toward Li Fan with great force. Simultaneously, Jisoo and Bait also made their moves. Almost instantaneously, the trio's attacks were about to descend upon Li Fan. Hmph! Li Fan let out a cold chuckle, and then the unimaginable occurred. With a swish, his figure vanished from sight like a phantom. He evaded all three attacks in one swift motion. Such speed. Seeing this, Ginyu furrowed his brows. Bang! 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 Yet in the next instant, the sound of 3 impacts rang out, but their figures were nowhere to be seen. All that could be heard were the anguished cries of Lycum, Bait, and Jisoo as they were hurled, one after another, into a mountainside. Nanny, how is this even possible? Jinyu's eyes widened, but that was not the end. Next, Li Fan's silhouette appeared in the sky, extending his hand toward the mountain. Boom! Boom! The very earth trembled, and the mountain was reduced to rubble. Jinyu's expression was one of sheer horror. This was a complete annihilation, an absolute massacre. Moreover, it was a simultaneous obliteration of 3 opponents. Chapter 28. You killed all my teammates? Jinyu's jaw dropped, as if a basketball could fit inside. Yes, and what of it? Li Fan shrugged nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Could it be that your true combat power is in the hundreds of thousands? Ginyu inquired tentatively. Humph. And what if it is? Li Fan proclaimed, crossing his arms proudly. He was well aware of Jinyu's intentions. This was no ordinary foe. In the original narrative, Son Goku was deceived by him and had his body forcibly swapped. However, knowing the plot, Li Fan would never grant Ginyu that opportunity. This is simply splendid. Upon hearing this, Ginyu laughed maniacally, leaving onlookers like Son Goku and Krillin feeling utterly bewildered. Was he truly mad? Despite Li Fan's superior combat power. Why was he laughing like a fool? Had he lost his mind? Poor child. Little did Son Goku and the others realize Jinyu's scheme. This is fantastic, simply fantastic. Come now, attack me. Give it your all, Ginyu urged Li Fan. At this point, Jinyu's objective was to have Li Fan unleash his full might upon his body, and once he was sufficiently battered, he would then switch bodies with Li Fan. This way, once the swap was complete, eliminating Li Fan would be a trivial matter. After all, his own body boasted a combat power of 12,000. Should Li Fan escape, it would be disastrous. Unfortunately for Ginyu, his well-laid plans met with Li Fan. A truly ruthless adversary. Damn it, I have never heard of such a request. Li Fan shrugged, exasperated. Nanny, is he truly not insane? Son Goku and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the existence of someone who would voluntarily request to be attacked. Such a notion was utterly unprecedented. Perhaps this was merely a quirk of their planet's culture. Son Goku attempted to rationalize. Since you insist on me pummeling you, I shall not hold back. With that, Li Fan assumed a battle stance. Ginyu, brimming with arrogance, spread his arms wide, signaling that he would not retaliate, inviting Li Fan to strike him with abandon in Jinyu's mind. While Li Fan's combat power was formidable, it was nowhere near the level of sheer terror. Thus, he believed that Li Fan's attacks could not obliterate his body, which boasted a maximum combat power of 120,000. Armed with this expectation, he dismissed the idea of countering and intended merely to exchange bodies with Li Fan. Alas, this was but Jinyu's wishful thinking. The reality was starkly different. Hmph, here I come. A fierce glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Ginyu and unleashing a powerful punch. The force of his blow was as unstoppable as a landslide. Bang! A powerful fist struck Jinyu's abdomen with immense force. Puff! Instantly, Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. Thud! In the next moment, Li Fan's fist surged forward like a relentless tide, brutally piercing through Jinyu's body. Ginyu never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. This was entirely contrary to the script he had envisioned. Damn it! Ginyu desperately wished to utter something. Yet the words became lodged in his throat, rendering him mute. Moreover, he could sense his life ebbing away at an alarming rate. My apologies. It seems I may have struck a bit too hard. Li Fan feigned embarrassment as he spoke. If Ginyu could still articulate his thoughts, he would be inclined to unleash a torrent of curses upon Li Fan. Next time? What nonsense! Did you not see that I am on the brink of death? This was your own request, so you cannot blame me. Upon finishing his words, Li Fan immediately retracted his arm. Bang! With a powerful kick, he sent Ginyu soaring high into the sky. Farewell, Ginyu. After saying this, an energy blast shot forth, pursuing Jinyu's figure. Boom! Boom! Following that, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, clouds of dust billowing in the air, while Jinyu's body was reduced to mere particles. As for Ginyu, Li Fan exhibited no mercy whatsoever. After all, this individual's body-swapping abilities posed a significant threat. Who knew what might happen if he were inadvertently swapped with someone? Moreover, those familiar with Dragon Ball Super would recall that during the events on Namek, even after being transformed into a frog, Ginyu did not perish. Ultimately, he reverted to human form, yet still managed to escape annihilation. However, Li Fan would not permit such circumstances to arise in his presence. Thus, the Ginyu Force met its demise shortly after arriving on Namek. Speaking of which, after Li Fan had executed all of this, Sun Wukong approached him. What do you wish to say? Li Fan inquired. Somewhat exasperated, wasn't that a bit too ruthless? Sun Wukong, being of a more benevolent nature, pondered, considering that these individuals had not committed any heinous acts in his eyes. You truly are something. Li Fan shook his head in response. Chapter 29 Crack. Above the cosmic battleship, Frieza crushed his wine glass in a fit of rage. The Ginyu Force had been completely obliterated, and now there was not a single lead regarding the Dragon Balls. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. It was only now that he realized his subordinates were nothing but incompetent fools. How utterly useless! Hmph, if that is the case, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. A cold glint flickered in Frieza's eyes as his fury reached a boiling point. The relentless slaughter of his subordinates was an affront to his authority. Although those individuals were indeed weak, their absence meant he would have to personally intervene in matters that ought to have been handled by them. This was an outright challenge to Frieza's supremacy. By the way, where is Dodoria? Frieza inquired of the alien beside him. He seems to be. Frieza's subordinates were equipped with power-level scouters, enabling them to ascertain each other's status or location. How did Frieza know that the Ginyu Force had perished? It was because they had completely lost communication. Dodoria, where are you? Frieza questioned through the communicator. Report, Lord Frieza. I have not located the Dragon Balls. But I have discovered Vegeta's whereabouts, Dodoria reported back. Vegeta, excellent. It seems I must take action personally. No Saiyan monkey should be allowed to exist in this world. Frieza was now exceedingly displeased. He had come to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Yet his subordinates were being slaughtered one after another. This infuriated him to no end. He was the mighty ruler of the universe. When had he ever endured such indignities? Without delay, Frieza sped towards Dodoria's location. In truth, Dodoria had been stealthily tracking Vegeta, aware of his victory over Zarbon. Thus he dared not confront Vegeta head-on. Whoosh! Vegeta moved with remarkable speed, but Dodoria was not far behind. Thus they traversed the skies, one in pursuit of the other. Until, whoosh, Dodoria suddenly realized that Vegeta's figure had vanished from his sight, and soon after he lost track of him entirely. What? Where did that guy go? Has he hidden himself? Contemplating this, Dodoria glanced down at the rocky terrain below. It was a distinct possibility. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly heard Vegeta's voice behind him. "Oh, is that you, Dodoria? What brings you here?" The sound of Vegeta's voice sent chills down Dodoria's spine. How could this be? What kind of speed was this? Dodoria spun around, only to find Vegeta staring coldly at him. At that moment, Dodoria felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Truly, he was facing a formidable opponent, one capable of defeating both Kuei and Zarbon. Presently, Dodoria did not believe he could contend with Vegeta. His only option was to stall for time until Frieza arrived to deal with him. "Ah, so it's you, Vegeta. I was just on my way to find you," Dodoria exclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Vegeta feigned curiosity. "Oh, looking for me? For what purpose?" "Haha, you're in the dark, Vegeta. I want to join forces with you to take down that fool Frieza." Dodoria's proclamation was so astonishing that Vegeta nearly thought he had misheard. "I say, Dodoria, are you joking? Aren't you Frieza's most loyal lapdog?" Although surprised, Vegeta harbored a deep disdain for such a turncoat and had no intention of letting Dodoria off easily. He merely wished to ascertain how far Dodoria intended to take this charade. "I've long been discontent with Frieza. I believe aligning with you is far more promising, don't you think?" Dodoria continued, addressing Vegeta. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Vegeta initially considered declining, but an intriguing thought suddenly crossed his mind. A grin spread across his face as he replied, "Very well, Dodoria. From this moment onward, let us join forces to take down that scoundrel Frieza." Upon hearing Vegeta's agreement, Dodoria was elated, and he resumed his tirade against Frieza. "You have no idea that Frieza, following him is a complete waste of our potential. That little brat thinks he's invincible." "Ha ha!" Dodoria continued to brazenly insult Frieza, attempting to buy time. Little did he know, Frieza had already appeared behind him without his knowledge. "Oh, Dodoria, are you serious about what you just said?" The moment Dodoria, who had been gleefully disparaging Frieza, heard this voice, the smile on his face began to freeze. How could Frieza arrive so swiftly? However, the pressing issue was not that. Dodoria immediately turned around, and indeed, Frieza stood behind him, wearing a sinister grin. Naturally, Frieza's smile was the most terrifying sight of all. Dodoria could feel death looming before him. Initially, he had merely intended to stall for time. Chapter 30 Lord Frieza. I only said that to buy some time, Dodoria explained, bowing respectfully before Frieza. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Frieza feigned an air of curiosity. "Indeed, Lord Frieza, I am utterly loyal to you. I implore you to see the truth." In that moment, Dodoria was willing to overlook everything else. All that mattered was convincing Frieza of his innocence. However, he had underestimated Frieza's ruthless nature. "Ho ho ho, so it seems you have made a contribution, Dodoria." Frieza chuckled. "I dare not. It is my honor to serve Lord Frieza." Dodoria's obsequious demeanor was so exaggerated that even Vegeta could hardly bear to watch. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The fact that Frieza had appeared indicated that Dodoria's fate was likely sealed. This was not good. I must find an opportunity to make my escape. Vegeta's eyes are darting wildly as he contemplates how to slip away. Hmph, what a pity. Bang! Frieza lets out a cold chuckle. And in the next moment, A beam of black energy pierces through Dodoria's body. King Frieza. Dodoria never anticipated that Frieza would resort to such lethal measures. I detest being called short. Therefore, Dodoria, you may perish. As soon as Frieza finishes speaking, Dodoria's body explodes. Hiss! Upon witnessing this, Vegeta involuntarily gasps in shock. Indeed, this is the terrifying power of the malevolent Emperor Frieza, to eliminate Dodoria with such ease. Hmph, Vegeta, we meet again. Frieza gazes at Vegeta with a sinister smile. However, the murderous intent in Frieza's eyes is unmistakable. In Frieza's view, it is always Vegeta who opposes him, even if it is not Vegeta's own hand at work. He must surely be the one orchestrating it. Frieza, do you think I, Vegeta, am truly afraid of you? Vegeta grits his teeth and retorts, while he lacks the confidence to challenge Frieza at the moment. It seems he has no opportunity to evade. Thus, he must take a gamble. Moreover, he feels somewhat confident. After all, his time away from Earth and the various battles have significantly enhanced his strength. If he were to transform into a great ape, perhaps he could overpower Frieza. This is the source of Vegeta's current confidence. Although his tail has been severed prior to arriving on Namek, Vegeta had already made ample preparations. He traveled to a more advanced planet and utilized its technology to regrow his tail in such a short time. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I never expected you to utter such words. How amusing. Frieza laughs heartily, as if he has heard the most ridiculous joke. So, Mr. Vegeta, allow me to witness the source of your power. Upon hearing this, Vegeta falls silent. Immediately, a white energy manifests in his palm. A man-made moon, a unique ability of his royal bloodline, capable of conjuring a moon from thin air. Haha, Frieza, as you wish. Let me show you the might of Super Vegeta. Ha! With a mighty shout, Vegeta strikes the energy upward with great force. A man-made moon now hangs in the sky. Without any hesitation, Vegeta fixates his gaze upon the artificial moon. Oh, could it be the transformation into a great ape? How intriguing, Frieza remarks darkly. He had long known of the Saiyan race's transformation capability, yet he does not believe that Vegeta's great ape form could defeat him. After all, his true combat power is measured in billions. Thump! Thump! Vegeta's eyes remain locked on the artificial moon, and soon his heart begins to race. His body undergoes a transformation. Roar! In an instant, a colossal ape appears before Frieza. Ha ha ha! This is becoming increasingly entertaining. The great ape transformation. Frieza smiles, yet there is no hint of fear in his eyes. Of course, with Vegeta's current strength, he is far from instilling any trepidation in Frieza, just as Vegeta undergoes his transformation. Li Fan and the others sense the change. What is that? Great ape transformation. Vegeta. Immediately, Goku and the others turn their attention to Li Fan. Li Fan, perhaps you should also remove your tail. Otherwise, if you see the moon, you too may transform into a great ape. At this, everyone gazes at Li Fan's tail coiled around his waist. In that moment, Li Fan feels a chill run down his spine. Never mind, you all go ahead. ILL follows shortly. Li Fan tells the group. Naturally, Li Fan is reluctant to part with his tail, but he cannot transform into a great ape, as he is not a high-ranking warrior. Thus, it is best for Goku and the others to proceed first. At worst, he can catch up later. Chapter 31 Boom. A colossal great ape roars, relentlessly pounding its chest, exuding ferocity. It seems capable of shaking the very mountains with every movement. This is Vegeta in his great ape form. At this moment, he feels a tenfold increase in power. He is brimming with confidence. However, while this great ape transformation indeed augments Vegeta's strength tenfold, he faces the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Frieza remains unfazed, arms crossed, displaying utter disdain. Roar! Seeing this, Vegeta's anger surges. How dare you remain so calm while I am in this form? Watch as I pulverize your chest with my fists. With that thought, Vegeta unleashes a powerful punch toward Frieza. The force behind this punch is immense, capable of shattering mountains with ease. Yet, despite the ferocity of Vegeta's strike, Frieza merely smirks and raises his hand. Bang! As the punch lands, an astonishing event unfolds. Frieza actually catches the enormous fist, one that surpasses his own size. Boom! Crack! The ground around Frieza begins to fracture, yet he remains utterly unmoved. What? Vegeta's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? Goku and the others, arriving on the scene, are equally astonished. What in the world is happening? Who is this little runt? How can he so effortlessly withstand the punch of a great ape? Humph, a wild monkey is just a wild monkey. What difference does it make if he transforms? Frieza scoffs, then suddenly increases the force of his grip. Bang! Vegeta's fist is forcefully repelled. My heavens, that guy possesses tremendous power. Goku exclaims in astonishment. Humph, with such abilities, I dare say I could match that, Piccolo remarks coldly, exuding arrogance. This is the difference in Piccolo's character from the original story. After defeating Goku, he has grown increasingly haughty. Piccolo, you shouldn't say that. If you hadn't fused with the Kaioshin, how could you possess such strength? Krillin interjects, unable to endure Piccolo's boasting any longer. With no choice, Krillin decides to interrupt Piccolo. Tisich, Piccolo scoffs disdainfully at this. Bang! After forcefully deflecting Vegeta's arm, Frieza's eyes gleam with a fierce light, and in a flash, he strikes Vegeta's chin with his fist. Bang! Vegeta is caught completely off guard. Even in his great ape form, he is still vulnerable. Boom! Frieza's punch is no ordinary blow. It sends the great ape Vegeta crashing into the ground. Vegeta's massive form slams down, resulting in devastation. Some mountains are utterly obliterated. Gulp! That's incredibly powerful, Krillin exclaims in shock. At that moment, Frieza glances toward the artificial moon, swiftly comprehending the situation. So it turns out that the wild monkey's great ape transformation indeed relies on the moon. What a pity, Frieza declares, then points his finger at the artificial moon, unleashing a beam of energy that obliterates it into dust. Hiss! In an instant, the great ape Vegeta reverts to his original form. Cough cough, this is impossible. How can your power be so overwhelming? Vegeta gasps, struggling for breath. At this moment he appears utterly disheveled, his face pale, blood trickling from his lips. Ha ha ha. I am the Cosmic Emperor. Vegeta, how foolish of you to provoke me. Therefore, you may now meet your demise, Frieza concludes, narrowing his eyes as he prepares to launch his final attack against Vegeta. Wait. However, at that very moment, a voice echoed through the air. Both Frieza and Vegeta were taken aback. Nanny, Kakarot, you rascal, Vegeta exclaimed upon spotting Goku and the others. Ho ho ho, it seems there are more wild monkeys here. Splendid, you can all die together. Frieza, unfazed by Goku's arrival, had anticipated this moment. After all, he had just become aware of a crucial fact. It was impossible for Vegeta alone to eliminate so many of his subordinates in such a brief span of time. Useless, Kakarot. No one can stand against Frieza. Even upon witnessing Goku's entrance, Vegeta spoke with a sense of despair, and of course, Goku paid no mind of Vegeta's lamentations. His sole concern was the villain Frieza. Swish, bang, in an instant, Goku appeared before Frieza. You wild monkey, why do you seem familiar? Frieza mused, resting his chin in contemplation as he regarded Goku. Chapter 32. I won't concern myself with the details, since you and Vegeta are allies. You both shall perish. With that, Frieza unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Goku. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goku's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Frieza's sudden attack. In a flash, he leaped into the air, narrowly evading the energy blast. Boom! The very spot where Goku had stood was left with a massive crater. You scoundrel! Die! Goku, outraged, had not anticipated Frieza's ambush. Ha! In the blink of an eye, Goku's figure lunged towards Frieza, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his head. Yet, Frieza merely smirked disdainfully at Goku's ferocious assault. Bang! At such close proximity, Frieza's eyes gleamed with malice. He tilted his head slightly, just managing to evade Goku's punch by a hair's breadth. Your speed is simply pathetic. A true punch should strike like this, Frieza taunted, and with that, a fist like a bolt of lightning crashed into Goku's abdomen. Nanny, who? Goku cried out in pain, and in the next moment his body was sent hurtling away. Boom! Ultimately, he crashed into a colossal meteorite in the distance. Hmph! Observing this, Frieza couldn't help but smirk. Then he raised his hand towards Goku's direction. Whoosh! An energy blast shot forth like a cannonball, enveloping Goku's location in a fiery explosion. Boom! Boom! The sounds of the blast reverberated, lingering in the air, while Goku's fate remained uncertain. Ho ho ho! Is he really that weak? I just want to know who else dares to challenge me. Frieza's confidence swelled. Goku! Krillin shouted, rushing towards Goku's last known position. Humph! Don't get too cocky. Let this Demon King deal with you. A voice rang out, successfully diverting Frieza's attention. Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo had appeared behind Frieza. You scoundrel! Are you that Namekian? Frieza gasped in surprise. Humph! And what of it? Piccolo remained aloof, his arms crossed over his chest. Haha! What a fortunate turn of events. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and you may yet save yourself. Frieza, realizing Piccolo might possess knowledge of the Dragon Balls, spoke menacingly. I'm sorry, but I know nothing of these Dragon Balls. All I know is that I intend to pummel you. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Piccolo surged forward, appearing before Frieza in an instant. Nanny, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly unprepared for the assault, of course, Piccolo would not afford Frieza a moment's respite. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Frieza's chest. This was no ordinary blow. After all, Piccolo's combat prowess now exceeded 1 million, while Frieza's current form barely reached 530,000. Whoosh! To Frieza's astonishment, his body began to move against his will, hurtling backward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Nanny! How could this be? Vegeta gaped in disbelief. He recalled that during his last visit to Earth, Frieza's strength had been considerably weaker. How could he now be sent flying by a single punch? Swish! Thud! Frieza's form was sent sprawling, leaving a long fissure in the ground as he skidded away. Cough! Cough! You Namekian, how can you possess such formidable power? Frieza gasped, struggling for breath. Not only was Frieza astounded, but the Grand Elder, hidden away, was equally perplexed. Who was this Namekian to wield such might? The Grand Elder couldn't recall ever encountering such a powerful warrior. So he decided to bide his time and observe. Moreover, since Piccolo had just sent Frieza flying, it suggested that this Namekian was indeed brimming with potential. At that moment, Li Fan and Bulma arrived at a vantage point to witness the battle unfold. However, they remained at a safe distance from Frieza and the others, not out of fear, but rather to avoid endangering Bulma. After all, that would be entirely counterproductive. It seemed Piccolo had more than enough skill to handle the situation without Li Fan's immediate intervention. Li Fan mused to himself that, of course, with his current strength, as long as Frieza didn't unleash his final transformation, he had no reason to fear him. Ah, splendid. You Namekian have successfully provoked my ire. In that case, prepare to witness the true extent of my power, Frieza declared ominously. Originally, Frieza had intended to spare Piccolo's life in exchange for the Dragon Balls, but given the current circumstances, it seemed he would have to eliminate this troublesome Namekian. Oh, is that so? So you have been hiding your true strength? Then by all means, unleash it. I grant you this opportunity, Piccolo boasted confidently, convinced that even if Frieza exerted his full power, he would remain the victor. Observing Piccolo's arrogance, Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. Humph, how delightful. You shall pay dearly for your hubris. Chapter 33, The Nanny. Frieza is still hiding his true power? At that moment, Goku, supported by Krillin, managed to rise to his feet. Surprised by this revelation, it must be noted that Frieza's previous blow had nearly incapacitated Goku. This was a stark deviation from the original tale. In the original, Goku had endured a body swap with Ginyu, leaving him battered and bruised, only to recover later in a healing chamber. Thanks to the Saiyan's innate ability to regain strength from injuries, Goku eventually reached a combat power of several million before facing Frieza. Yet now, Goku had barely mustered a combat power of around 100,000 without even using the Kaioken before facing Frieza's terrifying onslaught. Goku, quickly eat this, Krillin exclaimed, producing a senzu bean for Goku. This was one of their few remaining beans. And with Krillin's involvement, their consumption rate had increased significantly compared to the original story. This was now their last Senzu bean. Goku hesitated not for a moment, snatching the bean. Crunch, gulp, as he swallowed the Senzu bean. Goku felt his strength return to its zenith, his injuries disappearing entirely. I feel invigorated. My body is brimming with power. Goku marveled at his restored hands, while on the other side, Frieza had already commenced his transformation. Hmph, tremble before me, you wretches. Ha roar. In that instant, a fierce expression contorted Frieza's face. Immediately, he spread his arms wide. Whoosh, he soared into the air. Then dark, cold energy erupted from his being, creating a most eerie spectacle. Swish, 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 the black energy multiplied. And before long, it enveloped Frieza entirely, instilling a profound sense of terror. Nanny, this narrative seems awry. In the distance, Li Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, it appears Frieza is not merely transitioning to a second stage of transformation. Could it be? Suddenly, Li Fan's eyes widened as a realization struck him. Is it possible that Frieza was in his final form from the very beginning? At that moment, the black current surrounding Frieza raged uncontrollably, intermittently flashing with bolts of lightning. What an overwhelming and terrifying aura! Even the previously arrogant Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. This presence is truly formidable. Vegeta's face turned pale as he struggled to speak. Initially, he believed that the Namekian was assured of victory, yet he never anticipated that Frieza would unleash such a stage of transformation. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Rumbling, the ground trembled beneath the weight of this immense energy. As if it were undergoing a cataclysmic earthquake, the earth below began to crack inch by inch. Countless stones quaked violently. A chilling and terrifying pressure surged forth, causing Krillin, who had been observing, to drop to the ground in an instant. This force is too powerful. With his strength, he dared not entertain even a fleeting thought of resistance. How frightening. I thought my power was considerable, yet facing Frieza now, I feel as if I stand before the vast ocean. Son Goku exclaimed in shock. Swish, 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 in the sky. It appeared Frieza had completed all of his transformations. The black energy dissipated, revealing that Frieza had bypassed prior stages, directly entering his ultimate form. Frieza stood at the center of the void. His current form a stark contrast to the previous one. It was diminutive yet exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. Oh no, how could this creature be like this? The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene from afar, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, had Frieza not been struck by that Namekian? How could he have transformed so dramatically in an instant? Realizing this, the Grand Elder knew he could no longer stand idly by. Ha ha! Namekian, it has been a while. Behold my final form. Congratulations, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Therefore, as a reward, I shall leap past the preceding transformations to showcase the power of my ultimate form. As Frieza spoke, his eyes narrowed, fixating on the Piccolo below. Piccolo, too, felt a suffocating sense of dread, immobilized by the situation. This is absurd. The changes are too rapid. I was just boasting, and now everything is turned upside down. Die. Those words escaped Frieza's lips. Get out of the way. Piccolo. Son Goku attempted to intervene, but an energy blast had already consumed Piccolo's figure. Rumble. Rumble. Instantly, a massive mushroom cloud erupted from the spot where Piccolo had stood. The entire surface trembled violently. This is the power of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. He has successfully eliminated Piccolo. You wretch, perish! Son Goku was enraged. A powerful energy blast shot towards Frieza with great ferocity. Chapter 34 Hmph. You wild monkey, you haven't perished. How intriguing. Frieza, true to his nature, sensed the energy blast from Son Goku approaching and reacted instantly. Bang! The energy blast shot by Son Goku was effortlessly seized by Frieza. Nanny, how is this possible? Son Goku was stunned, having never encountered such a phenomenon. Boom! In the next instant, Frieza squinted, and with a mere squeeze, he crushed the energy blast in his hand. Humph, wild monkey, it is your turn to die. Death beam. Ha! After declaring this, Frieza extended his hand towards Son Goku. Bang! A black beam shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards Son Goku. Damn. Even the previously furious Son Goku could not help but curse at the sight. This is utterly unexpected. Damn it, Frieza gives no one a moment to react. Moreover, Frieza's attacks are frightfully swift. Son Goku had no choice but to activate the Kaioken in an instant. Kaioken, roar! Immediately, crimson energy surged forth, propelling Son Goku forward like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! Frieza's death beam narrowly missed him. Boom! Ultimately, it struck the ground with great force. The very surface of planet Namek was pierced by the beam. Hiss, what incredible penetrative power! Seeing this, Son Goku gasped in astonishment. He silently thanked his timely activation of the Kaioken for enhancing his speed. Otherwise, he might have met his end. However, did Frieza's assault cease there? No, it did not. At that moment, Frieza's voice echoed in Son Goku's ear. Saiyan, you have lost your focus. Hmph. Upon hearing this, Son Goku's expression changed drastically as he attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. A searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Frieza's fist had struck him with tremendous force. Hmph. A glint of malice flashed in Frieza's eyes, and then his fist radiated a blinding light. Whoosh! In an instant, a colossal surge of energy sent Son Goku flying. With no time to react, he was violently hurled into the distant mountains. The peak was soon engulfed in an explosion. Rumble! Rumble! The entire surface quaked. And the area where Son Goku had been was shrouded in billowing dust, obscuring all vision. No one could ascertain what had transpired within. Gulp! Krillin, hiding in the distance, swallowed hard at the sight. Damn, this Frieza is absurdly powerful. He longed to rush over and check on Son Goku, but the ferocity of Frieza's power rendered him paralyzed with fear. This creature is utterly merciless. Li Fan also came to his senses. He had not anticipated that this version of Frieza would be so ruthless, offering no respite to his opponents. He had effortlessly eliminated both Piccolo and Son Goku. Ha ha ha, you fools, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Now, I must ask, who else dares to challenge me? Who else? Frieza stood high in the sky, exuding an overwhelming air of arrogance. This is the character of the cosmic tyrant, cruel, cold, and merciless, even more vicious than depicted in the original work. It seems I cannot remain passive any longer. With this thought, Li Fan prepared to charge at Frieza. However, to his surprise, the Grand Elder appeared. This is going too far, Frieza. The Grand Elder addressed Frieza coldly. Oh, another Namekian? Ha ha ha. Are you here to meet your demise? Ha ha. Frieza, in a fit of arrogance, mocked the Grand Elder. Now he was firing on all cylinders. How could this Namekian possibly contend with him? Just look at the previous Namekian. Bang! Yet, just as Frieza reveled in his triumph, the Grand Elder's massive fist struck Frieza squarely in the face. Phew! This was something Frieza had never anticipated. The Grand Elder could be so unexpectedly formidable. Bang, bang, bang. With one successful strike, the Grand Elder did not grant Frieza a moment's respite. His various attacks came in rapid succession, each blow more powerful than the last. Gulp. Another Namekian? And one so strong. Vegeta was utterly astonished at this sight. Frieza had been unexpectedly overwhelmed by this suddenly appearing giant Namekian. This instilled in him a deep sense of trepidation. Fortunately, my arrival on this Namekian planet has not been marked by any malevolent deeds. Had I engaged in wrongdoing, encountering this colossal Namekian would have surely led to my demise. Alas, at this moment, Vegeta is engulfed in a profound sense of defeat. Chapter 35 has presented him with an overwhelming series of events. Too much for him to process all at once. In battles of this caliber, he feels utterly outmatched. He is now imbued with a sentiment akin to that of an ant. Reluctance, defiance. Yet he remains helpless. Such are the thoughts that occupy Vegeta's mind at present. Bang, bang, bang. The Grand Elder's assault continues unabated, while Frieza remains momentarily stunned. The Grand Elder relentlessly targets Frieza's head with his onslaught. In truth, the Grand Elder's current methods bear a resemblance to Frieza's earlier tactics. There is no mercy to be found. A sudden strike, catching him off guard. Frieza could never have anticipated that the very strategy he had just employed would now be turned against him. Bam! At last, the Grand Elder delivers a fierce kick, sending Frieza sprawling. Immediately thereafter, the Grand Elder extends his palm towards Frieza. Farewell, Frieza! Huh! An immense energy sphere coalesces within the Grand Elder's enormous hand. Whoosh! It then launches towards Frieza with the ferocity of a cannonball. Cough! You dare! Nanny, just as Frieza steadies himself and prepares to unleash a tirade, his eyes widen in disbelief. My goodness, what a colossal energy sphere! As Frieza contemplates his next move, the energy sphere obliterates his body. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupts. Boom! Boom! The entire Namekian planet trembles violently. The sound of the explosion reverberates throughout the heavens. Clouds of dust and thick smoke billow, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Have we succeeded? Cough! Cough! At this moment, Son Goku emerges from the ruins, bloodied and tattered. He is in a wretched state. This is the current condition of Son Goku. Witnessing this, Li Fan is taken aback. Has everything concluded without him even lifting a finger? It seems rather implausible. Moreover, the rejuvenated Grand Elder is unexpectedly formidable, far surpassing his expectations. Bang! Piccolo, too, rises from the debris in a similarly disheveled state. His form is severely compromised, yet fortunately he possesses the ability to regenerate lost limbs. Otherwise, he might have met his end moments ago. Splendid, Li Fan. Under these circumstances, you need not intervene anymore. We are safe. Haha! Bulma exclaims excitedly, linking her arm with Li Fan's. Truth be told, while it appears favorable, Li Fan harbors an unsettling feeling. Namely, that he has yet to make his move. Although the current situation indeed looks promising, presumably, Li Fan nods in agreement. Subsequently, his attention shifts back to the direction of Frieza's explosion. He knows the narrative well and cannot shake the feeling that Frieza will not simply fade away. Despite the Grand Elder's prior assault being undeniably powerful, however, one must consider that the Grand Elder's combat strength likely hovers around 1 million, while Frieza's final form boasts a staggering combat power of over 100 million. This should be the end. Suddenly, the Grand Elder sighs. Just as everyone believes all has concluded, a terrifying voice emerges from the smoke. Death Beam! Nanny! Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's previously relaxed demeanor shifts dramatically, and a black energy beam hurtles towards him at an astonishing speed. The Grand Elder attempts to evade, but is far too late. Bang! Thud! The black beam pierces through the Grand Elder's chest. Gasp! The Grand Elder cries out in agony, plummeting downwards. Nanny, how is this possible? Is that creature monster? Everyone is left in shock. They never anticipated that Frieza's vitality would be so resilient, surviving an explosion of that magnitude. As the dust settles, Frieza's figure emerges, instilling fear in all who behold him. This is utterly inconceivable. Aside from a few streaks of blood, Frieza appears largely unharmed. You Namekian, very well. Prepare to die? In an instant, Frieza hurls an energy sphere towards the Grand Elder. Haha! It appears that I, the king, am simply too powerful. Who else dares to challenge me? Frieza resumes his previous arrogant demeanor. Swish! Bang! At that moment, a figure materializes behind Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his head without warning. Seizing the opportunity, bang! Frieza is struck once more, his head buzzing from the impact. The assailant is none other than Li Fan. He knows he can no longer afford to wait. Moreover, having arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he has learned a crucial lesson. The art of ambush. Indeed, the art of ambush. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Fan unleashes a flurry of relentless strikes upon Frieza's head, each punch infused with all his might. He aims to prevent Frieza from mounting a response. Bang! 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 And indeed, Frieza is momentarily stunned. Now he is seething with rage. What is this? Is it now fashionable to hammer one's head without provocation? Chapter 36, What the hell? If not now, then when? Roar! Son Goku, in great pain, rises to his feet and sees Li Fan relentlessly pummeling Frieza's head. Ignoring his injuries, Son Goku clenches his fists. Whoosh! A tempestuous wind sweeps by. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of energy emanates from Son Goku. Bang! His ki surges dramatically. The very air around him trembles violently. Originally observing Li Fan's assault on Frieza, Vegeta's expression shifts dramatically. Nanny, whose ki is this? Kakarote's. Why? At this moment, Vegeta can only lament. Who the hell am I? Where am I? Where am I going? The actions of Son Goku and Li Fan leave him, the prince of all Saiyans, feeling utterly humiliated. I am a proud Saiyan prince. Do I not possess any dignity? Goku can still unleash such formidable power. At this juncture, Krillin is filled with excitement. Tenfold Kaioken, roar! Instantly, Son Goku's energy reaches its zenith. After depleting so much energy previously, this form of the tenfold Kaioken is the ultimate manifestation. One could say that Son Goku now appears with bulging veins and a fierce countenance. Damn it, you think you can ambush me? Son Goku is furious. Frieza's penchant for constant ambushes has ignited his wrath. Now he disregards everything else and joins Li Fan in mercilessly beating Frieza. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, while Li Fan is fervently hammering Frieza's head, Goku charges in. He unleashes a barrage of attacks upon Frieza's body. Rat-a-tat-tat! I will end you! Bang! 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 With the tenfold Kaioken, Son Goku's combat power has surged to 30 million, far surpassing Li Fan. Of course, this is already the limit of Son Goku's current capabilities. He cannot maintain this for long. Nevertheless, at this moment, Son Goku shows no signs of restraint. Every punch connects with full force. Ah, you too! After a prolonged assault, the duo shows no signs of stopping. Yet at this point, Frieza begins to regain his composure. After all, even though they are targeting Frieza's vital points, his combat strength remains significantly superior. The earlier onslaught was merely a momentary lapse in reaction. However, the situation has now changed. Bang! You two wild monkeys. Get the hell away from me! Roar! Suddenly, Frieza's eyes widened, and a sphere of black energy formed around him. At the same time, it erupted outward from Frieza's center. My goodness! Seeing the imminent danger, Li Fan immediately attempted to evade. However, the speed of the energy fluctuation was simply too swift, leaving him no opportunity to escape. This is bad. Son Wukong's eyes also widened in an instant. Rumble! Almost simultaneously, both were violently hurled away by the energy. Whoosh! You two rascals await my revenge. Ha! Frieza immediately set his sights on Li Fan. How dare you assault me? Just wait until I make you pay. Frieza's malice was palpable. Li Fan sensed the peril. Damn it. It wasn't just me who attacked. Why am I the target? Regardless, I possess infinite regeneration. Am I to fear you? With that thought, Li Fan surprisingly astonished Frieza. He charged fiercely towards him. Very well. Wild monkey. Die. Death beam. Bang. In an instant, a black, penetrating energy shot forth from the tip of Frieza's finger, aimed directly at Li Fan. You think I fear you? Kamehameha. Ha! Realizing the peril, Li Fan extended his palm, and instantly, a white energy sphere formed in his hand, facing Frieza's death beam. Bang! Hiss! Unfortunately, Li Fan still underestimated the penetrating power of Frieza's death beam. It was far too strong, and the energy he unleashed was directly pierced through. Thud! At that moment, the death beam pierced right through Li Fan's chest. Ah! Li Fan's face turned pale, and a wave of pain washed over him. Damn it! Even with a body that possesses infinite regeneration, I cannot escape this agony. Hmph! Wild monkey, you can die. After Frieza finished speaking, another energy blast followed, forcefully slamming Li Fan to the ground. Ultimately, a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, engulfing Li Fan in the explosion. Li Fan. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong reacted and attempted to check on Li Fan. However, Frieza did not grant him that opportunity. How to put it? The king is extremely furious. The consequences are dire. Ha ha ha. Wild monkey, do not worry about him. He is already finished, and soon you shall meet him in hell. Ha ha ha. With that, a fierce glint flashed in Frieza's eyes. Chapter 37. Damn you, go down too. Ha. As Frieza concluded. He threw a punch, He had unleashed half of his energy for this blow, nearly 60 million in combat power. At this moment, with the Kaioken boost, Sun Wukong's power was merely around 30 million. Thus, he could not withstand this punch. Bang! The punch struck heavily against Sun Wukong's abdomen. Pooh! Instantly, Sun Wukong's complexion turned pale. After all, Frieza's punch was anything but gentle. In the next moment, Sun Wukong lost control of his body, hurtling backward. Ha ha ha! A wild monkey is still just a wild monkey. It turns out you're not so impressive after all. If that's the case, you can die too, Frieza said darkly. He then extended his palm towards the direction Sun Wukong was flying. A sphere of black energy rapidly gathered in Frieza's hand. Clearly, he did not wish to give Sun Wukong a moment to breathe. Zzz. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning crackled around his energy blast, and the menace of this energy even made the surrounding air feel corrosive. It was evident just how terrifying the energy concealed within his blast was. Hmph! Wild monkey, perish! Frieza's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Bang! In an instant, the black energy blast shot towards Sun Wukong's retreating form. Whoosh! 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 It resembled cannonballs hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. Nanny! Moments later, Sun Wukong's body was engulfed in the explosion. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of the explosion was deafening, echoing through the heavens, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled. This was the fury of Frieza unleashed. He had no time for games now. All he desired was to obliterate those he found displeasing. Nothing more. As for the Dragon Balls and other trivial matters, Frieza's focus was utterly elsewhere. Meanwhile, Li Fan, who had just been engulfed in the explosion, found himself in dire straits. At this moment, his body was mangled beyond recognition, and he felt as though his very being was slipping away from him. Crack! Crack! From top to bottom, it felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. His body was on the verge of disintegration. The previous excruciating pain had gradually faded to mere numbness. In this moment, Li Fan truly experienced what real suffering entailed, what it meant for one's bones to break. Yet, despite this, his physique was extraordinarily formidable. Under normal circumstances, one in Li Fan's condition would have undoubtedly perished, or at the very least, would be rendered incapable of fighting again. However, in Li Fan's case, it was entirely different. His wounds healed at an astonishing rate. His body was undergoing regeneration, a terrifying process that required only a single cell to initiate infinite rebirth. Simultaneously, his body, having teetered on the brink of collapse, began to restore itself. In this moment, Li Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A Saiyan's near-death revival, recovery from severe injuries, resulted in a dramatic increase in battle power. Meanwhile, Frieza remained oblivious to Li Fan's transformation. He believed himself to be utterly invincible. In Frieza's eyes, he was the very center of the battlefield, and no one was his match. His arrogance reached new heights. I must ask everyone present, is there anyone who dares to challenge me? If not, then I see no reason for this planet to exist. Ha ha ha! Frieza laughed boisterously. Gulp? What to do, Li Fan, where are you? Are you all right? At this moment, Bulma, who was far away, heard Frieza's voice, yet her combat power was only around 10,000, making her no match for Frieza. Therefore, she desperately wished to see Li Fan. She still believed in him. However, knowing Li Fan had been engulfed in the explosion brought her to tears. Meanwhile, Krillin could only cower in a corner, trembling. There was no way. Frieza was simply too terrifying. He could not intervene, and if he did, he would be swiftly eliminated. It's over, it's over. It seems Prince Vegeta will perish here today. Vegeta's face was ashen, filled with dread. He deeply regretted coming to Namek. Had he known, he would have stayed away, ensuring his survival. Yet now, he was utterly powerless, merely a spectator to their battle, enduring the agony. Frieza, do not forget, I am still here. A voice rang out, causing Frieza to furrow his brow. Turning around, he saw the Grand Elder, whom he had knocked down, had reappeared behind him. Ha ha ha! You are still alive? Chapter 38. Indeed, the Grand Elder was not dead. After all, Frieza's previous attack had not harmed any vital areas of the Grand Elder. The Namekians possess the ability to regenerate as long as their core remains unharmed. They can revive. Of course, this regenerative ability comes at a significant cost to their stamina. At this moment, the Grand Elder's complexion was still somewhat poor. Nonetheless, he needed to step forward and confront Frieza. There was no other choice. He is the leader of the Namekian race. Frieza, I advise you not to overstep your bounds, the Grand Elder implored Frieza, hoping that he might choose to depart of his own accord. However, such a notion was utterly unfathomable for Frieza, for he is the tyrant of the cosmos. Ha ha ha. Namekian, have you lost your mind to utter such foolishness? It is truly laughable. If that is the case, then I shall ensure your demise without delay. Huh. Upon finishing his words, a fierce glint flashed in Frieza's eyes, and his form surged forward with astonishing speed, appearing before the Grand Elder in an instant. Bang! A heavy punch was unleashed. Yet at that moment, the Grand Elder managed to react. Bang! Remarkably, he caught Frieza's fist. Hmph! Not too shabby, Namekian. Alas! In the blink of an eye, Frieza's assault was as swift as lightning. And before the Grand Elder could fully comprehend the situation, Frieza's fist had struck him forcefully in the abdomen. Pew! The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. The blow nearly left him bewildered. However, Frieza was not one to conclude matters so easily. The next instant, a fierce kick landed upon the Grand Elder's form. Goodness! While Frieza and the Grand Elder appear to be vastly different in stature, it was astonishing how Frieza's petite frame concealed such terrifying power. With a single kick, he sent the massive Grand Elder hurtling through the air. Bang! Bang! Rumble! The Grand Elder's body crashed through several mountain peaks before finally coming to rest in a heap of rubble. Ha ha! In an instant, Frieza unleashed his royal combat technique, firing dozens of energy blasts towards the Grand Elder's direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The energy blast showered down upon the Grand Elder and his surroundings like a meteor storm. Before long, they struck him relentlessly. Rumble! Rumble! Subsequently, the area surrounding the Grand Elder was entirely engulfed in explosions. Dust and debris surged into the air, obscuring any view of the Grand Elder's current state. Of course, in Frieza's eyes, the Grand Elder ought to be dead. After all those who oppose Frieza must perish. Such is Frieza's principle. Ha! Individuals of your ilk, no matter how many there are but trifles in my sight. For I am Frieza. Before he could finish his taunt, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowed, and his eyes widened in fury. Swish! Ah! A painful sensation radiated from his tail. In the next moment, Frieza witnessed something utterly shocking. Crack! His tail had inexplicably fallen limply to the ground. Ah! My tail! Who did this? Frieza shouted in a frenzy. In that moment, he resembled a roaring lion, filled with a desire to annihilate everyone upon turning around. He found the very being he had just sent flying and bombarded. Logically, this creature should have perished, yet you are still alive. How could you have survived? And, while I was distracted, you sever my tail? Frieza gritted his teeth, his rage palpable in his eyes. Opposite Frieza stood Li Fan. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza reveled in his triumph, Li Fan had stealthily approached from behind. He executed a formidable technique he had learned from Krillin during their journey to Namek, the Keyblade. This technique was immensely powerful, possessing a terrifying cutting ability. Thus, during their travels, Li Fan had decisively learned this technique from Krillin, recognizing its potential for surprise attacks. After all, in the original tale, Krillin had once used this move to sever Frieza's tail. However, in this timeline, it seemed Krillin had not been afforded such an opportunity. Thus, it fell to Li Fan to act. With the Keyblade, he effortlessly severed Frieza's tail. Ha! So, how's it feel, Frieza? Not so pleasant. Is it? Li Fan chuckled, arms crossed, already sensing that he was on the verge of transcending into a Super Saiyan. Of course, this sensation did not stem from an unrestrained fury or pure malevolence. Rather, it arose from a culmination of his combat prowess, culminating in this very moment. Throughout this period, he had come to deeply understand this principle. This was also why the Saiyans of Universe 6 could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyans. They remained unaware of the transformation's existence. honing their combat abilities to unprecedented heights, starting at least from 10 million. With this thought, a smile crept across Li Fan's lips. Frieza, have you heard of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan? Chapter 39. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, you certainly enjoy boasting, Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Frieza erupted into laughter. Although his ancestors had indeed warned their descendants to be wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans, over the years, Saiyans had merely become akin to dogs for their frozen demon race. A Super Saiyan? Such a notion was utterly non-existent. Naturally, Frieza paid no heed to this matter, but the remark caught the attention of Vegeta. A Super Saiyan? Could it be? No, it's impossible. Only I, Vegeta, am worthy of becoming a Super Saiyan. How could such a lowly subordinate warrior like him possibly achieve that? Vegeta's expression darkened, for he had begun to entertain the possibility. Yet his pride and self-esteem forbade him from accepting it. Throughout his life, he had believed himself to be the most potential-laden Saiyan. However, since arriving on Earth, everything had changed. The lowly warrior he had always dismissed had grown to such a terrifying extent, far surpassing him. The so-called Saiyan genius, Saiyan monkey, if you have the ability, then transform. Ha ha! You cannot, can you? Frieza placed his hands on his hips, mockingly Fan, seemingly forgetting the pain from the severed tail. As you wish, Li Fan declared, clenching his fists. Truthfully, he himself held little confidence, only hoping that his calculations were accurate. Moreover, having recently revived from the brink of death, his combat power now stood at around 20 million. The stars had aligned perfectly for this moment. Success hinged on this very attempt. Ha! With a mighty roar, Li Fan clenched his fists, gradually channeling his energy to his back. This was the method by which the Saiyans of Universe 6 transformed into Super Saiyans. What are you doing? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. It appears there is no visible change. Has this wild monkey gone mad? Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Son Goku also emerged cautiously to witness the scene. A Super Saiyan? I too wish to behold this. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with fervor. Yet he was gravely injured, lacking the strength to rise. He must succeed. Li Fan, from afar, Bulma, silently prayed for him. Nearly all attention was fixated on Li Fan, eager to witness his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Hiss! As Li Fan shifted his energy, he began to experience an unprecedented sensation. It felt as if his body was on the brink of a qualitative change. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the air around Li Fan began to swirl violently. No longer the calm it had once been. He could sense that he was at a critical juncture, merely a step away from becoming a Super Saiyan. Just a bit further, grant me this transformation. Roar! With a powerful shout, Li Fan intensified the transfer of his energy. At that moment, his visage contorted in ferocity, veins bulging across his body. Rumble! As Li Fan dramatically increased his energy output. The heavens and earth were thrown into turmoil. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The air around him grew oppressively heavy. Rumble! Rumble! Furthermore, bolts of lightning cascaded violently from the dark clouds, striking the ground and mountains, leaving chaos in their wake. Gulp? Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? How terrifying! Upon witnessing this, Krillin's mouth gaped wide open, as if he could fit a basketball inside. To be honest, during this visit to Namek, Krillin felt utterly like a mere bystander. However, there was a silver lining. Thanks to Li Fan's involvement, the fate of Krillin being slain by Frieza, which would have led to Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, was indirectly altered. Roar! At this moment, Li Fan was enveloped in a golden radiance. Accompanied by his beast-like roar, the golden aura surrounding him surged skyward. It blazed like a raging fire, swirling around him with ferocity. Li Fan's pupils transformed into a vibrant green, and his hair turned a brilliant gold. Holy moly! A golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyan, Super Saiyan. At this sight, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Nanny, is this truly a Super Saiyan? How utterly terrifying! Vegeta, equally astonished, gazed at Li Fan soaring above, completely awestruck by the transformed Li Fan, momentarily forgetting his proud dignity as the Prince of Saiyans. The sheer power was overwhelming. Merely the aura emanating from Li Fan induced a sensation of suffocation. Goku observed this with increasing fervor. He too yearned for power. He too wished to become a Super Saiyan. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? I can hardly contain my excitement. This is simply magnificent. Gazing at his own hands, Li Fan felt an immense surge of strength coursing through him. It was as if with a mere snap of his fingers, he could obliterate an entire planet. Chapter 40. Rumble. On the horizon, dark clouds churned ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Beneath the stormy sky, two figures stood in opposition, Frieza and Li Fan. At this moment, Frieza's demeanor was as grim as ever. He had never anticipated that the warnings passed down through the generations of their frozen demon lineage, urging caution against the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans, would manifest right before his eyes. This was inconceivable. I refuse to believe it. You've merely changed color. What is so remarkable about that? Frieza scoffed. Let it be known that my ultimate combat power is 120 million. Do you think I could ever be intimidated by a wild monkey like you? It was evident that Frieza was spiraling into panic. Although he feigned bravado, a flicker of trepidation flickered in his heart. Enough of this nonsense, Frieza. Come, let me show you the true power of a Super Saiyan. Li Fan declared with pride, gazing at Frieza with a smirk. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Li Fan realized how fiercely combative this form was. He felt an irresistible urge for battle surging within him. Seek your demise. At this point, Frieza's eyes gleamed with determination, and he lunged at Li Fan with the swiftness of a specter. Whoosh! Li Fan moved as well. His speed was akin to lightning, eluding detection. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided with tremendous force. Bang! In this clash, Li Fan narrowly evaded Frieza's punch, countering with a forceful strike to Frieza's face. The impact of Li Fan's fist contorted Frieza's features. Spurt! Frieza's eyes widened as excruciating pain radiated from his face. At that moment, Li Fan flashed a wicked grin. Bang! He followed up with a brutal kick to Frieza's abdomen. Instantly, Frieza's body was propelled downward like a bullet from a gun. Bang! 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 Frieza crashed through several mountain peaks. Rumble! Ultimately, he was buried beneath a pile of rubble, dust clouds billowing around him. Hiss! Witnessing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. What is this? Is this what a Super Saiyan is? The power seems excessively formidable. After a brief moment, as the dust settled around Frieza's location, coughs echoed from the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Frieza's harsh coughing broke the silence. Of course, Li Fan had the capacity to eliminate Frieza entirely. Yet he refrained. He was simply too eager for a fight. Thus, Frieza became nothing more than Li Fan's punching bag. Whoosh! In the next instant, Frieza charged forth again, returning to face Li Fan. Cough, cough, you wild monkey! Frieza snarled, his visage twisted with fury. Now he was covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. Crucially, he had never endured such humiliation since his inception. Hence, Frieza was now a tempest of rage. What now, Frieza? What do you wish to say? Li Fan inquired with amusement, his disdain unmistakable. You bastard! I will kill you! Huh! Frieza was now thoroughly enraged, charging at Li Fan with reckless abandon. The two figures soon collided again, with Frieza unleashing every attack in his arsenal. His speed escalated, each punch landing heavier than the last. Tap, 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 bang, bang. The air around them vibrated violently, and the energy generated spread for miles. Mountains thousands of miles away were flattened by the ferocious aftershocks. Gulp! How terrifying! This was the shared sentiment of everyone below. They had never witnessed such devastating aftermath from a battle. Today they were indeed confronted with sheer terror. However, the reality was that Li Fan consistently maintained the upper hand over Frieza. No matter the attack Frieza unleashed, no matter how potent his strength, Li Fan managed to counter each one, retaliating with even greater force. Frieza could only groan in despair. With every clash, he felt as though his arms were on the verge of breaking. This fellow is undoubtedly a monster. How terrifying. For the first time since his rise to power, Frieza was struck by such a thought. Meanwhile, Li Fan reveled in the thrill of battle. Frieza was the perfect target for him. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he found himself in dire need of an opponent like Frieza. Thus, Li Fan felt an exhilarating rush. Since his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat power had skyrocketed to a staggering figure: 1 billion. This level of power could easily overwhelm even the future androids 17 and 18, and Li Fan achieved this remarkable figure on his very first transformation. Bang! At this juncture, Li Fan seized a moment of vulnerability in Frieza's defense and landed a punch squarely in Frieza's abdomen. Spurt! Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. What is this power? My heart. My lungs. Chapter 41. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A body, akin to a bullet exiting a chamber, plummeted violently from the heavens. The force of its descent sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. Boom! Ultimately, this body crashed into the ground, creating a cacophonous crack. The surface beneath fractured and splintered. This unfortunate individual was Frieza. Struck down, he lay immobilized within the earth. How powerful! This was the collective thought of everyone present, with Vegeta undoubtedly the most astounded. Damn it, is this truly the mighty Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe? How has he been reduced to this state? TSK, TSK, TSK. But at this moment, Vegeta had completely forgotten his identity as the Prince of Saiyans. Fully immersed in the spectacle, it was as if everything that transpired was his doing. Frieza had become nothing more than a beaten dog. Thus, Vegeta was utterly elated. Damn it, even you, Frieza, have met your match. This is splendid. Li Fan's victory seemed assured. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Cough, cough, cough. Yet before long, Frieza, resembling an indestructible cockroach, rose once more. Bang! Li Fan landed nearby, arms crossed, observing Frieza with amusement. He was contemplating how best to deal with Frieza now. I believe, Frieza, it's time for you to perish, Li Fan declared, raising his hand towards Frieza. To him, Frieza had exhausted all avenues for survival. Moreover, with Frieza's level of combat power, it truly falls short of captivating Li Fan's attention. Thus, such a perilous individual, who serves no purpose, would be better off dead. No, no, my lord, I concede. Thud! A shocking turn of events unfolded before everyone's eyes. The formidable Frieza actually knelt before Li Fan. What on earth? Frieza, what the hell are you trying to pull? Li Fan was taken aback. Seriously, the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza is so spineless. He begged for mercy just like that. This seems rather inconsistent with the original storyline. Doesn't it? What? This is Frieza. At this moment, Vegeta's lips twitched incessantly, and he rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be mistaken. After all, it was utterly inconceivable for someone of Frieza's caliber to act in such a manner. My lord, I now recognize your might. I beseech you to spare me. I shall never dare to confront you again. Bang, bang, bang. Upon saying this, Frieza sincerely bowed his head before Li Fan. My goodness, at this sight, Li Fan felt utterly speechless. Damn it, the world I have entered is a false Dragon Ball realm. Isn't it? If so, then... Instantly, Li Fan rested his chin on his hand and spoke. Regrettably, Li Fan ultimately did not perceive the murderous intent flickering in Frieza's eyes. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Frieza suddenly lifted his head, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. Death beam. Huh. Almost simultaneously, Frieza's voice and action were executed. Look out. Be careful. Sun Wukong and the others cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, the distance between Frieza and Li Fan was not great. Combined with the unexpected nature of Frieza's attack, it was utterly impossible for Li Fan to react in time. Bang! The penetrating power of the death beam was terrifying, especially when it struck a living being. Bang! Thud! In an instant, Li Fan's chest was pierced through by Frieza's death beam. What? Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had underestimated Frieza's treachery. At that moment, Li Fan truly felt a chilling sensation. Ha ha! Wild monkey, did you not expect this? This is what we call deception in warfare. Dare to oppose me, Frieza? This is your fate. Frieza laughed wickedly, having succeeded in his scheme. What? Li Fan, the onlookers were filled with concern. Damn it, this Frieza is indeed a cunning mastermind. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? It's a pity there are no Senzu beans left. Cough, cough, otherwise I would have beaten him to a pulp. Sun Wukong exclaimed in anger. Just when everyone thought Li Fan was finished, an unbelievable event transpired. Frieza's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by sheer terror. What kind of monster are you? Frieza finally felt fear, unable to believe his eyes. Rubbed them vigorously, thinking he must be losing his sanity. However, after a moment, Frieza realized that what he saw was entirely real. Li Fan's wound was actually healing itself. What the heck? What is there to fight? An indestructible monster. Did I misjudge? Li Fan's body was indeed capable of self-healing, and he appeared unaffected. Sun Wukong's mouth dropped wide open, unable to contain his astonishment. Of course, Krillin and the others wore similar expressions. This plot truly loves to twist and turn repeatedly. Now they were beginning to doubt the evidence of their own eyes. After Li Fan's body healed itself, he returned to his normal state. However, correspondingly, he felt his normal power had increased. Hiss! Feeling the surging energy within, Li Fan inhaled deeply. This sensation is utterly delightful. Frieza, witnessing this scene, was trembling uncontrollably. Without a doubt, Frieza was petrified that no, he was simply so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Chapter 42. If that is the case, then let us transform into a Super Saiyan once more. Roar! In an instant, Li Fan clenched his fists, gathering his energy to his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, sand and dust swirled around Li Fan. An overwhelming, regal aura emanated from him. At that instant, it felt as though the entire space had come to a standstill, leaving only Li Fan, who was undergoing his transformation. With the energy coalescing, Li Fan's transformation was seamless and effortless. Boom! Subsequently, a golden blaze enveloped Li Fan, brilliant golden light. Invincible. With the experience of transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time, Li Fan found the second transformation even more effortless. This aura, stronger than before. Is this still human? Sun Wukong and the others were completely awestruck. This was the most terrifying spectacle they had ever experienced in their lives. No exception. Indeed, after becoming a Super Saiyan, he was stronger than before. Feeling the surging energy coursing through his body, Li Fan nodded confidently. Although it wasn't as significant an enhancement as the first time when he was annihilated and resurrected, it was still quite impressive. As for Frieza, merely a trivial being. At this moment, Frieza's eyes were filled with increasing terror. Ever since his debut, he had always bullied others. He never expected that this time on Namek he would learn what it meant to be ruthlessly beaten. You wild monkey! Frieza stood up, intending to say something more, but unexpectedly, in the next moment, Li Fan's figure appeared before Frieza like a specter. Slap. Immediately, Li Fan seized Frieza by the head and lifted him. Bang! Then another fist collided forcefully with Frieza's head. Almost Li Fan's fist was about to sink into Frieza's skull. At this moment, Frieza was utterly dazed. If Frieza were to regain his senses, he would surely weep. Damn it! What kind of world is this? Why is it that everyone is so quick to strike, whether it be the face or the head? Are today's youth so hot-tempered? Bang! In the next moment, Li Fan delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's abdomen, the motion resembling a soccer kick. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, Frieza's body was violently sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through several mountain peaks before coming to a halt. Ha ha. This sensation is simply exhilarating. Li Fan laughed heartily. Since crossing over, this was the first time he felt such excitement. Without a system by his side, I am still a formidable figure. Li Fan thought proudly. Rumble. However, the next moment, the sound of an explosion in the distance caught Li Fan's attention. As he glanced over, he saw the area where Frieza had just been engulfed in smoke and dust. A figure leaped in the sky like a firecracker. It was none other than Frieza. Li Fan did not expect that this fellow could withstand such a beating. Cough, cough, cough. Wild monkey, I must say you are quite impressive, but do you think that this means you can kill me? Frieza said cruelly. At that moment, he raised one hand. A colossal energy sphere was forming in his grasp. Seeing this, Li Fan felt somewhat helpless. What does Frieza plan to destroy the entire planet since he cannot defeat me? And indeed, that was his plan. Frieza understood that Saiyans could not survive in a vacuum, whereas his race, the Frost Demons, could thrive in such an environment. Since I cannot defeat you, I shall annihilate you along with the entire planet. This was Frieza's scheme. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the energy sphere above Frieza had grown into a monstrous entity. It was roughly 1/10 the size of the planet. If this object were to strike the planet, it would undoubtedly be reduced to cosmic dust. However, would Li Fan truly allow him to have his way? The answer was a resounding no. Planet destruction sphere? Ha! At this moment, a fierce glint flickered in Frieza's eyes as he bellowed. Immediately, the colossal energy sphere above him descended towards the planet. Frieza looked on with great satisfaction at the unfolding scene. Become cosmic dust, Super Saiyan. In Frieza's eyes, Li Fan was doomed, and so was this entire planet. This was the fate of opposing him, the Emperor of the Universe. This is terrible. Li Fan, you must hold on. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong uttered helplessly. Although he longed to intervene, reality dictated that it was utterly impossible. Li Fan. Bulma also beheld the colossal energy sphere, yet there was little she could do at that moment. The only thing left for her was to place her faith in Li Fan, praying that he could resolve this crisis. Chapter 43. Above planet Namekian, an immensely vast energy sphere was advancing relentlessly, capable of obliterating all in its path, containing enough power to annihilate an entire planet. This was Frieza's final ultimatum. In this critical moment, Li Fan understood that he absolutely could not allow this energy sphere to descend upon the planet, while he could escape via instant transmission. The fate of the others was uncertain. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he had to intercept this energy sphere. After all, he had previously promised the Elder to assist them in overcoming this calamity. With a mighty roar, Li Fan unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. Whoosh! His figure darted like lightning, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he collided directly with Frieza's planet-destroying blast. Bang! As his hands made contact with the energy sphere, Li Fan felt a surge of pressure and an intense heat emanating from it. Truly, it was a planet-destroying blast. However, such a level of intensity was far from enough to subdue me, Li Fan declared, immediately amplifying his strength. At that moment, Li Fan stood in direct opposition to the planet-destroying blast, appearing akin to a mere speck of dust confronting a colossal entity hundreds or even thousands of times its size. He seemed utterly insignificant, almost inconsequential. Yet, as the saying goes, a mayfly can shake a tree, and Li Fan was precisely that. Go back. Hiya! Li Fan exerted his power once more. Indeed, under Li Fan's might, Frieza's planet-destroying blast began to reverse course. Ha ha ha, Nanny! Frieza, who had been basking in his triumph, suddenly found his expression shifting as his earlier joy began to freeze. What the hell? What am I witnessing? My planet-destroying blast is being repelled. This is not scientific. At this moment, Frieza was completely unprepared for such an eventuality, and soon calamity befell him. The energy blast had surged towards Frieza himself. How infuriating! The planet-destroying blast, which Frieza had unleashed with all his might, now left him no strength to counter this energy. Instantaneously, the planet-destroying blast engulfed Frieza's form and shot forth beyond the atmosphere of planet Namek. Boom! Boom! In the cosmos, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. An extraordinarily brilliant light engulfed everything. Although the explosion did not affect planet Namek, the planet trembled nonetheless. The skies of planet Namek appeared to be dyed red, dazzlingly bright. Hiss! Such terrifying energy! It seems that the crisis facing planet Namek has finally been averted. The Elder, shakily rising to his feet, spoke earnestly. Indeed, the Elder, who possessed the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, had survived, albeit drained of strength. Fantastic! Li Fan truly is remarkable. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. I never expected this. Even Vegeta couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. His life had been spared, yet was unexpectedly due to a lower-class warrior. This realization left Vegeta feeling quite vexed. However, what choice did he have? Moreover, at that moment, Vegeta also grasped a profound truth. The legendary Super Saiyan warriors were not mere myths. If Li Fan, a lower-class warrior, could achieve such power, then he, a Saiyan prince born with immense strength, should undoubtedly attain it as well. Although this realization irked him, it undeniably opened a pathway for him to pursue. Bang! Li Fan finally descended to the ground, returning to his normal state, though now he appeared more robust and spirited than before. Even though his aura was entirely concealed, it was undeniable that Li Fan emanated an overwhelming presence. Thank goodness, Li Fan, I was so worried. Oh! At this moment, Bulma flew over and embraced Li Fan, crying, "Ha ha, Bulma, I'm perfectly fine." Li Fan could only comfort her, not realizing that his arrival had completely disrupted the Dragon Ball narrative. Moreover, Bulma had become deeply enamored with him. Li Fan, not being a saint, certainly had no intention of rejecting her affections. As for Vegeta, what does it matter? I am immensely grateful to you, Li Fan. I never imagined you would truly help us navigate this crisis on planet Namek. On behalf of all Namekians, I express my heartfelt gratitude. The elder bowed deeply to Li Fan. At that moment, the elder felt fortunate for the decision he had made. Perhaps, without Li Fan, their planet would not have emerged from this ordeal so easily. Ha! It's nothing. No need for thanks. After all, we help each other out, right? Huh? Li Fan replied with a smile. Chapter 44. The Demise of Frieza. Li Fan transforms into Super Saiyan. All of this left everyone with a dreamlike sensation. They also witnessed the previously hidden Namekians, and Li Fan finally understood why the other Namekians had been absent except for the Elder. Sun Wukong and the others, under Dandy's healing, had recovered from their injuries. Ha ha ha, I'm completely healed. This feeling is incredible, Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping with joy. How miraculous! At that moment, Vegeta was also amazed as he examined his own hands, feeling an abundance of power coursing through him. Oh, Li Fan, may I ask you something? Sun Wukong approached Li Fan with a curious expression. Oh, Li Fan inquired with interest. Naturally, he had a good idea of what Sun Wukong was about to ask. Even the typically aloof Vegeta leaned in, eager to listen. How does one transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked directly. The transformation into a Super Saiyan actually involves two methods. The first is a natural evolution. Like my own transformation, of course, this requires a rather high baseline. One's battle power must reach at least 10 million. At this point, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? 10 million battle power? Do you think that just lying around? Wait, are you saying your base power is over 10 million? Vegeta inquired, astonished. Indeed, Li Fan replied without hesitation. His words left everyone present utterly astonished. Sun Wukong was equally taken aback. How on earth did you amass such power? Of course, that wasn't the main focus. The key was the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan, if one could meet that requirement. Becoming a Super Saiyan would be a natural progression. I think you should hurry and tell us about the other transformation method. Sun Wukong scratched his head, saying, although this method seemed straightforward, the requirements were exceedingly high. As for the other transformation method, it is less demanding, requiring only 3 million battle power. Li Fan continued. Nanny? 3 million battle power? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face darkened. This is hardly a consideration for me. My current power isn't even close to 1 million. Yet what further embarrassed Vegeta was Sun Wukong's response. I think I've already achieved that. Li Fan, you should hurry and tell me how to transform into a Super Saiyan, for I can hardly contain my anticipation. Sun Wukong appears to be brimming with excitement. Nanny, Kakarot, what did you just say? You have already achieved it. Vegeta's expression instantly darkens. He fervently wishes that this is not true. Yet, Sun Wukong's words douse him with cold water. Indeed, Vegeta, what is so strange about it? Sun Wukong shrugs nonchalantly, saying so. Damn, Vegeta is suddenly consumed by an overwhelming rage. Damn it, while it's one thing for a mere Li Fan to be so powerful. How can Kakarot possess a battle power exceeding 1 million? This is simply outrageous. I'm the Prince of Science. Vegeta feels utterly despondent. lamenting his status as the illustrious Saiyan Prince Li Fan, indifferent to Vegeta's thoughts. Finds no harm in revealing the transformation method of the Saiyans to the two. After all, in the original story, Sun Wukong was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan here, and with his arrival, Li Fan has indirectly prevented Sun Wukong from achieving that transformation. As for the transformation method, it is quite simple. First, one must possess a tranquil heart, followed by an intense rage. With these two elements, one should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. A tranquil heart? Intense rage? That sounds rather challenging. Sun Wukong scratches his head and remarks, "Hmph, Kakarot, just wait. I, Vegeta, will transform into a Super Saiyan before you." Vegeta confidently asserts he believes that he now understands the transformation method and is currently filled with rage. As for that tranquil heart, while Vegeta doesn't fully comprehend it, he is certain that he can attain it if he sets his mind to it. Vegeta, that may not be the case. My battle power has already reached a considerable level. What about you? Huh? Sun Wukong laughs heartily. Kakarot, you dare mock me? Vegeta, hearing this, is immediately furious. Damn it, how can Kakarot be so excessive? What, not convinced? If you're not convinced, shall we settle this in battle? Fine, let us do it. Do you think I fear you? Instantly, a tense atmosphere envelopes Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Li Fan is also astonished to discover that this version of Sun Wukong is far from the brainless martial artist he expected. He is capable of mockery. This truly reshapes Li Fan's perception of Sun Wukong. Chapter 45. A brief period has passed since the events on Namek, and Li Fan and the others have returned to Earth. However, to Li Fan's surprise, Vegeta shamelessly followed them to Earth. Of course, given the current state of Li Fan and Bulma's relationship, Li Fan would never allow a freeloader like Vegeta to stay in his home. He was promptly kicked out by Li Fan. Nonetheless, Vegeta paid little heed to such matters. With his strength, acquiring wealth was a trivial task. Vegeta amassed a fortune that would last a lifetime and purchased a lavish mansion. Settling in West City, naturally, one need not inquire about the source of Vegeta's funds. The answer is simple. Theft. However, it seems he targeted pirates or the like. Moreover, Vegeta shamelessly obtained a gravity training chamber from Li Fan to train at his own residence. Of course, Li Fan, wishing to avoid daily disturbances from Vegeta, willingly provided him with a gravity training chamber. With the technological advancement from the Briefs family, the upper limit of the gravity chamber has reached 500 times. This is more than sufficient for Vegeta to train for a lifetime. Unlike Vegeta, who trained recklessly, Li Fan believed that a balance between work and rest was crucial. Moreover, with Bulma as his girlfriend, Li Fan often spent time with her, further solidifying her perception of him as a good man. Their relationship blossomed into a profound bond. Initially, Vegeta frequently challenged Li Fan. However, given Li Fan's temperament, despite being a Saiyan, he was not yet obsessed to the point of losing himself in battle. After delivering a severe lesson to Vegeta, he finally wised up and recognized the disparity between himself and Li Fan. Subsequently, he shifted his focus. He set his sights on Sun Wukong at Mount Payas. Vegeta, what brings you here again? Sun Wukong gazes at Vegeta helplessly from above Mount Payas. Spare me the chatter, Kakarot. Are you afraid? Vegeta arrogantly retorts. Nanny, afraid of you? Impossible, Vegeta. I fear that I might strike too hard and hurt you. Sun Wukong confidently replies. Kakarot, do you know, during this time back on Earth, I've been training furiously, and I even ventured into the cosmos. Hearing this, Sun Wukong is somewhat astonished. What on earth did Vegeta do in the universe? By the way, Vegeta, what did you go to the universe for? Sun Wukong inquires. To become stronger, of course. You must know. I have now reached a terrifying realm. Vegeta grows increasingly proud as he speaks. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong asks, Nanny, Vegeta, you can't be claiming you become a Super Saiyan. Indeed, with this prince's innate talent. How could I not achieve it? Roar, Vegeta exclaims, clenching his fists. Whoosh, a tremendous, violent energy erupts from his being. Oh, how intriguing. Vegeta has actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. It appears that matters are becoming increasingly interesting. The aura of Vegeta as a Super Saiyan is palpable even to Li Fan in West City, who previously had little interest in the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, now, it is entirely different. This is worth observing. With that, Li Fan employs instant transmission, vanishing from his location. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Fan arrives directly at Mount Payaz. Indeed, at this moment, Vegeta is radiating a dazzling golden light, with his hair and eyebrows transformed to a golden hue. Moreover, he is enveloped in a fiercely dominating golden aura. Haha, Li Fan, so you've come as well. Splendid. After I deal with Kakarot, I shall settle scores with you. Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan, appears exceedingly arrogant, audaciously declaring his intent to confront Li Fan. How amusing. Upon hearing this, Li Fan remains silent. You wish to strike me? Vegeta is likely overestimating himself. Even now, he may not be able to contend with Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you seem to be faring quite well. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong expresses little surprise. After all, he has reached that realm too. Nanny, from your tone, could it be that you? Vegeta suddenly realizes something, and his expression darkens. He had intended to boast before Kakarot. Yet unexpectedly, of course, Vegeta, roar. Sun Wukong declares, his fists clenched, and with a mighty shout, bang! In an instant, the air around Sun Wukong begins to stir as golden energy surges forth from his body. Moments later, Sun Wukong too transforms into a Super Saiyan. Nanny, you scoundrel! Upon witnessing this, Vegeta is engulfed by a surge of fury. Damn it, is it true that Vegeta, is again behind Kakarot? I will obliterate you! With a furious roar, Vegeta charges fiercely at Sun Wukong. Chapter 46. In the sky, two golden energies clash incessantly. The overwhelming force spills outward, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a deafening roar. These two are none other than Sun Wukong and Vegeta, now engaged in battle as Super Saiyans. Kakarot, prepare yourself! Gallic Gun! Ha! Vegeta suddenly shrinks his form, creating distance from Sun Wukong. Subsequently, he gathers his hands. A tremendous energy materializes in his grasp. Just in time. Behold my might. Kamehameha wave. Ha! In that instant, two streams of energy collided with tremendous force. Suddenly, the air was saturated with an explosive aura, and the two energies fiercely contested each other, alternately surging towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. These two rascals. Below, Li Fan shook his head upon witnessing this spectacle. What took him by surprise was Vegeta's ability to transcend a Super Saiyan in such a short period. This was something Li Fan had not anticipated. Although he had sensed that Vegeta might achieve Super Saiyan transformation ahead of schedule, the current situation seemed rather premature. Indeed, it was a significant advance. After all, in the original Dragon Ball storyline, when Trunks arrived, Vegeta had yet to transform. At that time, it was nearly a year after the events on Namek. Yet now, before Trunks even appeared in the narrative, Vegeta had already attained the Super Saiyan form. Of course, Li Fan was unaware of whether Trunks would make an appearance, given that this timeline diverged slightly from the original tale. TCH. Meanwhile, at a certain location on Bowsy Mountain, a green-skinned alien observed this scene with evident displeasure. This individual was none other than Piccolo. Indeed, just like in the original, Piccolo had come to the vicinity of Bowsy Mountain, regularly sparring with Sun Wukong or instructing Sun Wufan. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that the Namekians had relocated their planet. After all, the Namekian planet had been pierced through by Frieza's death beam, so for safety's sake, the Elder had led the Namekians to establish a new base. Naturally, well-versed in the storyline, Li Fan had brought Den to Earth at that time, appointing him as the Guardian of Earth. Although this may seem trivial upon reflection, it was indeed quite necessary. After all, Piccolo was undeniably a battle fanatic, who knew when he might meet his end. In such a case, they would need to call upon the Dragon of Namek. However, at this moment, Piccolo was exceedingly frustrated. After merging with the Angel, his strength had nearly placed him at the pinnacle of Earth, yet since the events on Namek, he had experienced a decline. Damn! These Saiyans are simply inhuman. What in the world is this transformation into Super Saiyan? After arriving on Earth, he had challenged Sun Wukong multiple times, only to suffer a thorough beating each time. This was precisely what vexed Piccolo, yet he found himself at a loss. After all, the Saiyan lineage was determined by blood, and boom! Just then, the sound of an explosion in the sky interrupted Piccolo's contemplation. The air was thick with smoke. Two figures were violently propelled apart by the blast. Oh! Neither side yielding, Li Fan mused to himself. Wait a minute. In the next moment, Li Fan discerned a clue. Damn it. Sun Wukong is definitely hiding his true strength. After all, despite Vegeta's intense training, Sun Wukong's foundational combat power still surpassed that of Vegeta. At this moment, Sun Wukong's normal combat power was approximately around 5 million, while Vegeta, at best, had just over 3 million. After all, he had only recently achieved Super Saiyan. Cough, cough, cough. Hmph. Kakarot, would you say we're evenly matched? Vegeta gasped for breath, gazing at Sun Wukong. In Vegeta's view, Super Saiyan was the apex of Saiyan power, and the disparity in strength should be negligible. Yet the next moment, Sun Wukong's words chilled Vegeta's heart. Apologies, Vegeta, but I don't wish to discourage you. Sun Wukong steadied himself, addressing Vegeta. Nanny, what do you mean? Vegeta's expression instantly turned icy. What do I mean? Ha, Vegeta, you are simply not my match, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Damn it, we are both Super Saiyans, and you dare to say such things? Infuriating. Very well then, show me your true strength in battle, Vegeta declared, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. Oh, Vegeta, this is the first time I've heard such a request. Very well, I shall oblige, Sun Wukong exclaimed, followed by a mighty roar. Roar. Yet this roar sent a shiver down Vegeta's spine. This aura, could there truly be a distinction in strength? Chapter 47 Schwa. Upon unleashing his full aura, Sun Wukong radiated golden light, with golden energy swirling fiercely. Gulp! At this sight, Vegeta found himself swallowing hard. He could sense the overwhelming power emanating from Sun Wukong. This aura made it abundantly clear to Vegeta that Sun Wukong's strength was indeed superior. Vegeta even felt a surge of wanting to concede. However, due to pride, he refrained from doing so. How ridiculous! Kakarot, prepare yourself! Roar! Vegeta declared, launching the first strike. After all, he was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's superiority, so how could he be foolish enough to wait for Sun Wukong to attack first? That would place him in a precarious position. Schwa! Vegeta moved with incredible speed, his form barely discernible in the air. Yet even with such swiftness, Sun Wukong perceived it. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's head. However, that overwhelming punch was effortlessly caught by Sun Wukong. The force behind it dissipated in an instant. Nanny, what is happening? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Although he knew there was a gap between them, Sun Wukong's ease in this situation seemed rather exaggerated. Haha, Vegeta, let me show you my strength, Sun Wukong declared, delivering a punch directly to Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! The tremendous force sent Vegeta hurtling backwards several dozen meters, unable to maintain control of his body. Kakarot, you, ouch, that hurts like hell. Vegeta clutched his abdomen in pain. In the aftermath of that single strike, the disparity between the two was immediately evident, and Sun Wukong realized that Vegeta was no longer his match, losing interest in him instantly. He turned his gaze toward Li Fan. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. He sought to challenge Li Fan. Can I just say that I came here to watch you all fight? Li Fan replied helplessly. Haha, don't be like that. Li Fan, battling with Vegeta is simply not satisfying enough. So I want to challenge you, Sun Wukong said, cracking his knuckles. Nanny, Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta erupted with fury. Damn it, what does Kakarot mean by this? Does he look down on me, the Prince of Saiyans? Haha, Vegeta, I assent that the case, Sun Wukong retorted with a grin. Very well, Kakarot, just you wait. Next time, I will show you what true power is. Hmph. With that, Vegeta, in a haughty manner, descended. Li Fan, feeling helpless, took to the skies using his flight technique. Hmph, you Kakarot, now I shall see how you're bested by Li Fan. Vegeta, unable to defeat Sun Wukong, now fervently hoped that Li Fan would deliver a thorough thrashing to Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong's recent arrogance had grown significantly. He didn't even regard the proud prince of Saiyans. Naturally, he also wished to see just how far Li Fan's strength had progressed. Li Fan, since I became a Super Saiyan, I Hmph had the chance to spar with you, and now I finally have this opportunity, Sun Wukong said eagerly. All right, I too am curious about what makes you so boastful. Li Fan bellowed, and instantly, golden energy erupted from his being, though it did not reach the level that could alter the surrounding environment. To be honest, during this time, although Li Fan often spent time with Bulma, he had not ceased his training. Although he has yet to reach the full power of a Super Saiyan, his control over energy has attained a level that brings him considerable satisfaction. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Fan transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Nanny, why does it feel like Li Fan isn't very strong? At this moment, Vegeta below expressed his confusion. It wasn't just Vegeta who thought this. Even Son Goku was greatly puzzled. Could it be that my strength surpasses Li Fan's? Son Goku pondered silently. Regardless, Li Fan, come on. As soon as Son Goku finished speaking, his form morphed into a streak of golden lightning. Hurtling towards Li Fan, whoosh, 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 this speed truly reached a lightning-like velocity. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Li Fan's lips. Initially, he had no desire to engage in battle, but seeing Son Goku's stance, his body began to stir with anticipation. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided fiercely. Boom! Instantly, the surrounding air erupted. At that moment, Son Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, for he realized that his body was uncontrollably pushed back several feet. In stark contrast, Li Fan remained utterly unmoved. As expected of Li Fan. Well done. This is how you teach Kakarot a lesson. At this sight, Vegeta couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, let that Kakarot be arrogant once more. As the saying goes, there are always stronger opponents. Let Li Fan teach you a harsh lesson. In this moment, Vegeta seemed to forget his identity as the Prince of Saiyans, imagining himself mercilessly beating Kakarot. Chapter 48. Such a powerful force. Unexpectedly, Son Goku did not retreat in the face of difficulty. Instead, he became even more exhilarated. Oh, is that so? Seeing you so excited. Well then, let's give you a proper lesson today. Li Fan pointed at Son Goku and declared, Not so fast. Take this Kamehameha. Upon finishing, Son Goku immediately gathered energy in his hands, the Kamehameha wave coalescing within his grasp. Oh, are you trying to take advantage of my lack of powerful skills? At this moment, Li Fan recognized Son Goku's intent. After all, Li Fan had never showcased any significant energy techniques, relying solely on ordinary energy blasts. There exists a considerable disparity between a simple energy blast and such techniques. For instance, an ordinary energy blast merely taps into the user's combat energy, whereas techniques like Son Goku's Kamehameha, Vegeta's Final Flash, or Gallic Gun unleash power that transcends limits. Is that so? As Son Goku concluded. The energy of the Kamehameha surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, overwhelming Li Fan. How do you know I lack a powerful skill? At this point, a smile curved upon Li Fan's lips. Since arriving on Earth, he had recognized this shortcoming, and now that he was aware of it, how could he allow it to persist? Thus, during his time on Earth, he studied Vegeta's Kamehameha, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Son Goku's techniques, ultimately crafting a skill uniquely suited to himself. The Devouring Sky and Earth Fist. This skill was the culmination of considerable research. Moreover, it incorporated a move from a martial arts drama he had watched in his previous life. It was exceedingly formidable. However, Li Fan had only developed a single move. Naturally, he named it himself, envisioning a name that exuded both majesty and might. Nanny, the Devouring Sky and Earth Fist? What kind of nonsense is that? I've never heard of it. Vegeta shook his head upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny that the name of Li Fan's move was impressive, yet he remained curious about its actual strength at this moment. Both Vegeta and Piccolo stared intently at Li Fan, eager to witness what the so-called Devouring Sky and Earth Fist entailed. Suddenly, The aura around Li Fan dissipated, and above him appeared a colossal figure formed from energy. What the hell? Am I seeing things? At this sight, Vegeta rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yet he soon realized that his eyes were indeed functioning correctly. That terrifying giant truly existed. Gulp! What is this? Piccolo was equally astonished. Damn, what kind of technique is this? Just looking at it instills an inexplicable sense of dread. Nanny, Son Goku also noticed the giant hovering above Li Fan, instantly taken aback. However, despite this, the power in Son Goku's hands did not wane in the slightest. After all, once the arrow is on the string, it must be released. The energy of the Kamehameha surged violently toward Li Fan. Meanwhile, Li Fan clenched his right fist, preparing to strike. Simultaneously, the energy giant above him mirrored his motion, tightening its fist. Break it for me! Ha! In an instant, Li Fan unleashed a punch. Whoosh! The fist of the energy giant came crashing down upon the Kamehameha wave. Bright light erupted, blindingly radiant. In the next moment, Son Goku's Kamehameha was forcibly dispersed by that massive fist. Bang! Son Goku himself was struck with tremendous force. Puffed. Instantly, Son Goku was sent flying by the blow. Bang, bang, bang. Son Goku's figure tore through countless mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt. Hiss! Did he just take out Kakarot in one hit? At this sight, Vegeta couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Damn, this terrifying technique is simply unheard of. Time passed, and eventually Son Goku emerged, albeit looking quite disheveled. Amazing, Li Fan. What was that move called again? Yet Son Goku paid no heed to his own disarray. Instead, he was more concerned about the terrifying technique Li Fan had just displayed. A devouring sky and earth fist. Too terrifying. Let's compare our skills. Son Goku and Li Fan continued their fierce battle, while Vegeta and Piccolo observed intently. The pinnacle of Earth's combat power was gathered at Bao Bao Mountain, yet they remained unaware of that. On the other side, an uninvited guest had stealthily infiltrated Earth. A tall figure clad in black robes, accompanied by subordinates, had arrived on Earth with the singular intent of seeking the Dragon Balls. Indeed, they were here for the Dragon Balls. As for why they needed to be so covert, there was no doubt it was due to their apprehension of the Super Saiyans on Earth. After all, the incident of Frieza being slain by Super Saiyan had spread among numerous evil factions across the universe. The newcomer was well aware of this fact, yet still sought the Dragon Balls on Earth, knowing full well that Super Saiyans were present. Thus, he approached stealthily. Chapter 49. Since Dandy took on the role of Earth's Guardian, the Dragon Balls and the Eternal Dragon had been restructured. However, unlike the original story, while the current Dragon Balls had altered the rule that a person could only be revived once, they could no longer grant 2 wishes. Thus, at this time, the 4-star Dragon Ball was not in Son Goku's possession. This allowed the figure in black robes to effortlessly acquire all 7 Dragon Balls. Of course, you might wonder why he didn't need a Dragon Radar to locate them. The primary reason was that he seemed to possess an innate sensitivity to the Dragon Balls, allowing him to discern their locations. Finally, the 7 Dragon Balls converged, resting upon the surface of a desolate wasteland. Ha ha ha, at last the 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered. My wish can finally come true. Once my wish is realized, those Super Saiyans will all be mere chaff. The figure in black robes stood before the Dragon Balls, speaking in a hoarse, aged voice. Immediately, he shed his black robe, revealing his true form, green skin, a massive frame. Without a doubt, this was a genuine Namekian. He bore a striking resemblance to the Grand Elder of planet Namek, with an aged face, a raspy voice, and eyes filled with desire. This was certainly not the gaze of a typical Namekian. His identity was far from simple. Once, he too had been a member of planet Namek. On the planet Namek, there once emerged a super Namekian named Shrag, who possessed extraordinary combat prowess and an exceedingly malevolent heart. Born with an inherent evil nature, he departed from Namek at a young age, rampaging across the cosmos and establishing himself as a formidable force of wickedness. Undoubtedly, he had clashed with Frieza before. However, Frieza's overwhelming strength compelled him to retreat with his tail tucked between his legs. It wasn't until he heard that Frieza had been defeated by a Super Saiyan that he realized his opportunity had arrived, prompting him to make his move. Yet, Even a Namekian with extreme fighting capabilities could not withstand the ravages of time, and he began to in this moment of desperation. He contemplated the Dragon Balls, initially intending to use those of Namek to fulfill his wishes. However, upon arriving on Namek, he discovered that no Namekians remained. Desperate to restore his youth, he had no choice but to come to Earth. Secretly seeking the Dragon Balls to regain his vitality, in his delusion, he believed that once he regained his youth, even the Super Saiyans would be mere trifles. This blind confidence was characteristic of Shrag. He was unaware that, even if he restored his youth, he would still be no more than an insignificant insect in the presence of the Saiyans. Shrag called out to the Dragon Balls, "Arise, Shenron, and grant me my wish." In an instant, the heavens shifted, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted brilliant beams of light accompanied by crackling thunder. With a resounding dragon roar, Shenron appeared high in the sky. At that moment, Piccolo, who was on the lookout at the lookout, furrowed his brow. Simultaneously, Li Fan and Sun Wukong, who were engaged in battle, paused to gaze into the distance, sensing that someone had summoned the dragon. Although the energy felt faint, a closer inspection revealed it was more about concealment. It seems someone has been deliberately hiding a powerful aura on Earth, Sun Wukong remarked coldly. Indeed, during this period, they had all sensed a formidable presence deliberately masking its energy. However, with Shinran's appearance, they finally had a target to lock onto. "Why not join me in this little adventure?" Li Fan suggested, intrigued by the identity of the audacious individual daring to cause chaos on Earth. Isn't this akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Feeling somewhat bored, he thought it would be more entertaining to find something to do. "Sounds good. I have no objections. I've long wanted to witness this individual. And now that they have finally appeared, how could we possibly miss this opportunity?" Sun Wukong and Piccolo nodded in agreement, turning to look at Vegeta. Instantly, a wicked grin spread across Vegeta's face. "Why not go? I happen to have a belly full of pent-up frustration to unleash. This fellow has arrived at the perfect moment. Just make sure none of you try to claim him for yourselves. I guarantee I won't let him escape." Vegeta was visibly excited, especially after being taunted by Kakarot, which had ignited his fury. Poor Shrag, just as he had summoned Shenron, others were already plotting to confront him. Meanwhile, Shenron, hovering majestically, spoke, "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish, and I shall grant you any one desire." "Ah, truly the great Shenron. Excellent. Allow me to restore my youth," Shrag exclaimed to the dragon. "That wish is easily granted." Shenron replied promptly. The crimson light emanated from Shenron's eyes, swiftly racing toward Shrag. The wish was indeed simple. The blood-red glow enveloped Shrag's body, transforming him into a vibrant green, full of life and vigor. Under the influence of an arcane energy, Shrag's appearance underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Wrinkles faded away, his formerly dark and desolate skin turned a lively green, and his withered muscles began to swell at an astonishing rate. This sensation was the very essence of youth. Ha ha ha! This is the invigorating sensation of power that I sought. Once a colossal figure, Shrag now radiated an aura of sheer terror as he reclaimed his youth. The malevolent energy surged through the space around him, and Shrag felt no need to hide his presence. After all, he had regained his youth. What was there to fear from the Saiyans? Let them come. He believed he could easily overpower the Super Saiyans. The feeling of strength was utterly exhilarating. Shrag gazed at his hands, filled with pride. "Congratulations, my lord, on reclaiming your youth. It seems our lord is destined to dominate the universe." His subordinates chorused their congratulations, and Shrag's face gleamed with triumph. Indeed, he felt confident enough to claim supremacy over the cosmos, dismissing the Super Saiyans and the Frost Demons as mere trifles. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, gatherer of the Dragon Balls." Shenron began to dissipate. "Wait, Shenron," Shrag interjected. Shenron was taken aback, wondering what Shrag intended. "What's the rush? Allow me to send you off properly." Shrag's lips curled into a sinister smile as he gathered energy into his hands. "Prepare to perish," he declared, launching a powerful energy blast towards Shrag's astonishment. Just as his energy blast was about to strike, another force erupted from an unknown source, dispersing his attack. In that moment, Shenron transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering across the globe. The dark clouds that had just enveloped the sky vanished in an instant, restoring tranquility. Yet, Shrag was seething with rage. Who dares to thwart my plans? He growled, so, it's you, a Namekian? Leaf Fan remarked with amusement. Hey Piccolo, looks like your fellow countryman has arrived. Indeed, it is a Namekian, Sun Wukong echoed in surprise. Hmph. Vegeta remained silent as they approached. Is this my fellow countryman? No, I'm sorry. I do not claim this individual as one of my own. Piccolo retorted, visibly displeased. His discontent stemmed from two reasons: the overwhelming malevolence emanating from Shrag and the fact that he had just attempted to annihilate Shenron. An act Piccolo could not tolerate. It's you all. I see you are the Saiyans, and there's even a Namekian among you. How amusing. Shrag laughed, showing no fear. Who are you, and why do you wish to destroy Shenron? Sun Wukong inquired, pointing at Shrag. Ha ha ha. Who am I? I am Shrag, he declared with pride. Shrag? Could it be the notorious figure with a considerable following in the universe? I've heard his reputation rivals that of Frieza. Vegeta, having previously traversed the cosmos, was aware of such matters. Nanny, such a thing exists? Piccolo exclaimed, filled with indignation. That's so. Sun Wukong, unfamiliar with the details, now regarded Shrag with a newfound disfavor upon hearing Vegeta's comments. It seems you know of me. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Join my ranks, and I promise you a future filled with conquest across the universe, plundering planets, and living lavishly. Sherlag addressed the crowd with a snicker. Apologies, but we have no interest. Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, You should hurry back. Back? Ha ha. Amusing. Since you refuse to comply, your only fate is death. Attack, with a booming command. Sherlag's subordinates surged forward toward the group. Is this the best you can muster? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Swift as a flash, he charged ahead, for these extraterrestrial beings were merely feeble fighters, easily dispatched by someone of Vegeta's caliber. In no time, they all lay defeated on the ground. Ugh, I didn't even lift a finger, and he took them all down. How disappointing! Sun Wukong lamented with a hint of exasperation. This is quite entertaining. However, standing before you now is the future ruler of the universe. Since you choose not to join me, your only option is to perish. As Chapter 51 unfolded, Sherlag's massive form lunged at Vegeta like a rampaging bull, each step causing the ground to tremble, his fists imbued with an overwhelming force, as if one strike could obliterate all in its path. How amusing! Vegeta's eyes glinted with fierce determination, and the air around him rippled with his energy. With emerald pupils and a golden aura blazing like wildfire, he declared, Damn it, I've been waiting for this. Die. Having suffered some indignation from Kakarot, Vegeta was resolute in making Sherlag aware of his might. Channeling his ire into the frayed, in the blink of an eye, Sherlag's colossal fist hurtled toward Vegeta. On the surface, it seemed as though Sherlag's fist was nearly the size of Vegeta's entire body, suggesting that one punch could easily crush him. Yet, when their fists collided, Sherlag's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? Why am I the one being sent flying? This defies logic. Despite his incredulity, he was indeed propelled away by Vegeta's powerful blow, crashing into a mountain. It appears this fellow isn't as formidable as I thought, Sun Wukong remarked with disdain, for he was still superior to Vegeta in strength. The fact that Vegeta could send Sherlag flying with a single punch indicated that he too could achieve such feats with ease. I must admit, this Namekian is quite powerful, Piccolo added. Though he recognized Sherlag's malevolence, he could not deny his formidable prowess. In Piccolo's view, Sherlag was the strongest Namekian he had ever encountered, surpassing even the Grand Elder of Namek. If only I possessed such strength, he mused, watching the two combatants with earnest reflection. This fellow's power is impressive, perhaps in the tens of millions, but he is no match for Vegeta, Leaf Fan analyzed thoughtfully. At that moment, Sherlag obliterated a mountain with a single punch, launching himself into the air. It seemed to take a hit after all, but I assure you, I will not hold back any longer. Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. You scoundrel, that must have been a fluke. Watch how I deal with you. Sherlag roared, his fists raised like twin dragons emerging from the sea, confronting Vegeta, unfazed by Sherlag's imposing stance. Vegeta remained dismissive that A.S. Shalag's fist came crashing down. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, causing Shalag's attack to miss entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta leaped above Sherlag, hands poised to strike down upon his head. Bang! Caught off guard, Sherlag was struck with a powerful blow. His vision filled with stars as he plummeted downward. Hmph! What a useless fool! Taste my wrath, Vegeta declared, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts upon the descending Sherlag, each one raining down like a torrential downpour. The resulting explosions engulfed Shalag's position, sending plumes of dust and debris skyward, obscuring the area in chaos. Hmph! What a pitiful display! Vegeta scoffed, arms crossed, unimpressed that his foe had fallen so easily, with such meager strength. How dare you challenge Earth? Believing Sherlag to be defeated, Vegeta descended, only to hear a violent coughing from within the dust cloud. Cough, cough. You wild monkey! You infuriate me. Energy blast, a brilliant beam of energy surged from the haze, hurtling toward Vegeta. What? Vegeta turned just in time to cross his arms, only to be struck by the energy, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Wild monkey, I will have your life, Sherlag shouted, emerging from the dust and charging toward Vegeta. Chapter 52 began with an explosive confrontation, as Vegeta erupted from his own cloud of debris. Quite nice. This is what makes it worthwhile. Otherwise, fighting a weakling is utterly pointless. Rather than feeling disheartened, Vegeta grew more exhilarated, a trait inherent to Saiyans. In the next moment, the two figures collided with tremendous force, sparks flying and the atmosphere crackling with energy. The surrounding environment trembled under their fierce battle, with sonic booms resonating through the air. Despite the apparent intensity of their clash, Vegeta fought with ease, while Shalag's terror grew with each exchange. Realizing that the tales of Frieza's demise at the hands of Super Saiyan were indeed true, Sherlag began to regret his choices. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have come here. But retreat was no longer an option. A.S. Sherlag found himself increasingly on the defensive against Vegeta's relentless assault. Vegeta seized an opening, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Shalag's defenses, striking him squarely in the abdomen. You! Sherlag gasped, but before he could utter another word, Vegeta's fist erupted with golden radiance, delivering a decisive blow. Bang! The radiance swiftly penetrated through the very body of Shrag. Whoosh! The massive form of Shrag was violently propelled away, bang, rumbling, ultimately crashing into the side of a mountain, subsequently crushed beneath the falling rocks. TCH, what a waste of time. At this point, Vegeta expressed his disinterest. He had initially believed that this creature could provide a suitable outlet for his fury, but who would have guessed that it was such a pathetic foe? It must be dead by now, right? With this thought, Vegeta turned his back and approached Son Goku and the others. A smirk graced his lips as he proclaimed with a hint of pride, "It turns out to be nothing more than a worthless being, utterly feeble before me, Prince Vegeta." Naturally, this remark was directed at Son Goku. Ha ha! Not surprisingly, Son Goku laughed heartily at Vegeta's words. However, Li Fan was left pondering whether Son Goku was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Of course, these musings were trivial compared to what occurred next. That moment, a sudden and violent explosion echoed from a distance. This completely astonished Vegeta. It hadn't perished. Damn it! Instantly, Vegeta was engulfed in a furious rage. Damn it! It seems I cannot dispose of this fool. Vegeta snarled fiercely. After all, as the proud Saiyan prince, it was rather humiliating that he had failed to eliminate even a mere waste of space. Thus, he resolved to obliterate that creature without fail. However, just as Vegeta was resolute in his vow, Li Fan interrupted him. "What is this? Li Fan, are you going to intervene?" Vegeta found Li Fan's actions perplexing. If he were to step in, wouldn't it be an excessive use of resources, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? "No, I shall not intervene." With that, Li Fan shook his head. "Nanny, you want to intervene? Then who will?" Vegeta asked, bewildered. He immediately cast a glance at Kakarot. Son Goku shrugged at Vegeta's gaze, indicating it wasn't him. "It's me." At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward. "Nanny, you? Ha! That is simply laughable. Just don't expect us to beg you for assistance. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "Tsh, I don't need your help," Piccolo retorted as a white aura erupted from his body, propelling him towards Shrag. Cough, cough, cough. This Saiyan monkey. At this juncture, Shrag was nearly depleted of stamina. Although his body had been pierced by Vegeta, as a Namekian, he possessed the ability to regenerate, and thus his wounds had healed. However, his strength had been significantly drained. At this moment, he contemplated fleeing, having realized the terrifying prowess of the Saiyans. Remaining here would surely equate to awaiting his demise. Yet, Piccolo's arrival took him by surprise. "Nanny, you little Namekian brat, do you wish to challenge your ancestor?" Shrag regarded Piccolo with utter disdain. Even with his stamina nearly exhausted, how could he fear such a diminutive Namekian? Moreover, at that moment, Shrag conceived another idea: to assimilate this creature. Doing so would undoubtedly amplify his power, potentially allowing him to defeat a Super Saiyan. Chapter 53. Hmph. Piccolo, with arms crossed, landed not far from Shrag, coldly observing him. "You little brat, utterly unaware of your own limitations. Well then, brace yourself to be assimilated by your ancestor." Ha ha ha. Shrag's excitement grew. Just moments ago considering escape, he was now consumed with thoughts of assimilating Piccolo. He could tell that Piccolo's combat prowess was formidable, ranking among the elite on Namek. If they were to fuse, it would be simply splendid. Humph. Hearing Shrag's words, Piccolo smirked. Of course, he was not intimidated, despite the significant disparity in their strengths. Piccolo had his own intentions. "Kid, with your level of power, do you really think you can compare to your ancestor? You might as well await your doom. The ancestor is about to assimilate you." With that, Shrag charged at Piccolo. "Humph. Don't think for a moment that I cannot handle you. Let us see how you fare against the Hmph," Piccolo declared loudly. Hmph. What in the world is that? Shrag, unfamiliar with Earth legends, had no idea what the Hmph entailed. All he could think was, "Little one, do you have many questions?" Hmph. Upon hearing this, Son Goku was taken aback. While Piccolo had previously briefly Fan, who was not overly surprised, this technique was originally devised by Master Potato to seal away the Demon King Piccolo. Master Potato had imprisoned the Demon King in a rice cooker for centuries. Later on, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and the Supreme Kai employed this technique. Who would have thought Piccolo would use it now? Of course, this had previously been Piccolo's nightmare, and to rid himself of this torment, he had mastered the Hmph. Thus, it was only fitting for him to execute it now. Moreover, Shrag was already on the brink of exhaustion. It was the perfect opportunity. Humph, what Hmph? "Kid, don't boast." Shrag, ignorant of the technique's potency, dismissed Piccolo's words. "Oh, if that's the case, then allow you to experience the sensation of being dominated." With that, Piccolo flashed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He then produced a small vial and placed it between himself and Shrag. Naturally, Shrag was utterly bewildered by this turn of events. What on earth does he intend to do? Shrag was filled with questions. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing from a distance, was equally puzzled. What is he trying to achieve? Can someone enlighten me? I am truly curious. However, at this moment, Li Fan and Son Goku were fully engrossed in the unfolding scene, paying no heed to Vegeta's inquiries. Reluctantly, Vegeta was left watching. He too wished to understand what this so-called Hmph entailed. "Humph. Come forth, Shrag." "Hmph. Huh." Suddenly, Piccolo extended his hands, unleashing an incredibly blinding white light from his palms. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Shrag's massive form. What the hell? Nanny, what is happening? Shrag instantly panicked, as this strange energy rendered his body uncontrollable. Humph. Huh. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo let out a cold laugh and intensified his power. Ah. At this moment, Shrag finally comprehended the true nature of the Hmph. But alas, it was too late. He could no longer exert control over his form. Gradually, Shrag's body was engulfed by the radiant light. "Enter!" Piccolo bellowed. Immediately, his right hand shot skyward, and a torrent of light surged upward like a tidal wave. Amidst the howling winds, it formed spiraling rings of energy, racing skyward. Upon reaching its zenith, Piccolo pressed his finger down, and the swirling energy made a sharp turn, hurtling toward the small vial. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, tranquility returned. Shrag's massive form had vanished. Bang! At that moment, Piccolo seized the vial, capped it, and affixed a sealing label. The Cosmic Sovereign Shrag was perfectly sealed within the Hmph. Perfect! Gulp! Witnessing this, Vegeta found it difficult to swallow. This is insane. Is it truly that terrifying? The disparity in strength between Piccolo and Shrag was vast. Yet this could still be sealed. This is utterly unbelievable. At that moment, Vegeta finally grasped the magnitude of the situation. In contrast, Son Goku appeared unfazed. However, Lee Fan, why not simply obliterate Shrag? Though this creature possesses regenerative abilities, wouldn't it suffice to destroy its core? At this moment, Sun Wukong expressed his confusion, stating, logically speaking, vanquishing Sherlocker should not be a formidable challenge. Among us, everyone except Piccolo is capable of it. Well, you'll understand in due time. Lee Fan cryptically replied, withholding information from Sun Wukong. Fine, Sun Wukong said with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 54, Thunderous Roars. It had been nearly a month since Shillager's encounter with Earth, and on this day, a dark, ominous cloud gathered in the skies of the heavenly realm. I could see this moment. Lee Fan, Dandy, Bobo, and Piccolo were all present in the heavenly realm, for an earth-shattering event was about to unfold. Lee Fan felt a tinge of anticipation, eager to witness the outcome. Meanwhile, Piccolo sat in meditation at the center of the heavenly realm. Wonderful! After a month, it seems we are finally on the brink of success, Dandy exclaimed with excitement. Li Fan nodded in agreement. In truth, the previous sealing of Sherlocker had been a calculated move, aimed at allowing Piccolo to assimilate Sherlocker. Admittedly, this seemed a daunting task, given that Sherlocker was exponentially stronger than Piccolo, boasting battle power in the millions, while Piccolo-S was merely in the hundreds of thousands. However, after a month of effort, with the assistance of Dandy, the wise Namekian, and Lee Fan, they had successfully utilized the secret techniques of the Namekians to completely erode Shillager's consciousness. Today marked the day of Piccolo's assimilation with Sherlocker. Lee Fan felt exhilarated at this prospect. In the original narrative, Piccolo's fusion with Nail, followed by a subsequent fusion with the Elder Kai, had rendered him powerful enough to overpower Android 17. It is crucial to note that Android 17 could easily dominate Super Saiyan Vegeta. Now, while Piccolo-S fusion with the Elder Kai remained unchanged, what had transformed was the fusion between Piccolo and Nail, now replaced by Piccolo's assimilation with Sherlocker. This unprecedented feat had become a reality in this timeline. If Piccolo succeeded in assimilating Sherlocker, his power would undoubtedly surge to unimaginable heights. This was one of the defining traits of the Namekians. Beyond their ability to regenerate lost limbs, they could continually assimilate and merge to grow stronger. And it was certainly not a mere case of 1 + 1 equating to 2. At this moment, a colossal aura enveloped Piccolo, with crackling lightning flashing around him. The energy emanating from him grew increasingly potent and terrifying. This energy is incredibly formidable, Lee Fan remarked, feeling the pressure of Piccolo's aura. Piccolo's strength should reach around Super Saiyan 2, right? TSK. If that happens, the plot will be completely thrown into disarray, but ISNT that quite splendid. After all, Earth will gain another high-powered warrior. Thunderous roars continued as the lightning persisted, and Piccolo's energy surged like a volcanic eruption, exuding an overwhelming force that crushed everything in its path. Nanny, is this Piccolo's aura? How can it be so terrifying? Sun Wukong, who was at Bao Mountain, exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this energy surpassed his OWNIS. This truly Uncle Piccolo's aura. It feels so frightening. Son Gohan, standing beside Sun Wukong, remarked, Indeed, I wonder what is happening. Gohan, let us go take a look. All right, Dad. With that, the father-son duo soared towards the heavenly realm in West City. Within his opulent mansion, Vegeta suddenly sensed an alarming presence. The earth-shattering energy radiating from Piccolo.is that the energy of that Saiyan, why is it so terrifying? What on earth is happening? Vegeta exclaimed in sheer terror. The intensity of this aura made him feel an urge to tremble. Moreover, Earth's elite warriors, including Krillin and Tan, also sensed this extraordinary energy and hastened towards the heavenly realm. In an instant, Earth's top fighters converged in the heavenly realm. At this moment, Piccolo returned to his original form, albeit now he appeared significantly more robust, and his aura was exceptionally formidable. Even Li Fan felt a sense of trepidation. Well, it seems I have inadvertently created a version of Piccolo quite distinct from the original narrative. Gulp? What has transpired? Sun Wukong and the others approached Li Fan, inquiring. Just look for yourselves. Piccolo has undergone a complete metamorphosis. Achieving a qualitative leap in strength, Li Fan informed the group. Piccolo should now be regarded as a true Super Namekian. The crowd was left astounded upon hearing this. While they were familiar with the concept of a Super Saiyan, the notion of a Super Namekian was entirely new to them. After Li Fan's revelation, they began to scrutinize Piccolo, who indeed had become significantly stronger. However, Li Fan remained unperturbed. After all, Saiyans were known for their rapid growth. Now that Piccolo had reached this level, he too needed to devise a plan to attain Super Saiyan 2, for his current strength might prove insufficient for the impending narrative. With this notion in mind, Li Fan began to formulate a strategy. Chapter 55. Is this my current power? I feel invincible. This newfound strength is unparalleled. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment as he clenched his fist. Upon hearing this, Vegeta bristled with irritation. What do you mean you're invincible? Can't you see I'm right here? If that's the case, how about you spar with me? Vegeta smirked as he stepped forward. Hmph, as you wish. Unlike before when Piccolo had exhibited some trepidation towards the so-called Super Saiyans, he now exuded confidence. It seemed a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Krillin chuckled. Yes, it's been a while since we've seen Piccolo in action. Tien nodded in agreement, recalling his memories of Piccolo dating back to Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Now that Piccolo had grown stronger, he too was eager to witness whether Piccolo could indeed surpass even a Super Saiyan. I find this quite intriguing. And wait, I want to challenge Piccolo too, Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. As for him, battling formidable opponents was the essence of exhilaration. This is interesting. I feel an urge to fight. Li Fan observed, equally thrilled. Indeed, Saiyans possessed an innate combative nature. Roaring, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of golden energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With mastery over this transformation, the immense fluctuations had vanished, and his transformations became more fluid. Come forth, let me witness the true might of the so-called Super Namekian. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. With a swift motion akin to lightning, he appeared before Piccolo in an instant. Delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The collision produced a shockwave that sent a golden aura reeling back several dozen feet. Nanny, I'm astonished. I never anticipated Piccolo's strength could reach such heights. Does this mean he is no longer merely the third strongest on Earth, but now the fourth? Vegeta seethed with frustration. Fueled by anger, Vegeta charged at Piccolo once more, employing every technique at his disposal. His speed increased exponentially, and each punch packed more power than the last, rendering the air barely capable of capturing their fleeting forms. Their battle escalated from the heavenly realm into the higher altitudes, with the sounds of their fist collisions echoing across the skies. As they clashed, the clouds dispersed entirely. Wow, their battle is on an entirely different level, Sun Wukong remarked, astonished. Moreover, it appears that during this month, Vegeta has indeed experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. Of course, the transformation of Piccolo is truly earth-shattering. Speaking of which, Li Fan, do you now possess the confidence to defeat Piccolo? Goku inquired. Defeat Piccolo? Li Fan assessed the situation and realized that he had yet to attain full power as a Super Saiyan. How could he possibly vanquish Piccolo? Nonetheless, he believed that defeating Piccolo was merely a matter of time. With that, Li Fan shook his head. Seeing this, Goku expressed his astonishment, for Li Fan had always been the epitome of their highest combat power. And now he found himself overshadowed by Piccolo, which left Goku utterly astonished. Yet despite this, he was eager to exchange a few blows with Piccolo to witness the true extent of his power. In the skies above, Vegeta relentlessly launched a frenzied assault against Piccolo. However, this level of attack was effortlessly countered by Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo was reveling in his newfound strength. Ever since the planet Namek incident, he had been under the oppressive shadow of the Super Saiyans, deprived of any opportunity to shine. To his surprise, today he could actually dominate a Super Saiyan. My apologies, Vegeta, but you are no match for me now. Hmph, Piccolo coldly remarked, having never harbored any fondness for Vegeta. How absurd. I'm the prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be bested by a mere Namekian? Vegeta began, but before he could finish, Piccolo's fist struck him hard in the abdomen. Following that, Piccolo clenched his hands and delivered a vicious chop to Vegeta's body. Bang! In an instant, Vegeta was struck with overwhelming force, his body uncontrollably plummeting downward. Boom! He ultimately crashed into the surface of the other world, unable to move for quite some time. Witnessing this, everyone collectively gasped in shock. Piccolo's power had grown tremendously. This was a Super Saiyan, and yet he was being toyed with. What level had Piccolo truly reached? This was indeed big news. Chapter 56. How incredibly powerful. I am filled with excitement. I can no longer contain myself. Goku had been eager to join the fray. And now, with Vegeta foolishly stepping forward as the first casualty, it was his turn. With his thought in mind, a radiant golden energy enveloped Goku. Whoosh! Boom! The golden aura was fierce and wild, akin to raging flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. Piccolo, wait for me. I am coming. With that, Goku transformed into a streak of golden lightning, hurtling towards Piccolo in the sky. This truly was a divine clash. It seemed they were far behind. Tin stared at his own hands. Previously, he believed the gap between himself and Goku was not insurmountable, but now he understood that the chasm of bloodlines was forever uncrossable. The Saiyans stood like a colossal mountain before them. Indeed, Krillin nodded in agreement, recognizing that since the emergence of the Saiyan concept on Earth, they and Goku had become entirely different beings. Damn it. Damn those bastards. At this moment, Vegeta managed to rise. But given his prideful nature, he found no one willing to assist him. To think a mere Namekian could grow to such heights. Li Fan, you must be responsible for this. Vegeta staggered over to Li Fan and exclaimed. In Vegeta's eyes, only Li Fan could have enabled Piccolo to become so formidable. After all, Piccolo had once been nothing more than a weakling in his presence. Indeed, Li Fan nodded, affirming the truth. Nanny, you were truly the one who empowered Piccolo to such a degree. Upon hearing this, Tin, Krillin, and the others, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly seemed to grasp something and turned their gazes towards Li Fan. Oh, feeling the weight of their attention, Li Fan felt somewhat pressured. Piccolo's strength arose from their Namekian fusion abilities, so do not harbor any delusions. Li Fan shrugged, oh. Upon hearing this, the group lowered their heads once more. However, although they might not reach Piccolo's level, I do know an excellent method for enhancement. Li Fan rested his chin on his hand. Nanny, what method for enhancement? The group perked up, their eyes brimming with hope. That would be gravity training. If you're interested, I can provide you with several training rooms. Li Fan addressed them. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in such matters, but considering they were the pinnacle of Earth's combat power, a little assistance wouldn't hurt. So it's gravity training. While it is indeed effective, it is undeniably grueling. Krillin, having experienced gravity training firsthand, spoke with some resignation that no, I need it. At that moment, Tin's eyes sparkled with determination. He desperately required this to enhance his strength. After all, as martial artists, they did not wish to be left behind by the times. I need it too. Surprisingly, Yamcha echoed this sentiment. I'll take one as well. Krillin, feeling the atmosphere, eagerly chimed in. Sure, no problem. Li Fan nodded. After all, a few gravity training rooms were not a challenge. Even though Bulma was pregnant, the data remained, and the robots could easily handle the operation. Boom! Just then, a resounding explosion echoed through the sky, drawing their attention. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Goku was sent reeling back dozens of yards by Piccolo's powerful strike. Now, Piccolo's strength was completely overwhelming Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Ah, Piccolo, your power has truly reached astonishing heights. No wonder you were able to seal Slug back then. Goku suddenly realized, his typically slow mind finally grasping the situation. Piccolo nodded, not denying it. However, even so, I will not concede. Ha! At this moment, Goku's fighting spirit soared. Despite knowing that Piccolo was stronger, it did not dampen his desire to fight. Whoosh! The golden flames surged anew, and Goku's figure darted forward like lightning, launching a series of relentless attacks against Piccolo. Each punch harnessed his full strength, unleashing terrifying energy with every blow. Bang! 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 In the sky, fierce sparks erupted continuously, the sounds ringing out like thunder. If one did not know better, they might think the heavens were rumbling. What a formidable Piccolo! His power is truly terrifying. Tien and the others watched the battle in the sky, their eyes filled with fervor. When would they reach such heights? Of course, their current combat powers were merely in the thousands. A stark contrast to the billions of power they were witnessing. Chapter 57. The battle between Goku and Piccolo continued for quite some time. They were locked in a fierce struggle. Goku's strength was indeed slightly greater than Vegeta's. Yet now he faced a Piccolo who had fused with Slug, leaving Goku at a disadvantage. Despite Goku's fierce attacks, Piccolo's counterattacks were even more ferocious. Bang! In the next instant, Piccolo seized Goku's opening and delivered a devastating kick that sent him flying. Whoosh! 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 Goku was propelled back several dozen yards before managing to stabilize himself. Cough! Cough! No wonder you are Piccolo. I concede this battle. Goku panted heavily. Yes, Goku admitted defeat. Though this was not typical of him, he had come to realize that he could not hope to defeat Piccolo. Son, I have finally surpassed you once more. Ha! Piccolo remarked triumphantly, reveling in his victory over Goku. At this moment, Piccolo truly felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Of course, while his current strength was formidable, he had long since abandoned any notions of world domination. He had come to understand the unfathomable depths of the universe. There are always greater beings beyond the known, epitomized by the saying, "There's always someone stronger." Yet despite this realization, he still believed that he was the strongest on Earth. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong descended into the heavenly realm. He turned his gaze towards Li Fan, conveying a simple message. It was Li Fan's turn to step up. Meanwhile, Piccolo was filled with fiery anticipation. At last, he would have the opportunity to face Li Fan in combat once more. Come on, Li Fan, let me witness your power again, Piccolo declared, arms crossed defiantly though. It seems Piccolo has grown increasingly arrogant. Li Fan remarked, achieving such strength so quickly. What will happen next? With that, Li Fan vanished in an instant, appearing high in the sky to confront Piccolo. Finally, I have awaited this day, Li Fan. I will surely defeat you. Piccolo exclaimed with fervor. Haha, Piccolo, although your strength has indeed undergone a tremendous transformation, defeating me will not be so easily accomplished. A wry smile crossed Li Fan's lips. In that moment, he transformed into a golden-haired, azure-eyed Super Saiyan. Unlike the grandiose transformations of Sun Wukong and others, Li Fan's transformation was more akin to a state of normalcy. Nanny, why does it seem that Li Fan's energy now resembles that of an ordinary person? Sun Wukong remarked in astonishment. It was well known that the energy and aura produced by a Super Saiyan were typically overwhelming. Yet Li Fan's current form, while still a golden-haired, azure-eyed Super Saiyan, lacked that intimidating presence. It appears your aura is rather feeble, Piccolo said with a smirk. Humph, even if that is the case, my strength remains formidable, Li Fan retorted with a cold laugh. During this time, he had not neglected his training, primarily focusing on maintaining his Super Saiyan form in all endeavors. Consequently, he could now sustain this transformation for extended periods. This form was the easiest to master, yet also the most challenging, as it required complete adaptation to become second nature. It demanded a tranquil mind post-transformation, which was inherently difficult due to the emotional volatility associated with becoming a Super Saiyan. Regardless, today I shall defeat you, Piccolo declared, his eyes gleaming with intensity, as he charged fiercely towards Li Fan. In an instant, the two clashed violently. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. How could Li Fan possess such power? With a swift motion, both were violently pushed back several dozen paces by the ferocity of their encounter. Li Fan could actually match Piccolo. At this sight, Vegeta expressed his astonishment. Indeed, I never anticipated Li Fan's strength to be this formidable. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. How can your power be so immense? You are merely a Super Saiyan. Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that your base power has reached the millions? Suddenly, realization struck Piccolo. Indeed, Li Fan once mentioned his battle power was in the millions, which explains his current strength post-transformation. Sun Wukong remarked, enlightened. You may interpret it that way. Li Fan nodded in affirmation. However, this base power was but one aspect. The other crucial factor lay in his current form. Though he was still a Super Saiyan, it was the most potent variant among them. According to the original narrative, it ought to be referred to as the Super Saiyan full power form. But this is quite satisfactory. Otherwise, if you were too weak, the battle would lack excitement. Piccolo scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance, to everyone's surprise. After enhancing his strength, Piccolo's demeanor had significantly transformed. Chapter 58. Prepare to face me. Li Fan, with renewed vigor, Piccolo brandished his sharp claws, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. As you wish, Li Fan responded, his blood surging with enthusiasm. Truly, Piccolo, now fused with slag, exhibited remarkable power. However, Li Fan was no pushover either. With a thunderous crash, their forms collided once more, only to separate before clashing again with even greater force. Energy ripples expanded outward in concentric circles. Bang! 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 The combat was fierce and relentless, with both warriors exchanging blows with fervor. The sky exploded with color, bolts of lightning illuminating the atmosphere. The air was thick with tension, as if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. These two are truly monsters, Krillin remarked, observing Li Fan and Piccolo's titanic struggle. Their attacks had escalated to such a degree that they could only glimpse the silhouettes of the fighters clashing in the skies above. At that moment, Li Fan gradually unleashed his full energy, only to discover that Piccolo was doing the same. What a remarkable feat! Piccolo truly lives up to his reputation, Li Fan praised. Your strength has exceeded my expectations as well, Piccolo replied with a cold smile. At that moment, he was unleashing his full might against Li Fan, yet he found it difficult to gain a significant advantage. Li Fan had surpassed all of his expectations. For a brief moment, the two appeared evenly matched. Their battle raged on, shrouding the world in darkness for nearly an hour. However, despite the intensity of their struggle, neither could claim victory. That I end this confrontation. Li Fan gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He estimated Piccolo's power to be approximately on par with that of a Super Saiyan 2, if not slightly less, akin to the lightning-fast cell from Dragon Ball Z. Conversely, Li Fan's ability to hold his ground against Piccolo indicated that while he had not yet achieved Super Saiyan 2, his extraordinary base power combined with his Super Saiyan full power form allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with a Super Saiyan 2 at its initial stage out of course, should he encounter a peak Super Saiyan 2. The outcome would likely be dire. How did Li Fan cultivate to achieve such strength? Even if his base power is formidable, it shouldn't enable him to attain such an extraordinary transformation, Vegeta pondered. Perplexed, well, I am uncertain, but Li Fan's form remains that of a Super Saiyan. It merely feels distinct from our own transformations, Sun Wukong mused, as if grasping an elusive truth, only for it to slip away moments later. Super Saiyan, truly remarkable. Dad, I too wish to become a Super Saiyan. At that moment, little Gohan, standing beside Sun Wukong, spoke up. Nanny, you wish to become a Super Saiyan. So, you want to train? Sun Wukong inquired, taken aback. After all, Chi-Chi had prohibited Gohan from training, insisting he focus solely on his studies. Gohan had always complied with Chi-Chi's wishes. Although Sun Wukong recognized Gohan's potential, perhaps even greater than his own, he had never pressured Gohan to pursue training if he was not inclined. Despite feeling a waste of Gohan's talent, he understood it was beyond his control. Yes, Dad. To everyone's surprise, Gohan's eyes shone with determination. All right, recognizing Gohan's resolve, Sun Wukong nodded in approval. This had been his desire all along. Meanwhile, Vegeta, overhearing the exchange between father and son, snorted disdainfully before a realization struck him. Fan has married, Kakarot has married, and they both have children. What about me? Am I falling behind? Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! Not only am I lagging in strength, but now I must also contend with this? No way. I must find a woman soon, Vegeta thought to himself, recalling a woman named Ties he had encountered during a recent trip to another planet. Yes, I must act quickly. Bang! Just then, a tremendous noise reverberated through the sky. As the fists collided, both Fan and Piccolo were forcefully pushed back several dozen yards. Cough, cough. What a formidable strength, Piccolo gasped, panting heavily. In that case, let us settle this with a single move, Fan, feeling somewhat exhausted after such a prolonged battle, replied. Hmph, that is precisely my intention. A smirk crossed Piccolo's lips at this declaration. Were they truly about to determine the victor with just one technique? It seemed they would witness Fan's earth-shattering fist once again. How thrilling! Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. What is this earth-shattering fist? Krillin and the others expressed their astonishment, having never witnessed Fan's ultimate technique. And the name alone sounded extraordinarily imposing. Chapter 59. Demon Flash. Roar! Piccolo shouted, and immediately an incredibly brilliant light emanated from his hands. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of electricity danced around him. It's the Demon Flash. Son Gohan exclaimed with enthusiasm. His excitement was understandable, as Piccolo had taught him this technique. Seeing Piccolo unleash it now filled him with joy. What on earth is that? Krillin exclaimed in shock, and all eyes were drawn to the spectacle above Fan, where a colossal figure made of condensed energy loomed, exuding an aura of invincibility. Gulp. So that's the earth-shattering fist you mentioned. Wukong, Tianjin Han stammered, struggling to swallow. The sheer terror of Fan's technique rendered them breathless. Indeed, the shock is as profound as ever. Although it was not the first time Sun Wukong had witnessed this, the impact remained monumental. In the next moment, Piccolo unleashed his Demon Flash towards Fan. The blinding brilliance making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Earth-shattering fist. Break through, Fan roared, launching his fist towards Piccolo's energy attack. Simultaneously, the giant behind him mirrored his action, its massive fist crashing down upon Piccolo's energy. The two forces collided with an earth-shattering impact. Boom! The dazzling light seemed to engulf the entire sky, leaving Piccolo aghast. This is no mere clash. This colossal punch has shattered my energy, realizing the dire situation. Piccolo attempted to retreat, but a portion of the energy still surged towards him. Bam! With a grunt, he was sent flying once more. Soon, silence reigned in the sky again, while Fan gasped for breath. It must be said, this technique was overwhelmingly exhausting, draining nearly all his stamina. Even with his regenerative abilities, he felt a significant toll, of course, while his regeneration did not consume energy during the process and came with some automatic recovery. It didn't mean he could repeatedly withstand such immense energy and stamina expenditure. Remarkable! You actually defeated Piccolo, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he approached Fan, clapping him on the shoulder. Indeed, but it was merely one move. Fan remained humble. Cough? I must admit, I lost to you this time, but next time, I shall triumph. Piccolo returned, looking rather disheveled compared to Fan. That remains to be seen, Fan replied with a grin. As a Saiyan, he was confident in his combat prowess, and he hoped Piccolo would continue to grow stronger. Having gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities, Fan knew what he needed to pursue next, to strive for the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Though it seemed straightforward, he had attempted it before and felt something was amiss, halting him at this threshold. However, with sufficient time, he believed success was inevitable. Hmph! Do not get too cocky, remember, I am the prince with the greatest talent. Just wait, next time it will be me, Vegeta, who defeats you all. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing his earlier defeat at Piccolo's hands, and arrogantly took off. Naturally, he had another motive for leaving, to seek a wife and marry. As the prince of the Saiyans, he could not lag behind in this regard. Forget it. That's just how he is. Sun Wukong shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Han approached Li Fan, looking as if they had something to say. I can see what you guys are thinking. Come, let's make a trip to West City. Li Fan discerned their intentions. Hey Li Fan, take me along too. Son Wukong eagerly chimed in, although he had surpassed the gravity of 100 times during their last excursion to Namek. He was now in need of training, and since Li Fan had proposed it, he wanted to tag along. Sure, no problem. Li Fan replied generously, though his affluence stemmed from his wife's wealth. Chapter 60. On a bright, sunny day, with a gentle breeze wafting across the endless sea, Li Fan decided to take a break from training and savor life. He was not alone in this endeavor, cradling his little one. He sat by the shore, enjoying the sea breeze. Li Fan, I never expected you would come and spend time with us, Bulma remarked, lounging in a deck chair, sipping juice behind her sunglasses. Haha, of course, you're my wife. And in this vast world, my wife and our child are my utmost priorities. Li Fan chuckled, lifting his child playfully. Yay! Their child responded with joyous movements, exuding liveliness. How shameless of you to say such things. Even Bulma, upon hearing Li Fan's words, felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, though her heart brimmed with sweetness. Indeed, while Li Fan was a remarkable man, demonstrating strength was essential, so was cherishing family. Oh dear sister, your Li Fan treats you exceptionally well, unlike that Vegeta, who has never uttered such words to me. Beside Bulma sat her sister, Tai Si, who was noticeably pregnant. Somehow, she had become involved with Vegeta, and they had since married, residing in his home. Haha, sister, you can't envy me this time. Bulma felt a sense of pride and happiness in her relationship compared to Vegeta's, although she wasn't particularly fond of Vegeta. That was her sister's choice, and she respected it. Haha, but I do appreciate Vegeta's personality. While Tai Si had her grievances about Vegeta, she felt fortunate nonetheless. What a rare, leisurely day it was. Little brah, you must grow quickly. When you do, your father will teach you martial arts, Li Fan declared, holding his daughter aloft. Yay! Little brah seemed to understand, responding enthusiastically to her father's encouragement. Indeed, Li Fan and Bulma have been blessed with a daughter, and it is Bulma who has taken the responsibility of naming her. However, from Li Fan's perspective, the specific name holds little significance as long as it carries the Li surname. Thus, their daughter is named Li Beulah. From a moment of her birth, Li Fan felt the remarkable power emanating from Beulah, which was nothing short of extraordinary, approximately 5,000. This figure is undeniably formidable, especially considering that even the legendary Super Saiyan possesses a combat power of merely 10,000 at birth. Li Fan was astounded by this revelation, fully aware of its implications that it is conceivable that his daughter's future achievements may surpass his own. Yet, at present, Li Fan finds solace in the thought that his daughter's happiness is paramount, a sentiment he had never experienced in his previous life as a father. Suddenly, a tumultuous disturbance erupted on the distant sea. Drawing Li Fan's attention, he observed two figures clashing with fervor. Undoubtedly Son Wukong and Vegeta, both fervent enthusiasts of battle. Li Fan, however, found amusement in their antics. For without such encounters, they would not truly be Son Wukong and Vegeta. Their attacks were fierce, each fully aware of the other's capabilities, with neither holding back. Li Fan, accustomed to their brawls, chose to ignore the spectacle, instead savoring the tranquility of life. Meanwhile, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, a colossal warship approached Earth. Within this vessel, two figures stood before a glass panel, surveying the scene ahead. Frieza, do you truly believe the Dragon Balls exist on Earth? A deep voice resonated, a massive figure speaking. Indeed, Father. Moreover, there are some detestable Saiyan monkeys on that planet. We must eliminate them this time. The speaker was none other than Frieza, recently slain by Li Fan, albeit in a rather unappealing, half-mechanical form. Hmph, they're merely Saiyans. Dealing with them will be a trivial task. Once we acquire the Dragon Balls, we shall obliterate the entire planet. The imposing figure was none other than King Cold, Frieza's father and the leader of the Frost Demons, whose power surpassed even Frieza's. They had come seeking vengeance and the coveted Dragon Balls. King Cold brimmed with confidence, calculating the strength of the Super Saiyans. While formidable, He believed they were far from his equal. The allure of immortality granted by the Dragon Balls further fueled his ambition. Thus, he agreed to accompany Frieza to Earth to enact their revenge. Unaware that this journey might lead to their ultimate demise, in a desolate expanse on Earth, the fabric of space suddenly trembled, heralding an astonishing event. With a whoosh, a peculiar machine unfolded, and the hatch creaked open to reveal a young girl clad in denim. "This must be the place," she remarked, surveying her surroundings before stowing away her vehicle. Meanwhile, Li Fan, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze, furrowed his brow as a colossal energy signature approached Earth. Could it be that the plot is unfolding? He pondered, a smile gracing his lips as he entrusted little Beulah to Bulma Li Fan. "What are you doing?" Bulma inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice that I sensed some entities nearing Earth, so I intend to investigate. Li Fan replied candidly. "All right, but please be careful," Bulma urged. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Fan activated his instant transmission, vanishing like a specter. That moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, engaged in their fierce duel, paused. "Kakarot, do you feel that energy?" Vegeta inquired, his tone serious. "Yes, and it seems familiar. It resembles Frieza's Sun Wukong nodded. However, it appeared that there was an even more potent energy alongside Frieza's. Excellent. It's been too long since I've engaged in a true battle." Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. "Hmph. Kakarot, do not dare to steal my thunder this time," Vegeta retorted, unleashing a torrent of white energy as he rocketed away. "Nanny, you Vegeta. I'm coming too," Sun Wukong shouted, following suit with his own explosive burst of energy. Due to Li Fan's intervention, Sun Wukong had yet to master instant transmission, forcing him to rely on his flight technique. Meanwhile, across the globe, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and others sensed the approaching menacing energy and swiftly took to the skies, their training having enhanced their strength beyond that depicted in the original tale. "Humph, Frieza? That fool seeks his own demise." Piccolo mused from the other world, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. He was now exceedingly confident, knowing that anyone daring to challenge Earth would meet a grim fate. Li Fan materialized like a phantom in the high skies above the barren landscape, observing a young girl below awaiting something. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with the original narrative, but he dismissed such thoughts and descended. "Hello there," he greeted politely. The girl turned to the sound of his voice. "Who are you?" Upon laying eyes on Li Fan, she froze, tears welling in her eyes. This was the person she had not seen since her earliest memories. To her astonishment, he was the first individual she encountered in this place. "I am Li Fan. May I ask your name?" he inquired, intrigued by the girl's striking beauty, reminiscent of both Bulma and himself. "Hello. My name. I cannot disclose it at this moment." She hesitated, forcing back her tears. Yet, her longing was palpable, conflicted by the bitterness of abandonment. Li Fan was profoundly moved. Such a bond of blood was unmistakable. Even without prior acquaintance, he wondered why Trunks had not appeared, but instead, this girl stood before him, indicating that he existed in the future world. If that were the case, then artificial beings should not pose a problem. Why had this girl returned to this timeline? Had something happened to him? He yearned for clarity. Suddenly, a massive warship descended from the sky, drawing their attention. "They're here. It seems my calculations were accurate," the girl remarked, gazing at the descending vessel. "What do you mean by calculations?" Li Fan asked. Perplexed, this was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay with Frieza and his father arriving on Earth. They needed to be vanquished first. The girl soared into the air, employing her flight technique without waiting for Li Fan's response. Li Fan shook his head, concluding that she was most likely his daughter. Yet it seemed there were some grievances she held against him, coupled with her reluctance to acknowledge him. His curiosity intensified regarding the events in the future world, what had transpired that even he, with his boundless regenerative abilities, could not manage. Their speed was remarkable, and the warship's landing site was not far from them. With a tremendous thud, the colossal vessel touched down, causing the ground within a 100-mile radius to tremble. The earth around the ship splitting apart. This moment, Li Fan and the young girl stood not far from the battleship. Observing the scene, Li Fan shook his head, astonished that Frieza's tenacity for life remained so formidable. Even the last attack of such magnitude had failed to bring about his demise. He was indeed like an indestructible cockroach. Clang! The hatch of the cosmic battleship swung open, and forth came a throng of bizarre aliens. Each donned battle attire, wielded weapons, and sported power-level detectors, clearly indicating that they were a well-trained squadron. Nevertheless, despite their numbers, these extraterrestrial beings were utterly unimpressive in Li Fan's eyes, in the realm of Dragon Ball. Mere quantity does not equate to strength. Before true masters, a mere flick of the finger could obliterate a planet. Oh, what if they were numerous? The last two to emerge were none other than Frieza and his father, King Cold. Upon stepping out of the spacecraft, Frieza immediately spotted Li Fan and Bra in the distance. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red, and that was precisely the case at this moment. Frieza's eyes widened with rage upon seeing Li Fan, his desire to rend him limb from limb palpable. "Oh, Frieza, is that Saiyan monkey you mentioned him?" King Cold deduced Frieza's fury, realizing that the only individual capable of provoking such a reaction was the Saiyan who had nearly taken Frieza's life previously. "Well, look who it is, Frieza. I never anticipated your resilience. Having survived our last encounter, what brings you here to court death once more?" Li Fan stepped forward, a cold smirk on his lips. "Hmph, wild monkey, this time you shall undoubtedly perish in my hands. Let me inform you, my power level has soared beyond measure." Frieza's previously menacing visage darkened once more. In his eyes, Li Fan's demise was a foregone conclusion. "Hmph, dealing with you lot requires no assistance. I alone am sufficient." A voice rang out. Surprising Li Fan, it was none other than his daughter. Initially, Li Fan had intended to personally eliminate Frieza and King Cold, but upon witnessing Bra's determination, he reconsidered his approach. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge Bra's prowess. After all, from a moment of her birth, her power level had already reached 5,000, and there was no doubt her strength had only grown since then. "You, a mere little girl? Ho ho ho, ha ha." Instantly, Frieza doubled over in laughter. What a joke! This little girl dares to speak such words. Not just Frieza, but nearly all the aliens accompanying him found Bra's declaration to be utterly ludicrous. A child so young already bragging. In that case, let me see just how strong you truly are." A burly alien stepped forward, activating his power level detector. Ding! 5,000. Upon seeing this figure, he sneered disdainfully. Haha, power level of merely 5,000. What utter rubbish! He immediately brandished his weapon, aiming it at Bra. Little one, this will be but a fleeting moment. Soon, you shall know the sweet embrace of death. Bang! With that, the alien pulled the trigger. He had expected Bra to be doomed. But the scene he envisioned did not unfold. Instead, Bra effortlessly swatted away his bullets. How is this possible? The alien panicked. Bang, bang, bang. He began to fire wildly at Bra. Yet, even this level of assault failed to harm a single hair on Bra's head. In fact, Bra batted away every bullet with her bare hands. "Nanny, this little girl..." Frieza was taken aback. This girl was far stronger than he had anticipated. Damn it, she must be a Saiyan as well. All Saiyans deserve to die. Everyone attack. Slay this little girl. Frieza bellowed fiercely. Yes, whoosh, swish, swish, swish. In no time, the aliens surrounding Bra closed in on her. Their movements were swift and precise, each brandishing weapons aimed at her. Yet, despite this, Bra remained unfazed, her arms crossed nonchalantly. Nanny, so arrogant. Fire! The leading alien roared, and bullets flew towards Bra with fierce intensity. At that moment, a smirk curled on Bra's lips. Then, she moved. Chapter 63, Bang, Bang, Bang. Bra's speed was like lightning, her attacks incredibly swift. In an instant, the previously formidable aliens lay scattered on the ground. "Oh, it seems you possess some skill. Very well, allow this king to personally deal with you." Frieza observed this scene without a trace of surprise. After all, for Master, achieving Bra's level of strength was merely a trivial feat. "Hmph, come forth and witness the might of a Super Saiyan," Bra proclaimed with pride. Her desire to showcase her abilities stemmed from a wish to impress her father. "Oh, you insolent little brat, how dare you be so arrogant?" It seemed necessary for Frieza to demonstrate the brutal reality of his world. He approached with a darkened expression, his eyes gleaming with an unquenchable murderous intent. This girl, of all things to say, had dared to utter the words Super Saiyan, as if intentionally provoking him. However, this little girl had quite the audacity. A Super Saiyan? Did she think it was as simple as a mere transformation? If that were the case, Super Saiyans would be everywhere. Frieza did not believe that this girl could genuinely transform into a Super Saiyan. The only one he truly feared stood silently by. Li Fan. Of course, Li Fan had no intention of intervening. If his daughter could not handle Frieza, then she was not his daughter. Humph, as you wish. Huh. Suddenly, Bra let out a mighty roar, and her aura surged skyward, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air and sand. In an instant, a golden energy erupted forth, enveloping her in a blaze akin to wildfire. At that moment, Bra's hair and even her eyebrows turned golden, while her emerald green eyes emanated an intimidating aura. Nanny you! Upon witnessing Bra's transformation, Frieza felt an immense and oppressive pressure bearing down upon him. The memory of his previous humiliation flashed vividly in his mind. King Cold, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this display. So this is what they call a Super Saiyan. Indeed impressive. However, he merely found it commendable and did not consider this girl a true opponent. After all, his ultimate form far surpassed Frieza's power. Thus he remained unperturbed. Damn wild monkeys! Pay with your lives. Frieza could no longer contain himself. The sight of Bra's transformation ignited a furious rage within him. All Saiyan monkeys must perish. With that thought, a gleam of malice flickered in Frieza's eyes, and in the next instant, he charged at Bra like a cannonball. In response to Frieza's assault, Bra merely chuckled coldly. Then, she too sprang into action. Her speed surpassed even Frieza's, her attacks more ferocious. Bang! As Frieza's fist came crashing towards her, Bra merely sidestepped with a slight tilt. Evading the blow, her own fist struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Their movements momentarily halted. This punch was no trifling matter. It was a full-force strike from Bra. Excruciating pain surged from Frieza's abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body. His face contorted in agony. Frieza attempted to utter something, yet Bra's fist erupted with golden light. A tremendous force sent Frieza hurtling away. Whoosh! Bang! He crashed violently against a meteorite. Nanny, witnessing this, King Cold, who had been watching with amusement, began to feel a twinge of unease. Could she truly have reduced Frieza to such a state with a single punch? Is it true that Super Saiyans possess such overwhelming strength? Li Fan nodded in agreement. It seems that, as expected, she's indeed his daughter, exhibiting quite formidable power. However, such an attack may not be sufficient to vanquish Frieza. Would it? Boom! As anticipated, in the next moment, the meteorite where Frieza stood was reduced to mere powder. Frieza, in his fury, charged at Bra. Throughout the encounter, Bra maintained a demeanor of cool indifference, seemingly dismissing Frieza entirely. Just as Frieza's assault was about to succeed, Bra's figure flickered and appeared directly above him. With a swift motion, she clenched her fists and struck down upon Frieza's head. Bang! The force of the blow left Frieza dazed, his vision clouded with stars, unable to discern his surroundings. Stumbling, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet Bra appeared unprepared to grant Frieza even a moment's respite. The next instant, she was behind him, seizing his tail. With a swift motion, she began to spin him around. Whoosh! Finally, with a tremendous exertion of strength, she hurled Frieza high into the sky. Thus, Frieza, your journey on Earth concludes here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of powerful energy blasts followed Frieza's ascent. Boom! Boom! Before long, Frieza was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 64. What? Frieza has been slain? King Cold's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at this sight. Could it be that outrageous, the formidable ice demon, dispatched so swiftly? This is simply unfathomable. King Cold, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes. Yet, the reality before him confirmed that it was indeed true. This seemingly delicate girl had effortlessly eliminated his son, Frieza. At that moment, King Cold felt an increasing sense of trepidation. for this girl's power now posed a potential threat to him. While Frieza may not have been the strongest, he was undeniably one of the universe's apex beings. After all, it was Frieza who had claimed the title of Universal Emperor. Yet, to think that the esteemed Universal Emperor could be subdued by a mere girl. Such news would be met with skepticism. Nonetheless, the events unfolding before King Cold demanded his utmost seriousness. Should a confrontation arise, he must transform into his final form at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, he might meet the same fate as Frieza. However, he harbored another thought regarding this scenario. Hmph, little girl, your strength appears commendable. Since you have defeated Frieza, I shall not voice further objections. Become my daughter, and together we shall conquer the universe, establishing dominion over it. Then, how would you feel about becoming the Universal Emperor? King Cold declared to Bra. In King Cold's eyes, notions of bloodline or familial ties were inconsequential. Frieza's demise was merely a stepping stone, as he placed far greater value on Bra's formidable abilities. Surely, Bra would be tempted. After all, who could resist the allure of the title of Universal Emperor? Regrettably, King Cold's proposal to make her his daughter struck a nerve with Bra. Bah, who would want to be your daughter? Bra retorted vehemently. Although they had not acknowledged one another, her biological father stood nearby. How could she possibly accept this ice demon as her father? Oh, if that is the case, then I shall have no choice but to demonstrate my true power, King Cold proclaimed, clenching his fists. Roar! With a furious shout, the very earth began to tremble violently. What? This plot seems awry. Upon witnessing this, Li Fan furrowed his brow. According to the original tale, King Cold never had the chance to transform before being slain by Trunks. Now, with his daughter in the mix, why does the narrative seem so altered? King Cold was actually preparing to transform. This could be troubling. While the original text did not elaborate, it was indisputable that King Cold's ultimate form would surpass even Frieza's. Ah! As King Cold's roar echoed, his aura became increasingly terrifying, the ground around him cracking under the pressure. Black energy surged forth, enveloping his massive form entirely. Humph! Regardless of your transformation, a single punch will suffice to fell you all. Observing this, Bra expressed her disdain, casting a glance at Li Fan nearby. She aimed to showcase her prowess before him, to let him recognize her strength. Roar! At last, King Cold's transformation reached completion, and as expected, his final form appeared diminutive compared to his previous massive stature. Yet the overwhelming aura radiating from him indicated that he was far from ordinary. Ha! This power, it has been ages since I wielded it. Little girl, today you are fortunate. You shall perish beneath my ultimate form. Following his transformation, King Cold's voice took on a chilling tone, filled with icy malice, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. His presence loomed like a descending demon. This is the visage of King Cold now. No matter your form, you shall all be defeated before me, Bra declared, and in an instant, her figure darted forward like lightning, swift beyond measure. In the blink of an eye, she stood before King Cold. Bang! Her powerful punch struck with the force of a raging tempest, unyielding as it aimed for King Cold's face. Hmph! In the face of Bra's assault, King Cold merely sneered, as though everything unfolded within his control. Bang! In the next moment, Bra's fist was effortlessly caught by King Cold. What? He caught my attack so easily. Bra's expression shifted. She staggered back a few steps, then swiftly launched a second wave of attacks. Tap, 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 tap. The onslaught was relentless, her punches swift and fierce, each blow heavier than the last. Yet despite Bra's relentless barrage, King Cold remained unfazed, absorbing the strikes with ease. Bra's astonishment only grew. How could King Cold possess such strength? This was not how history portrayed him. Nevertheless, shock aside, there was no turning back. Her father was watching. Humph, little girl, it seems your strength is still lacking. Bang! In the next instant, King Cold seized an opening, his fist breaking through Bra's defenses and landing a heavy blow to her abdomen. The tremendous force sent Bra hurtling backward for dozens of yards. Following that, King Cold pointed his finger toward Bra. Thus, you may meet your demise. Death beam. A jet of black energy shot forth from King Cold's fingertip, hurtling toward Bra with lethal intent. The penetrating power of this death beam was formidable. If it struck, the consequences would be dire. Li Fan, realizing he could no longer remain a passive observer, understood that Bra was his daughter. Chapter 65. Whoosh! King Cold's attack was extraordinary, his power astonishing. At that moment, Bra, having stabilized her stance, noticed the approaching death beam. Her eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, I was careless. She had completely underestimated King Cold's strength. Attempting to react swiftly or dodge seemed impossible. What to do? Panic began to set in as the death beam closed in on her. Bang! Just as Bra found herself helpless, a figure appeared before her, deflecting the energy of the death beam with a powerful strike. What? Am I saved? Father! Bra was taken aback. She had not anticipated Li Fan would intervene at such a crucial moment. Humph! Dare you threaten my daughter without consulting me? Li Fan addressed King Cold coldly, his tone laced with an unmistakable killing intent. Father, you already knew. Bra was astonished to hear Li Fan's words, yet a wave of happiness washed over her. Is this what it feels like to have a father's love? Since she could remember, she had never laid eyes on her father. All she knew about him came from her mother's tales. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why her father had abandoned them, harboring a lingering resentment towards him. However, with Li Fan's recent revelation, all her grievances seemed to dissipate. Ditto. So she's your daughter. Ha ha, splendid. Today, both of you shall meet your demise at the hands of King Kyud. King Kyud boasted with arrogance. It appeared that the so-called Super Saiyan was nothing remarkable after all, and that fool Frieza, that trash, had been vanquished by Super Saiyan. What a disgrace! Just moments ago, he had already defeated one Super Saiyan. Surely he had no reason to fear this so-called Li Fan. All Super Saiyans, in his eyes, possessed comparable power. Such was the source of King Kyud's confidence. I apologize, but you might be disappointed. For today, the one to perish is you. Li Fan retorted disdainfully. I could see that moment. He had transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. While he too was a Super Saiyan, the energy radiating from him was far less ostentatious than that of Bra. Bra noticed this discrepancy as well. Young man, boasting comes at a price. So, prepare to die. King Kyud declared, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Instantly, the air around them crackled with tension, and he sprang into action. He intended to eliminate these so-called Super Saiyans with ruthless efficiency, then seize the Dragon Balls of Earth to fulfill his desire for immortality. Alas, it was destined that King Kyud would meet his end today. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force. In that instant, the surrounding air erupted violently. The smile on King Kyud's face began to freeze as he felt an overwhelming force coursing through his arm, as if his bones were shattering. What kind of power is this? In a state of shock, King Kyud was sent hurtling backward, losing control of his own body. What strength! Truly impressive. No wonder he's my father. Bra exclaimed, astonished and exhilarated. Although she was aware of her father's strength, this was beyond her expectations. As a fellow Super Saiyan, her father had achieved such an extraordinary level of power. How could she not be amazed? Boom! Ultimately, King Kyud's form crashed violently into the battleship. Crackle! The vessel began to emit arcs of electricity. It seemed this battleship was beyond repair. Incredibly fragile. Li Fan scoffed after witnessing the destruction. Bang! Yet in the next moment, King Kyud charged forth once more. Cough, cough! You wild monkey! How can you possess such formidable strength? King Kyud gasped, struggling for breath. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply resign yourself to death. Li Fan replied, moving like lightning to reappear before King Kyud in an instant. What speed! Bang! Before King Kyud could react, Li Fan's fist struck his chin with ferocity. Whoosh! The immense force propelled King Kyud high into the air. After executing this maneuver, a smirk graced Li Fan's lips as he vanished once more. Swish! In the next moment, he was right behind King Kyud, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Poof! King Kyud was sent plummeting toward the ground, as if struck by a devastating blow. Boom! In the end, he lay helplessly on the ground, his body sinking into the earth, surrounded by fissures in the ground. This was astonishingly powerful. If only my father could accompany me back to the future. Perhaps all our troubles would be resolved. Witnessing Li Fan's prowess, Bra felt a renewed sense of hope. Cough, cough, cough. Unexpectedly, King Kyud managed to rise again, his body swaying unsteadily as if he might collapse at any moment. Li Fan landed before him, extending his hand towards King Kyud, ready to eliminate this insignificant foe. Nanny? King Kyud's eyes widened in terror at Li Fan's gesture. He could sense death looming perilously close. The threat of demise, for the first time since his rise, he felt fear. What to do? King Kyud was finally frightened. Thud! In the next moment, to Li Fan and Bra's astonishment, King Kyud knelt before them. Chapter 66. At this moment, King Kyud's actions were utterly unexpected for Li Fan and Bra. He was actually kneeling. The leader of the Frozen Demon clan, the ruler of the universe, had debased himself so shamelessly. Please, spare me. I promise never to return to Earth. King Kyud pleaded, terror-stricken in the face of death. All notions of dignity had vanished. Spare you. Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt a strange sense of familiarity. There was no possibility of letting this scoundrel go. Please spare me. I swear I will never commit evil again. King Kyud continued to plead. Yet Li Fan seemed indifferent to his words. Turning to Bra Otosin, Bra looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of Li Fan's intentions to my daughter. Do you think I should kill him? Li Fan inquired. Kill him? Without a moment's hesitation, Bra exclaimed that, if you spare me, I will relinquish the title of Universal Emperor to you, and from now on, I shall serve you loyally. King Kyud made one final desperate appeal. I'm afraid I'm not interested, Li Fan declared, extending his hand towards King Kyud. Sensing the futility of his pleas, King Kyud's eyes flashed with malice. In that case, we shall perish together. Ha! King Kyud realized that further pleading was pointless. He intended to destroy this planet. Crack! Whoosh! But just as he prepared to unleash his power, a circular energy wave severed his neck. His head fell to the ground. Energy slash. To his surprise, this technique proved quite effective. Immediately afterward, Li Fan launched an energy blast, reducing King Kyud's body to dust. Although King Kyud was dead, Li Fan remained cautious, wary that someone might attempt to salvage something from the scene. His keen observation skills allowed him to sense some tiny machines following him. Even though he had obliterated them all, he could not be certain if others remained. Well versed in the storyline, Li Fan knew precisely who was behind all this. However, he was currently too disinterested to pursue them. Papa! At that moment, Bra rushed over and embraced Li Fan, sobbing as if she had a multitude of grievances to express. Li Fan's heart ached for his precious daughter. It was evident that she had suffered immensely in that future timeline. There, my dear daughter, it's all right now. Please tell Papa what happened. Li Fan gently patted Bra's back, offering comfort. Papa, you must help me. In the future, 3 ruthless androids emerged, killing Brother Gohan, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and others. And Uncle Goku succumbed to a viral heart disease. In the entire future timeline, only Arlon and I are left to fight desperately. Bra recounted the dire situation to Li Fan. Hearing this made Li Fan furrow his brow. Androids? I thought there were only 2. How could there be 3? That defies logic. Li Fan was utterly astonished. Indeed, there are 3 androids. Android 17, Android 18, and Android 16. They are bloodthirsty and destructive, leaving the future timeline in ruins, on the brink of annihilation. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded in understanding. Indeed, Android 17 and 18 were already formidable, and the addition of a more powerful Android 16 made the current state of affairs unsurprising. Wait a moment, this doesn't add up. Even if the androids are strong, hasn't Piccolo achieved Super Saiyan level 2? How is it possible that a mere handful of androids cannot be dealt with? Surely, Piccolo possesses the strength to confront androids, does he not? How could such a situation arise? Li Fan was engulfed in confusion. This future timeline might have even been altered by his arrival. Father, how could Uncle Piccolo possibly have the power to handle the androids? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Bra retorted. It was then that Li Fan realized that the Piccolo of the future timeline was not the same as the Piccolo of the present timeline. Having assimilated Slug, thus he was easily eradicated by the androids. And what about you, Father? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Li Fan's mind. According to Bra, there seemed to be no mention of his existence, as if he did not exist in that future timeline. How unfortunate. Father, you disappeared shortly after I was born, and none of us could find you, Bra told Li Fan, leaving him increasingly astonished. What on earth is going on? Why can't he fathom why he would vanish without a trace? Moreover, why must he disappear? Did you ever search for me afterward, or perhaps summon Shinran? Li Fan continued to inquire. If I truly disappeared, Bra and the others should have sought me out, or at the very least petitioned Shinran. Indeed, Mother once mentioned this. She summoned Shinran, but the dragon's response was that I was no longer in this world. No longer in this world? Could it be that I am dead? No, that cannot be. To be precise, I have vanished from the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that my future self returned to the original world? Li Fan was utterly bewildered, yet no one could provide an answer to this question. Of course, if given the option to return to his original world now, he would decline. After all, that world held nothing of value for him. Instead, this Dragon Ball world is where he has built a home, embraced family, and relished the joy of battle, continuously challenging himself. Return. He had no desire to go back. Chapter 67. After pondering for a considerable time, Li Fan still could not comprehend why things were this way. However, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. After all, his present self was doing well, was he not? As for the future, he felt it was necessary to journey there, to uncover what had transpired. It was far better than remaining passive as he was now. In summary, regardless of where my future self has gone or whether I have vanished, Bra, you must remember that I will never leave you, Li Fan stated solemnly, looking into Bra's eyes. How wonderful! It turns out I had wronged my father all along. Bra's eyes glistened with tears. This sight made it difficult for Li Fan to bear. No more tears of weakness. As for the androids of the future, I shall accompany you there, my dear, Li Fan declared with great bravado. Really? Father? Upon hearing this, Bra's eyes widened in disbelief. Naturally, what are androids but mere trifles? What is so remarkable about them? Li Fan dismissed the androids entirely, seizing the opportunity since he had nothing else to do at the moment. Moreover, in this world, there was still about a year before the androids would appear. Rather than wait idly, why not accompany Bra to the future and see for himself what awaited? Li Fan's response brought Bra immense joy. With his presence, along with Yajirobe and the others, they would undoubtedly be able to confront those 3 androids. In that case, let us set forth, Li Fan said to Bra. Agreed. Immediately, the father and daughter reached a consensus. Boom! Bra threw out a universal capsule, and a time machine materialized before them. Is this a time machine? It's incredible that they could even create something like this, Li Fan exclaimed in astonishment. This world not only boasts formidable combat power, but also advanced technology. The Earth's cutting-edge science has managed to produce such terrifying androids. Truly remarkable. However, Li Fan refrained from further lamentation and boarded the time machine with Bra. Naturally, he was utterly clueless about operating this device, so it was left to his daughter to maneuver it. All set. Let us go, Bra announced, promptly activating the time machine. The machine slowly ascended into the sky, and moments later, it vanished into the void. Whoosh! Just then, Goku and the others arrived. Kakarot, where is everyone? Vegeta demanded angrily upon seeing the carnage around him. There were corpses everywhere, and not a single living soul in sight. What in the world is going on? Who can explain this to me? Goku, too, wore a perplexed expression. Humph, no need to search. Li Fan has dealt with them all. A cold voice echoed as King Piccolo descended from the sky. Nanny, Piccolo, did you summon them? Goku asked curiously. No, but who else but Li Fan could have dispatched Frieza in such a short time? Piccolo lamented Goku's lack of insight. Is there anyone else on Earth capable of obliterating Frieza? TCH, but where has that guy gone? Vegeta looked around, but could not spot Li Fan. Hmph, he can teleport. So naturally, you and T know where he is. Ugh, it's quite a headache. I must learn to teleport on Yardrats someday. That ability is simply too convenient, Goku mused. Indeed, even though Li Fan had indirectly altered the narrative, Goku still yearned for the ability to teleport. TCH. Kakarot, if that is the case, I'll go too, Vegeta declared, unwilling to fall behind. And thus, the two began devising plans to travel to Yardrat for training. Of course, they were oblivious to the recent events involving the androids. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Li Fan and Bra's time machine, having vanished from that space, arrived in a peculiar place. Surrounding them were streams of white light, and white vapor swirled incessantly. Gulp! Is this the time-space tunnel? Li Fan gazed around, swallowing hard. Goodness, is this my first encounter with the sensation of crossing time and space? Yes, father, this is indeed the time-space tunnel. How do you find it? Bra inquired, controlling the time machine to "It's not bad, I suppose," Li Fan replied, though he did not mention that since entering this tunnel he had been feeling nauseous, as if he might vomit. Yet, with his daughter beside him, he forced himself to endure. Little did he expect that such a ride could induce such feelings. Heh, Dad, you're not feeling queasy in the time machine, are you? Bra teased, as if she could see right through him. Nonsense, how could I possibly feel unwell? Li Fan struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to appear unaffected. He could not lose face in front of his daughter. This was Li Fan's current thought. Undeniably, he now understood the experience of having a daughter. No wonder in ancient times, it was said that daughters are pearls in their parents' palms. Li Fan had finally grasped this truth. Nevertheless, he tried not to show it. Yet, despite his efforts, it still felt somewhat peculiar. Hold on, Dad, we'll be there soon, Bra assured him. Li Fan then noticed a distinctly different exit ahead, contrasting sharply with the surrounding whiteness. That must be the exit, Bra exclaimed, accelerating the time machine. Whoosh! At last, the time machine burst through the darkness, and everything seemed to quiet down. Have we arrived in the future? Chapter 68. Whoosh! The two found themselves hovering above a city. However, upon arrival, Li Fan could not help but frown. Below them lay a desolate wasteland. The dizzying sensation from the time machine had vanished in an instant. Clang! Li Fan stepped out of the time machine to carefully observe the city below. It had been reduced to such a state of ruin. Everywhere lies the remnants of fragmented floors, a wasteland strewn with debris, and the air is thick with the acrid scent of smoke. A stark contrast to the very notion of home, a world marred by devastation. Before arriving, Li Fan had prepared himself, having watched dramas in his previous life, yet he never anticipated that the depth of feeling experienced in person would be so profound. It can be said that the methods employed by the artificial beings in this world are exceedingly ruthless, leaving no stone unturned. Life has become devoid of interest, shrouded in a pall of despair, with the atmosphere saturated in a heavy stench of blood. Father, come, let us seek retribution against the artificial beings. At this moment, Bra, having arrived with the time machine, spoke to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded in agreement. Even he felt an overwhelming loathing towards the so-called artificial beings. Meanwhile, in the skies above Shidu, a youth resembling Vegeta bore a grave expression as he faced three individuals. He was Alon, the son of Vegeta, one of the last Saiyan warriors on Earth. Initially, Bra had hoped to delay the return of the artificial beings, but their arrival was swifter than expected, causing Alon to break into a cold sweat. Oh, little Alon, why not run? I wonder how far you can escape, cackled the tall and youthful number 18, clad in denim. Merely a struggling insect, scoffed number 17 disdainfully. Meanwhile, the imposing number 16 remained silent, yet the murderous intent in his eyes spoke volumes. In this realm, the artificial being number 16 epitomized malice and bloodlust, a trio that plunged the entire earth into days devoid of light. Curse them! Alon's countenance was grim as he faced the trio. Perhaps against one, even if defeated, escape was plausible, but confronting three at once was an overwhelming burden. How about this? Sister number 16, leave this one to me for some fun, number 17 announced, cracking his knuckles. After all, it has been terribly dull these days. I might as well enjoy myself with this fellow. Suit yourself. It matters not to me, replied number 18 with indifference, shrugging her shoulders. It's merely Alon we are dealing with. Nothing of great concern. Number 16, arms crossed, remained mute, his silence indicating tacit approval. Witnessing the disdain the artificial beings held for Alon ignited a fierce desire within him to crush them into the ground. Yet he found himself outnumbered. At this point, a cruel smile crept onto number 17's face, as if envisioning the moment he would shred Elon into pieces. "Come forth." "Ha!" Elon roared, golden energy erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, exuding an imposing aura that made the very air quiver. However, to the artificial beings, Elon's transformation was of little consequence. I relish those who, knowing death is imminent, still dare to put up a fight. Number 17 chuckled. "Stop chattering." "Huh." A sudden glimmer sparked in Elon's eyes as he dashed towards number 17 like a bolt of golden lightning. "Hmph, just a nuisance." Number 17 shot back, advancing to meet him. In an instant, the two figures collided violently. The ensuing flurry of attacks resonated with explosive sounds, energy rippling around them. Elon's strikes grew increasingly fierce, each blow lethal and merciless, his speed so rapid that capturing a shadow with a mere fist seemed impossible. Yet, such ferocity was futile against number 17's defenses. "Ha! Elon, your attacks remain unchanged, pathetically weak as an ant." Number 17 taunted. Meanwhile, far from Shidu, Li Fan and Bra sensed the overwhelming energy. Oh no, he must be facing the artificial being's onslaught. Bra exclaimed anxiously. "No need for concern. I possess instant transmission." "Now, grasp your father's shoulder," Li Fan declared confidently. "Nanny?" "Instant transmission." Without hesitation, Bra seized Li Fan's shoulder, and with a swift motion, they vanished. Bang! At that moment, Elon could not withstand number 17's assault, who seized an opportunity to land a punch squarely in his abdomen. Boom! Elon's body was forcefully slammed into a crumbling structure. Sigh! How dull! Just 2 or 3 blows, and this fellow is done for. Such disappointment. Number 17 lamented. "Just kill him and be done with it." Number 16 suggested, his words devoid of emotion. The cold, merciless nature of these 3 artificial beings was evident. "Very well, since it has come to this, I shall not hold back," Number 17 declared, a fierce glint in his eyes as he extended his hand towards Elon. A formidable energy sphere formed instantly. "Die, Elon," Number 17 shouted, launching the sphere like a cannonball towards Elon's position. Whoosh! The energy sphere was potent enough to claim Elon's life. Yet to Number 17's astonishment, a sudden beam of light struck it down. What the hell is happening? Number 17's eyes widened in disbelief as the light dissipated. 2 figures emerged. One was familiar, a veritable old friend, while the other was less recognizable. "Bra." Elon gasped in surprise, realizing Bra had returned with someone. Hope surged within him. "Elon, are you all right?" Bra inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Sister Bra, but had you arrived a moment later, I would have been finished." "Who is this?" Elon asked, eyeing Li Fan. This is my father, Li Fan. This time they are doomed," Bra proclaimed with pride. "Ah, you must be Uncle Li Fan." "Greetings," Elon responded, eager for camaraderie. Meanwhile, Number 17 fumed. "What the hell? Are you treating me like air? What difference does it make to have brought someone? No matter how many Scions you gather, they are all worthless." I didn't expect that this brat would still be alive and brought reinforcements. How amusing," Number 18 remarked, unfazed by Bra's arrival with Li Fan, merely noting his handsome appearance without sensing any formidable energy from him. Number 16 cast a glance at Li Fan, remaining silent yet disdainful. "And no need for you to intervene, Number 16. This time, I shall have my turn," Number 18 announced, charging towards the group. Whoosh in the next moment. 18 and 17 flanked Li Fan and the others. "Father, I want to fight alongside you," Bra exclaimed, wishing to assist against Number 18, believing she could buy time for Li Fan to dispatch Number 17, making their situation more manageable. However, Li Fan's response surprised her. "No need. Dealing with these artificial beings requires only me," Li Fan stated confidently. "Such audacious words," Bra replied, still concerned. "But Dad, they are 2 against 1. How can your 2 fists contend with their 4 hands?" Elon was equally astonished. Is Uncle Li Fan truly so audacious? Could it be that he is unaware of the terror that artificial beings embody? Indeed, this possibility cannot be dismissed. "Nanny." Number 18, did you hear that? This fellow actually dares to challenge both of us single-handedly? It's simply ludicrous. Number 17, upon hearing this, burst into laughter as if he had just encountered a splendid joke. Humph, how utterly presumptuous, since this individual has made such a claim. Why shouldn't we indulge his request? Number 18 remarked with great interest. Very well. Immediately, numbers 17 and 18 resolved to confront him together. They were eager to discover just how formidable this so-called opponent could be. Hmph. Li Fan stepped forward. Ha! In an instant, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, his transformation lacked the grandiosity displayed by others. It was more akin to a mere thought manifesting into reality. Why does Uncle Li Fan's energy feel even weaker than mine? Alon exclaimed in astonishment. If that is truly the case, then this is grave. They must rush to assist. The last time he transformed in such a manner. Yet it cannot be denied that my father is indeed very powerful. Bra said with great excitement. Seeking death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Number 17 and 18 exchanged a glance, then charged fiercely towards Li Fan, one advancing and the other following closely. Their strength was not to be underestimated, capable of easily overpowering Super Saiyans like Alon. However, once one attained the second transformation of Super Saiyan, they could effortlessly trounce these two, not to mention the full power of Super Saiyan. Swish, bang, bang, the fists of the duo struck towards Li Fan's head almost simultaneously. Yet this overwhelming assault was effortlessly intercepted by Li Fan. With a powerful tug, 17 and 18 found themselves uncontrollably hurtling towards him. Of course, Li Fan had no intention of embracing these two. Instead, bang, 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 Li Fan suddenly soared into the air, delivering a fierce kick. Number 17 and number 18, caught off guard, were forcefully struck in the chest. Naturally, Li Fan held no interest in the artificial being known as number 18, hence there would be no sentimentality in his actions. Pooh! This unexpected assault left numbers 17 and 18 completely stunned. Their combined might obliterated, sending them crashing into the ruins. How impressive! Witnessing this, Alon, who had been somewhat skeptical, gaped in astonishment. Nanny, number 16, who had remained silent until now, frowned upon seeing this. He effortlessly countered the combined efforts of numbers 17 and 18. Who on earth is this individual? Instantly, number 16 felt a stirring urge to engage. Boom! In the next moment, the ruins where numbers 17 and 18 had just crashed exploded once more, and two figures shot out. It was indeed numbers 17 and 18, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled. Damn it, this guy has ruined my new clothes. I'm losing patience. Number 18 shouted, charging fiercely towards Li Fan. However, Li Fan's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he evaded number 18's attack. Bang! Number 18's punch struck nothing but air. What incredible speed! Number 18 exclaimed in surprise. I'm coming too. The voice of number 17 echoed from behind Li Fan. At some point, this fellow had moved with astounding speed to reach Li Fan's rear. Nevertheless, Li Fan remained unperturbed. Come at me as you wish, clap. In that moment, Li Fan seized number 18's arm. Nanny, number 18's eyes widened in alarm. Panic etched across her face as she struggled to break free from Li Fan's grip. Alas, Li Fan's immense strength was beyond her capability to contend with. Hmph! Li Fan sneered. Applying pressure, he spun at an incredible speed. Bang! With unerring precision, he struck number 17, who was launching an attack from behind. Bang! The force of this collision was monumental, as if the very air trembled. Both were momentarily dazed, unable to discern their surroundings. Truly pathetic, Li Fan remarked disdainfully. Following this, he kicked both of their bodies away as if they were mere footballs, sending them crashing into a distant crumbling structure. Absolutely marvelous. No wonder he is my father. No wonder Uncle Li Fan is so formidable. Both Bra and Alon were filled with exhilaration upon witnessing this. Indeed, Li Fan's assertion that one individual could handle the artificial beings proved to be true. I must become as powerful as my father. Bra thought to herself, I never expected you to be capable of defeating the combined efforts of number 17 and 18. Remarkable. Number 16 flew close to Li Fan, coldly stating, I did not anticipate that you could defeat numbers 17 and 18 so easily. For number 16, Li Fan had always regarded him as the mild-mannered character from the original narrative. Who would have thought that this timeline would also present him as a killing machine? Naturally, but your fate shall be the same, Li Fan replied with a sneer. His words sounded arrogant and brazen. Yet it was undeniable that he possessed such strength. If that is the case, then you may meet your demise. Ha! Instantly, a flicker of light gleamed in number 16's eyes, his form darting like lightning. His attacks crashing upon Li Fan with the force of raging waves. Hmph! Come forth. Li Fan knew that number 16 was formidable, having been capable of contending with Imperfect Cell in the original narrative. Bang! The two collided fiercely. In that moment, a radiant explosion emanated from their clash, sending debris flying in all directions. Such a terrifying energy. Shall we go see how number 16 and 17 are faring? If those two manage to escape, it would be quite troubling. Without hesitation, Bra employed the instant transmission technique, soaring towards the ruins where numbers 17 and 18 had been struck down. Wait for me. I am coming too. Elon hurriedly followed Bra, aware that Li Fan's recent assault had severely wounded the artificial beings, making them sufficiently vulnerable for the two to confront. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Li Fan and number 16 continued their fierce exchange. Number 16 was astounded. If Li Fan could defeat numbers 17 and 18, that would be one thing, as he himself could achieve that. However, given the current circumstances, he felt a sense of danger. Who is this individual? Why is there no data on him in the computer? Humph. It seems your strength is not as impressive as I had imagined. As the battle raged on, a smirk crept across Li Fan's face, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Nanny, sensing a shift in Li Fan's demeanor, number 16 felt a sense of foreboding, attempting to evade swiftly. Yet Li Fan's assault was exceedingly rapid, akin to a bolt of lightning. In an instant, his fist struck mercilessly against number 16's chest. Clang! The impact resonated with a metallic clang. Regardless, the force propelled number 16 violently, sending him crashing into a heap of rubble. Boom! The dilapidated structure collapsed, burying number 16 beneath its debris. I did not anticipate this fellow's body to be so resilient. Truly, a testament to its mechanical construction, Li Fan remarked nonchalantly. Of course, he understood that such an assault might not be sufficient to eliminate this foe. Boom! As expected, the next moment, the ruins erupted, and number 16's robust form burst forth from the debris. I did not expect you to possess such durability. Li Fan was not surprised by number 16's emergence. Rather, it seemed entirely expected. Your strength has surpassed my expectations. However, even so, I shall kill you. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Android 16 lunged fiercely towards Li Fan once again. Umph, is that so? Then let us see what you've got. Faced with the provocation of Android 16, Li Fan felt no pressure whatsoever, merely a matter of tormenting him. It would be a piece of cake. Bang! The two collided with tremendous force once more. Meanwhile, Bra and Euron scoured the entirety of the ruins, only to be astonished by a shocking revelation. Android 17 and 18 had actually fled. This was dire news. Neglecting this would be akin to setting a time bomb. What should we do, Sister Bra? Euron inquired anxiously. Do not fret. They cannot have escaped far. We must dig through the earth to find them. Otherwise, it could be perilous in the future. After Bra spoke, she immediately unleashed her ability to levitate. Beginning her search in the vicinity, Euron did likewise. Unbeknownst to them, Android 17 and 18 had long since vanished. Chapter 71 Rumbling. Rumbling. Above the ruins of city, two beams of light collided incessantly, bolts of electricity shooting forth. The resulting shockwaves radiated for miles. The surrounding winds howled fiercely, and the air cracked. It was the battle between Li Fan and Android 16. Though it was termed a battle, it had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Each blow Li Fan delivered was heavy, and soon, Android 16 found himself reduced to mere defense, unable to mount any counterattack. In a moment, Android 16 was being pushed back relentlessly. Dreadful. You wretch! Why is there no record of you in the computer? Android 16 grew increasingly astonished and alarmed. If only Dr. Gero's computer had a record of this fellow, he wouldn't be so passive. Curious as to why. 16. Li Fan responded with a wry smile. Simultaneously, Li Fan's fist struck Android 16's abdomen with tremendous force. At that moment, it felt as if the air itself had solidified. Why? Android 16 grimaced in pain. That blow was far from gentle. Because you should go to hell, and ask Dr. Gero. Upon finishing his sentence, a dazzling radiance erupted from Li Fan's fist, piercing through Android 16's metallic frame. Thud! Boom! Android 16 could hardly believe that Li Fan could so effortlessly bring about his demise. Initially, he had intended to settle the score with Li Fan. Little did he know that when Li Fan unleashed his true power, he was instantly obliterated. After dispatching 16, Li Fan hurriedly soared towards the direction where Androids 17 and 18 had fled. Logically, his previous attack should have gravely injured those two. However, upon arriving at the site, he found Bra and Yaron in a state of distress. What is going on? Where are the androids? Li Fan inquired. Dad, the androids have vanished. In just a brief moment. It's as if they disappeared into thin air. We can't find them at all. Bra replied, seething with frustration. I never expected those two to escape. No, something feels amiss. After Li Fan spoke, he approached the ruins where the two androids had been struck down. The place was now a complete wreck, as Bra and Yaron had nearly turned it upside down. At that moment, Li Fan seemed to recall something. Clenching his fist, he shouted, Ha! Instantly, a powerful energy surged forth from Li Fan. What? Dad, what are you planning? Bra asked, somewhat startled. Yet in the next moment, she appeared to grasp his intent. As Li Fan unleashed his energy, the surrounding ruins began to tremble violently. Roar! Whoosh! Following this, with a mighty effort, Li Fan released his energy to such an extent that the ruins were completely lifted into the air. Go! Subsequently, he used his formidable power to relocate the debris to another location. What was once the site of the ruins was now a vast expanse of open ground. Dad, there seems to be a hole here. The observant Bra was the first to notice something unusual. A hole large enough to accommodate 3 individuals appeared in the ground. What is this? Could it be that while everyone was distracted, someone dug a tunnel and rescued the androids? Yaron speculated. Hmph. Li Fan nodded. This situation seems highly probable, but who would do such a thing? Who could it be? Is there another android aside from 16, 17, and 18? Bra expressed her confusion. Could it be him? Suddenly, Li Fan appeared to have an epiphany, his pupils constricting as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Dad, do you have any clues? Noticing Li Fan's troubled expression, Bra quickly inquired. I believe there must be more androids. Let us not stray too far apart as we search for the androids. All right. The 3 reached a consensus. After all, Li Fan's arrival was undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate the androids. If they missed this chance, who knew when they would have another? In the midst of the open ground, Android 17 and 18 gasped for breath, their current state quite disheveled. Originally, they had thought they were doomed, only to be unexpectedly rescued by a green monster. Thank you for saving us. May I ask who you are? Android 18 inquired. The creature, with green skin and a most unappealing visage, evoked a sense of disgust. Had it not been for this creature's timely intervention, it was unlikely that Android 18 would have uttered even a word to it. Greetings. I, too, am one of Dr. Gero's creations, though my abilities are not formidable. I merely excel at the art of escape. The green creature addressed androids 17 and 18. Oh, is that so? But why have we never heard of your existence? Furthermore, your appearance is rather grotesque, Android 17 retorted, showing no gratitude for the creature's earlier assistance. I'm just a failed product. You wouldn't know. However, this time, I saved you because I wished to request something from you. A glint of greed and desire flickered in the green creature's eyes as it stood before them. I knew it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Speak. What do you wish to take? Chapter 72, Android 17, brimming with bravado, responded, confident that with their current strength, there was nothing on Earth they could not obtain. Thus, they readily agreed to the green creature's request. However, It seemed that Android 17 underestimated the creature's insatiable greed. What I desire is quite simple. That is, I want your bodies upon uttering this declaration. Android 17's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed danger, attempting to flee swiftly. Unfortunately, his injuries had slowed him significantly. Moreover, the green creature was well prepared. Swoosh! The creature's long, hideous tail ensnared much of Android 17's body. What? You fiend! Witnessing this, Android 18 could no longer remain calm. After all, 17 was her brother. Despite her ruthless nature, the bond between siblings was genuine. Seeing her brother ensnared by such a grotesque being, how could she possibly tolerate it? Ignoring her own pain, she instantly charged towards the green creature. Bang! 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 Tap, 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 tap. Release him. Let him go. In an instant, Android 18 unleashed a barrage of attacks on the green creature. Alas, the creature was riding high on its momentum. And coupled with Android 18's injuries, her strength had significantly diminished. Thus, no matter how 18 attacked, she could not compel the green creature to cease its actions. You foul wench, do not be hasty. Your turn will come soon. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the green creature let out a deafening roar, accelerating the absorption of 17's energy. It was evident that 17 had reached the center of its tail, taking a deep breath before being consumed entirely. Nanny, you wretch! Upon witnessing this, 18 instinctively took 2 steps back, clearly terrified. Ha! The flavor of 17 is quite exquisite. Slurp! How about that, 18? You were unable to contain your impatience just a moment ago. Now it is time for you to contribute to my power. The green creature gazed coldly at 18, instilling a tremor even in the bloodthirsty android. This monstrosity is simply too fearsome. All thoughts coalesced into a singular notion: escape. Whoosh! 18 unleashed her flight technique and soared away into the distance. She was genuinely afraid, and she realized she was no match for this creature, let alone saving her brother. Hmph! Escape? Do you truly believe he can flee? The green creature was not the least bit surprised by 18's sudden flight. However, now that 18 was gravely injured, and with Cell having just devoured 17, his power had surged. Could she possibly evade him? With this thought, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Cell's eyes. Whoosh! His form vanished like a specter. Meanwhile, 18 was desperately fleeing, glancing back occasionally to see if that hideous creature was in pursuit. Only when Cell's figure had completely disappeared did she gradually slow her pace. She exhaled in relief. However, in the next instant, her expression changed, for Cell was already waiting for her ahead. What kind of speed is this? Heh, 18, I told you long ago that you could not escape. Now, it is time for you to obediently become a part of me. Without waiting for 18's reaction, Cell's lengthy tail extended toward her. You! Whoosh! Before 18 could utter another word, she was ensnared by Cell's tail. Having learned from his first experience, Cell was now markedly more adept. In a matter of moments, he consumed 18 completely. Gurgle! At last, Cell reveled in the satisfaction of swallowing 18. Tisk tisk tsk. This sensation is simply sublime. Thanks to Li Fan's intervention, he had successfully completed this mission. Otherwise, devouring these two would have proven quite challenging had they remained unscathed. Yet, the current circumstances were nothing short of perfect for Cell. Burp! After consuming 18, Cell couldn't help but burp, but in the next moment his eyes widened in astonishment. This sensation, his heartbeat quickened abruptly. After devouring 17 and 18, his life force was on the verge of evolution. Advancing toward perfection, thump, thump. His heartbeat accelerated. Cell stood motionless in midair, allowing the natural flow of energy to envelop him. Ah, 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 ah. In the next instant, Cell's body began to transform. His previously disproportionate form became more upright. His physique, more harmonious, slender yet muscular. His insect-like exoskeleton resembled armor, exuding an aura of majesty. Behind him were 2 massive wings akin to those of an angel, albeit the kind from television. As for his tail, it had retracted within him, though it could still emerge if needed. His facial features now exuded a resolute beauty. The current Cell bore no resemblance to the grotesque being he had been moments ago. He was strikingly handsome, Simultaneously, his power underwent a dramatic transformation. Having consumed 17 and 18, Cell had achieved his most desired perfect form. He could be described as the embodiment of perfection, with strength that was unparalleled. Boom! Golden waves of energy spiraled around Cell, his power reaching its zenith. Whoosh! A tempest arose, scattering the surrounding sand and stones. Cell clenched his fists, feeling the surging power coursing through him, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Ha! Is this the perfect form? This overwhelming sensation of power is simply magnificent. I feel as though I could effortlessly pierce through the cosmos. Cell tightened his fists, relishing the torrent of energy within him. And mused to himself, at this juncture, there was no need for concealment. His power was invincible. Thus, Cell no longer concealed his energy. Chapter 73. A terrifying aura. Whose energy is this? It feels oddly familiar, almost akin to Uncle Piccolo's energy, Uncle Vegeta's, or even Uncle Goku's. The moment Cell attained his perfect form, he ceased to hide his energy deliberately, for it was utterly unnecessary. In Cell's view, his perfected state was the strongest, and since he had achieved it, there was no need for subterfuge. He was ready to embark on a frenzied rampage. Across all timelines, Cell epitomized evil. Observe, in Dragon Ball Super, even Frieza began to redeem himself, yet Cell remained unrepentant throughout. This indicates the depth of his malevolence. What a terrifying aura! It must belong to those androids. You too. Seize me. Leaf Fan commanded. All right. Bra and Yelan nodded, each grasping Leaf Fan's shoulders. Good heavens, previously, Cell had been lurking in the shadows. And with the absence of any energy fluctuations from androids 17 and 18, Leaf Fan had no inkling of their whereabouts. However, with Cell now releasing his energy, the situation was entirely different. Instant transmission activated. The trio's figures vanished from their location. It seems a few insects have arrived. But that's fine. It's the perfect opportunity to witness the power of the universe's most perfect warrior. Cell hovered in the air, arms crossed over his chest. He could sense Leaf Fan and the others drawing near, yet he had no intention of evading them. There was no need for such caution. He was utterly confident in his current form. Whoosh! In the next moment, the space trembled, and Leaf Fan, Bra, and Yelan materialized not far from Cell. Nanny, there's no sign of 17 or 18. Who is this green creature? Bra and Yelan arrived, voicing their confusion. Upon seeing Cell, Leaf Fan quickly realized the truth. This was none other than Cell. This creature had cleverly seized the opportunity during his battle with 16 to successfully capture both 17 and 18, culminating in his perfect form. You have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the most perfect android created by Dr. Jero. Cell. Just moments ago, I devoured androids 17 and 18, and now I have attained my ultimate perfect form. The most perfect warrior in the entire universe. The most powerful warrior. Cell spoke at length with great confidence. So he is an android, and he has consumed those two. However, what of it? Yelan, less engaged, Bra declared, transforming first into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, her body engulfed in a golden aura, exuding an imposing presence. Whoosh! Yelan followed suit, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well. Faced with the assault of two Super Saiyans, Cell remained unfazed. To him, they were nothing more than insignificant adversaries. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their speeds reached their zenith, and in an instant, they were before Cell. Tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. The duo unleashed a barrage of attacks against Cell, each strike fierce and seemingly lethal. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Yet Cell effortlessly blocked one of their attacks with a single hand. Even as Bra and Yelan launched their relentless assault, Cell casually parried their blows with ease. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this all your effort? Pathetically feeble, akin to mere ants. Saru taunted. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer flashed across Saru's eyes, followed by a simultaneous strike with both fists, which brutally shattered the defenses of the two. Bang! Bang! Each received a blow, propelling them several dozen meters away, eventually crashing into the remnants of the shattered floors. Utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. After accomplishing this, Saru, disdainfully remarked. He then turned his gaze toward Li Fan. You are quite impressive to have single-handedly contended with 3 androids, Saru coldly stated. Indeed, although Saru had not appeared at the time, he had been lurking in the shadows, witnessing the entire sequence of events. Although he had since fled with androids 17 and 18 during Li Fan's battle with android 16, the fact that Li Fan now stood here indicated one thing. Android 16 had been dealt with by Li Fan. Thus, it was only natural for Saru to regard Li Fan as the sole individual present capable of engaging him in combat. The likes of Beulah and Alone were utterly inconsequential before Saru, mere trifles not worthy of mention. Humph, you are rather arrogant, Saru, but who knows if you can truly defeat me? Li Fan said with crossed arms, a playful glint in his eyes. To be honest, Saru's appearance in this future timeline was indeed unexpected. However, he held no fear of Saru. The reason being, his full-powered Super Saiyan form could undoubtedly crush Saru. How amusing that you dare utter such words. Do you comprehend the consequence of speaking such bravado before the most powerful and perfect warrior in the universe? Saru boasted arrogantly. How dare Li Fan utter such words? Was that akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a restroom? And what could be the outcome? Li Fan continued in response to Saru's words. That would be death. Upon uttering this, a murderous intent flashed in Saru's eyes. His aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, overwhelming the surrounding environment. The air crackled and roared incessantly. Gale winds raged around Saru as he attempted to intimidate Li Fan with sheer force. Unfortunately, Saru remained oblivious to Li Fan's true nature. He had no inkling of the formidable presence standing before him. Chapter 74. What a strong fellow. I wonder if Dad can handle him. Beulah rose from the rubble, feeling the immense pressure of Saru's aura, her brow furrowing in response. This energy was astonishingly immense. Just the sheer pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. Indeed, Li Fan nodded at Saru's transformation. If his base power were not significant, it would seem he would have had no chance against Saru. Whoosh! Li Fan's pupils turned to a vivid green, before transforming into his full-powered Super Saiyan form. Come on! Ha! A spark flashed in Saru's eyes, eager to dismantle Li Fan into pieces. The surrounding air began to tremble violently. At that moment, Saru moved. His speed was akin to lightning. His attacks were ferocious as fire. Li Fan's pupils narrowed, and in an instant, his body shot forth towards Saru like a released arrow. Bang! The sound of a fierce collision echoed. Yet in this clash, the previously arrogant Saru's expression began to darken. Li Fan's power was unexpectedly formidable. His arm trembled uncontrollably. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two figures were forcefully separated by overwhelming power. Saru was no longer as arrogant as before, his heart filled with extreme dissatisfaction. The computer had declared his perfect form to be the most flawless warrior in the universe. How could Li Fan's exhibited strength not be inferior? What on earth was happening? Li Fan was also slightly astonished. It appeared that Saru's power exceeded his expectations. In that strike, he had not gained a significant advantage. However, was that not rather delightful? He was precisely in need of such an opponent. Perhaps this fellow could even help him break through. Your strength indeed surpasses my imagination. However, I'm the most perfect warrior in the universe. Ha! Instantly, Saru's aura intensified, and he charged fiercely at Li Fan once more. Oh, is that so? Perfect! In that moment, Li Fan felt his blood begin to boil. This was the Scion's thirst for battle. Bang, 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 bang. As the two clashed, it was akin to planets colliding, generating power that radiated for miles. The surrounding air erupted once more. Their attacks flowed with the speed of a tempest. Various combat techniques were unleashed. Prince's combat style, after images, and the new Wolfang fist, all were employed. Tap, 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 tap. The surrounding ruins began to tremble restlessly, and the dilapidated floors were reduced to rubble under the relentless assault of the two. What immense strength! The energy produced was astonishingly vast. Moreover, that green creature's power could rival that of Father. Beulah exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have never witnessed such a fierce battle. It seems the path ahead will be long for us. Alone also chimed in, half understanding. Initially, they believed Super Saiyan to be the pinnacle of Saiyan power, yet witnessing Li Fan made them realize Super Saiyans could be this formidable, as Li Fan and Saru's attacks accelerated. Gradually, only fleeting shadows of the two could be seen in the air. I strike. Bang! In the next moment, Li Fan's foot connected squarely with Saru's chin, the powerful force rendering Saru unable to stabilize himself. He was sent reeling. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan swiftly gathered an energy blast in his hand, striking it fiercely against Saru's abdomen. Bang! Boom! The energy erupted in a blinding display of light. Saru was forcefully propelled away by this energy. Whoosh, 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 bang! Ultimately, he crashed into a pile of rubble. Sir, next, allow me to introduce you to this, Li Fan declared, immediately unleashing the prince's combat style. Streams of energy cascaded down like meteor showers toward the debris. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The energy blast struck the ruins where Saru had landed, triggering a tremendous upheaval. Boom! A colossal explosion enveloped the area. The sound resonated like rolling thunder, lingering in the air. The place where Saru had been was now engulfed in clouds of dust, rendering him completely invisible. How astonishing! Is that monster dead? Upon witnessing this, Beulah's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely incredible. Has the crisis been averted? Alone echoed. At this moment, the two had fully transformed into spectators. Hmph! That fellow won't perish so easily. Li Fan remained on high alert. If Saru could be defeated so effortlessly, he would not be Saru. This creature possessed cells of Piccolo. That Namekian had the ability to regenerate from severed limbs. Provided his core was intact, he could infinitely revive. Moreover, the recent attack was insufficient to leave Saru maimed. Boom! In the next moment, the ruins exploded once more, and a green figure burst forth. He arrived not far from Li Fan. You impertinent rascal. Truly infuriating. Saru appeared slightly disheveled, covered in dust. His breath was momentarily disordered. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that he was now immensely enraged. Having just attained his perfect form, he was undoubtedly arrogant and conceited. Unfortunately, he had encountered Li Fan, who had doused a bucket of cold water on his fervor. How could he possibly endure this? No matter where you came from, today you shall perish by my hands. Saru, prepare yourself. Ha! Come here! Saru bellowed in fury. And white light began to shimmer between his hands. Undoubtedly, with numerous cells at his disposal, Saru could employ the techniques of various warriors. Chapter 75. Kamehameha. How is it that this fellow is capable of employing such tactics? Upon witnessing this, Bra expressed her profound bewilderment. This cell's techniques seem to emerge endlessly, and they are all familiar moves. Kamehameha, do you think you are the only one who can wield it? I can too. Upon finishing his statement, Li Fan swiftly brought his hands together. A radiant white energy wave rapidly coalesced in his palms. Although Li Fan is not of the turtle school, having observed the likes of Sun Wukong using these techniques, he naturally began to master them as well. In the next moment, Cell thrust both hands toward Li Fan. The white energy wave surged forth like a dragon rising from the sea, unstoppable. Simultaneously, Li Fan unleashed his own Kamehameha, sweeping toward Cell with overwhelming force. Bang! The two energy waves collided fiercely. For a brief moment, it felt like neither side could gain the upper hand. Damn it, where did this bastard come from? Cell's face contorted with rage, his eyes bulging. How could Li Fan's power be so exaggerated? Just having reached his perfect form, he found himself being suppressed. Indeed, their confrontation initially seemed evenly matched. However, with Li Fan's energy output increasing, the two forces began to inch closer towards Cell. At this moment, veins bulged across Cell's body as he exerted his strength to the utmost. Yet even so, he remained suppressed. Challenging me in a power struggle. You are still too inexperienced, Cell exclaimed, his tone dripping with disdain. Li Fan, brimming with confidence, retorted, break through. Ha! Instantly, Li Fan intensified his energy output. Rumble. The Kamehameha energy surged forth like a tidal wave, forcefully pressing down upon Cell. What the heck? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. This was beyond his control. Rumble, rumble. The combined energies of Li Fan's Kamehameha and Cell's own enveloped him completely. The rampant energy erupted once more. TSK, 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 Cell, now you should understand what true pain feels like. Li Fan, arms crossed, observed the unfolding chaos with great interest. He was eager to see how Cell would fare. Would he emerge unscathed from this explosion? Just as Li Fan anticipated some suffering for Cell, a dark energy surged toward him with ferocity. Whoosh! In an instant, it was upon him. Holy cow! Li Fan reacted swiftly, his pupils contracting, and in a flash he evaded the energy beam. Simultaneously, a green figure burst forth from the explosion, confronting Li Fan directly. What? How did this guy manage that? Li Fan was filled with curiosity. However, he had no time to ponder, for Cell was now mere inches away. Bang! Li Fan caught Cell's fist, just as he was about to retaliate. A figure seized his other fist. What? Where did this ally come from? Li Fan turned in astonishment, to shock. The one gripping his other arm was none other than Cell himself. Moreover, beside the first Cell stood another. In that instant, Li Fan began to piece things together. How could there be two of them at the same time? Bra and Yelan also expressed their confusion, wondering if this was some kind of cloning technique. What followed was even more unimaginable. Bang! Bang! Two more green figures emerged from opposite directions and struck Li Fan's body with force. This was no trivial matter, with two foes attacking from either side. Even Li Fan's expression changed, and unbearable pain surged through him. The simultaneous appearance of four cells was indeed a terrifying phenomenon. Four-way fist. This was Tien Shinhan's four-way fist. Li Fan quickly realized that the ability to manifest four bodies at once could only belong to Tien Shinhan's technique. Given that Cell possessed 10 cells, it was no surprise he could perform it. More alarmingly, each manifestation of Cell seemed equally powerful. The four cells simultaneously grinned maliciously, restraining Li Fan's movements and forcibly lifting him into the air. Whoosh! Li Fan found himself unable to react, hurled skyward by these four beings. And it didn't stop there. The four cells gathered energy below, aiming to obliterate Li Fan. Hmph! You shall perish! Super energy wave! Super energy wave! The four cells shouted in unison, unleashing energy blasts from all directions toward Li Fan. In this situation, all avenues of escape were blocked. Rumble! Rumble! Indeed, the next moment, the energy blast struck Li Fan's body, erupting in mid-air. The explosion sound was deafening, echoing through the heavens. Smoke billowed, rendering visibility non-existent. Ha! Li Fan, let's see if you survive this. This is the fate of those who dare oppose me. Ha ha! After executing this plan, Cell erupted into laughter, convinced that Li Fan could not withstand such a fierce onslaught of energy. Even if he survived, he would surely be grievously injured. What? Daddy! Upon witnessing this, Bra's golden energy flared brightly as she charged towards Cell. Bra, come back. It's dangerous. Yelan attempted to stop Bra, but it was too late. She had already launched herself into the fray. With no choice, he followed suit, steeling himself for the confrontation. Hmph! These little brats are courting death. At this moment, Cell had reverted to a single form, a smirk playing across his lips. He was well aware that these two younglings were approaching him with intent. Chapter 76. Useless trash. Get out of my way. Ha! Cell bellowed, an overwhelming energy surging from his hands. With a mere wave, he sent Bra and Yelan hurtling backward, completely out of control. Whoosh! Bang! The two were effortlessly propelled away by Cell's might. How trivial, Cell remarked without a backward glance, dismissing the two as utterly inconsequential. Humph. Cell was feeling quite pleased with himself, but the next moment his confidence wavered. As the smoke cleared, Li Fan stood firm, unscathed. He merely had a bit of dust on his clothes. My apologies, Cell, but you've disappointed me. Your attack was simply too weak. It barely registered. Li Fan nonchalantly brushed off the dust, speaking with disdain. How is this possible? He could withstand my powerful attack and remain so composed. Cell felt a twinge of panic. It appeared he had bitten off more than he could chew today. Yet, he could not resign himself to this outcome. After all, he was perfect, the ultimate warrior of the universe. Damn it, I will annihilate you! Huh. A fierce glint flashed in Cell's eyes as he charged at Li Fan with renewed vigor. In his mind, escaping was not an option. There was only one course of action: to find a way to eliminate Li Fan. He refused to believe that he, the perfect Cell, could not overpower a mere Saiyan. Humph! Who would have thought you would be so resilient? If that is the case, then perish. With that, Li Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. Whoosh! He darted towards Cell like a specter. You will die. Cell roared in fury, his fists crashing down like thunder upon Li Fan. Swish! Yet Li Fan's speed outmatched Cell's, allowing him to deftly evade the incoming blow. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a rapid barrage of punches into Cell's abdomen. This fist is no ordinary weapon. Each strike is lethal, with a force that grows more formidable with every blow. Poor Cell, at this moment, seems to have become Li Fan's punching bag, completely subdued and lacking any chance to retaliate. What a terrifying display of offensive prowess. Ahem. However, that creature is truly despicable. At this juncture, Bra and Euron emerged from the ruins, witnessing Li Fan mercilessly battering Cell, and they couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Yes, precisely like this. Beat him to a pulp. Bra clenched her fists and exclaimed fiercely, although she couldn't team-match Cell's strength. With her father present, everything seemed manageable. Bang! Cell was forcefully slammed into the ground, causing debris to scatter in every direction. Crack! Crack! The earth around Cell fractured with every blow, and he was driven deeper into the ground. But do you think this is the end? Apologies, Li Fan certainly did not intend to spare Cell. In the next moment, he seized Cell by the tail and yanked him out. Following that, he began to spin rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few revolutions, he hurled Cell's body high into the sky. Observing this scene, a smile crept across Li Fan's lips as he spread his arms wide. Two golden circular energies coalesced between his hands. Slice him open, Chi Yuan slash. Ha! With those words, two streams of Chi Yuan slash energy shot up towards Cell with immense force. At this moment, Cell was still in a daze, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Chi Yuan slash. Marvelous! Cell is about to be reduced to mere fragments. Witnessing this, Bra couldn't help but clap her hands in delight. They were all too familiar with the Chi Yuan slash, and with Li Fan unleashing it in his current state. It was undoubtedly capable of ending Cell's life. Instantly, it seemed that victory was assured, and indeed, the energy of the Chi Yuan slash lived up to expectations, perfectly slicing Cell into 8 pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah, it hurts so much. Cell's agonized screams echoed through the air, yet no one felt pity for that wretched creature. Humph, that doesn't seem sufficient. Let me add a little more. Seeing this, a satisfied grin appeared on Li Fan's face, his eyes flashing with a gleam of determination as he vanished like a specter from his position. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Fan had ascended into the sky, facing the dismembered body of Cell. He unleashed several energy blasts. Boom! Boom! The energy blasts engulfed Cell's fragmented form, followed by a series of explosive detonations. The sound resonated like thunder. A cloud of dust filled the air. Surviving this seemed impossible for Cell. With that, Li Fan nodded with satisfaction as he descended. Surely, Cell must be finished now. Although he might transform in a lightning Cell, Li Fan was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. As for transcending to Super Saiyan 2, there will be plenty of chances later. Splendid. The android had finally been vanquished. Bra was ecstatic. She never imagined that the issue that had plagued them for so many years could be resolved so effortlessly with Li Fan's assistance. How could she not be thrilled? Thank you, Daddy. As Li Fan landed on the ground, Bra gratefully rushed over to him. Thank you, Uncle Li Fan. Euron also expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, just an android, as long as it's dealt with. That is all that matters. Li Fan replied with a smile. However, just as the three of them were basking in the euphoria of victory, the dust in the sky began to dissipate. Those Cell's form had vanished. Arcs of electricity continued to gather. An overwhelming aura descended upon them. The expressions of the three changed simultaneously. Could it be? Chapter 77, their gazes converged. Yet upon looking, they quickly realized something was amiss in the spot where Cell had just been. Arcs of electricity were now sparking, and an oppressive force was slowly coalescing. Nanny, could it be that Cell is still alive? Bra exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, they all believed Cell had been defeated, but how could this be happening? Was he truly an unkillable cockroach? Damn, I never anticipated his vitality would exceed my expectations. Li Fan's expression turned grave. Familiar with the narrative, he had not allowed Cell a single chance, though he longed to battle a formidable opponent. He never wished for it to be Cell, and now, it seemed Cell was about to resurrect. As the arcs of electricity crackled, a powerful energy surged skyward, enveloping the entire sky. It felt as though something was about to be born. What to do? Euron was so astonished that he could barely articulate his thoughts. They had celebrated far too soon. Cell was far from dead. Not only was he alive, but he might also become even stronger. Li Fan observed the unfolding scene with a serious demeanor. Lightning raged, and the air howled incessantly. The entire space was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. Meanwhile, where the lightning had sparked, an incredibly brilliant light emerged. Simultaneously, explosive sounds erupted. Whoosh! In the next instant, through the lightning, a green figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Cell, who had just been torn asunder by Li Fan. Cell's vitality was truly astonishing. Initially, Li Fan believed that he was finished and never anticipated this turn of events. But now it was clear he had reached that form, just shy of Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, Li Fan could feel the pressure mounting. Cell's strength was likely even greater. Cell possessed the cells of Piccolo, who could regenerate from severed limbs. As long as his core organs remained intact, he could be reborn. This ability, which seemed unimpressive at first glance, had an extraordinary effect on Cell, a multicellular organism, because Cell also possessed Saiyan cells. When a Saiyan is critically injured or on the brink of death, their power surges dramatically upon recovery. The combination of these traits manifested spectacularly within Cell. I'm not dead, and my power has reached an unprecedented level. The resurrected Cell appeared bewildered by his circumstances, yet feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, he couldn't help but revel in joy. Now he felt capable of crushing his previous self with his bare hands. Ha! This sensation is utterly exhilarating. I am indeed the most perfect warrior in the universe. A golden aura blazed around Cell like a raging inferno, with arcs of electricity surging, elevating his power to a peak. Damn, this power is truly formidable. I love it. Science, did you ever expect this? I'm still alive. In fact, I've reached an even higher state. What intoxicating power! Let us name this form Lightning Cell. Cell extended his arms, closing his eyes as if savoring this unparalleled strength. Damn it, has Cell lost his mind? If that is the case, I shall not hold back, Li Fan declared, and in an instant he surged towards Cell with tremendous force. To confront Cell now, Li Fan began to feel uncertain. Although he had previously defeated a Piccolo who was just shy of Super Saiyan 2. It now seemed that this Cell was even stronger than Piccolo at that time. Nevertheless, Li Fan harbored another thought. Perhaps he could break through to Super Saiyan 2 during this battle. After all, Cell possessed regenerative abilities, and he himself was even more formidable, endowed with limitless regeneration. Who am I afraid of? With that in mind, Li Fan hesitated not a moment, just as Cell was lost in the euphoria of his newfound strength. He suddenly opened his eyes. A spark of lightning flickered across his lips as he reacted swiftly. With a minuscule margin of distance, he expertly dodged Li Fan's punch, so fast. Instantly, Li Fan's pupils constricted. Sensing impending danger, he attempted to retreat, but Cell's speed was astonishingly quick. It was beyond Li Fan's capacity to react in that fleeting moment. Bang! A punch from Cell struck Li Fan in the abdomen. He grunted in pain and was knocked back several steps. Damn it! As Li Fan steadied himself, he prepared to make his next move. Unexpectedly, the fiendish Cell charged at him once more. It was evident that he had no intention of granting Li Fan a moment's respite. The truth was simple. Cell was currently seething with rage. Having been thoroughly beaten by Li Fan moments ago, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Damn it, you shine like the sun when given a glimmer of light. Do you? Li Fan shouted in frustration. In the next instant, his aura erupted like a volcano. Li Fan was also beginning to feel the fire within. This Cell was truly a wretched creature. In a flash, a glint of determination sparkled in Li Fan's eyes as he surged forward. Although he was reluctant to face this Cell as an adversary, Li Fan found himself with no other choice. Thus, he resolved to engage in a battle with all his might. Bang! In an instant, Li Fan and Cell's fists collided like celestial bodies crashing into one another. However, as their fists met, Cell merely smirked with mockery. Meanwhile, Li Fan, feeling the overwhelming force on his arm, found himself momentarily unable to control his body. Whoosh! He was violently propelled backward by this tremendous power. How could this be? How had Cell's strength suddenly surged so dramatically? Dad, you must persevere. Bra watched the fierce clash with deep concern. Yet, there was nothing she could do to intervene. Chapter 78. Goodness, how fitting for him to be called Lightning Cell. Li Fan steadied himself, feeling his arm still trembling, and couldn't help but marvel. But what of Lightning Cell? I refuse to believe that my Saiyan physique would succumb to a creature composed of mere cells. Whoosh! At this moment, Li Fan unleashed every ounce of his energy to combat Cell. Bang! 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 As Cell engaged with Li Fan, he began to feel astonished. How could it be? This fellow was hardly weaker than his Lightning Cell form. What manner of monster was this? No, he could not be allowed to exist in this world. Otherwise, he would be a hindrance to me. With that thought, Li Fan's resolve to eliminate Cell solidified. Bang! 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 The two fighters clashed with unparalleled intensity. Sparks flew as their energies collided. At some point, the ruins surrounding them had been ravaged by their ferocious energy. The winds howled, and the air was thick with tension. Energy surged, and dust filled the atmosphere. Bang! 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 Their battle was indeed earth-shattering, shaking the very ground beneath them. At times, it seemed as though the earth itself was trembling under the weight of their unleashed power. Perhaps I was not your match before. But now, you are no longer my opponent, so die. Ha! In an instant, Cell unleashed a punch that shattered Li Fan's defenses. Bang! A powerful blow sent Li Fan hurtling back dozens of feet. Seizing the opportunity, Cell pressed forward with relentless aggression. Die for me! Cell's punch was merciless, aimed directly at Li Fan's head. Should it connect, his skull would surely be shattered. However, reality was not as simple as Cell had envisioned. As his fist struck where Li Fan's head should have been, Cell's pupils dilated in shock, for his punch had struck only air. No, it's an afterimage punch, Cell exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Li Fan had already appeared above Cell, fists clenched, ready to deliver a devastating blow to his head. Damn, Cell cursed, attempting to react, but it was already too late as Li Fan's strike landed squarely upon him. This was no trivial matter. Cell was left dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. In that critical moment, Li Fan had chosen to employ the most commonly used technique from the early Dragon Ball days, the afterimage punch. It must be said that this technique proved to be exceptionally effective. In that precarious situation, it flawlessly evaded Cell's assault while delivering a crushing counterattack. Kamehameha Wave. Li Fan did not grant Cell a moment's respite, and before Cell could gather himself, he unleashed a Kamehameha Wave that surged forth with tremendous energy. Boom! The Kamehameha Wave's power engulfed Cell's form entirely. Rumble! Rumble! In an instant, the area where Cell stood erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Humph! Even if I cannot kill you, you should at least experience some pain. Li Fan declared triumphantly as he gazed down at the chaos below. Whoosh! Little did Li Fan expect that the explosion had not yet concluded, as Cell emerged from the smoke, leaping higher into the sky. What? This guy is so fast. Li Fan was taken aback. Ultimately, he had underestimated Cell's strength. Had the battle unfolded as he initially imagined, Lightning Cell would have been utterly defeated. Humph. Do you think that ascending to the heavens makes you remarkable? Here I come. A gleam of determination flickered in Li Fan's eyes as he charged towards Cell. However, upon witnessing Li Fan's approach, Cell could not help but chuckle. This fool was courting death, if that is the case. I shall oblige. Cell executed a peculiar maneuver, raising his arms and positioning them at his forehead. With a mighty roar, he proclaimed, Solar Flare! In an instant, blinding rays of sunlight erupted, enveloping the entire space, transforming the city into a realm of pure white. The brilliance was so intense that Li Fan found himself unable to see anything. Not good. The solar flare, Li Fan's vision blurred as he was assaulted by the searing light. Not only him, but even Bra and Yelan, who were watching from afar, found themselves unable to open their eyes in the face of such overwhelming radiance. How blinding! Oh no! At that moment, Li Fan finally reacted. But it was too late. Hmph! Seeing the situation unfold, a cruel smile crept across Cell's lips. Let you use your afterimage punch. Now, let you feel the taste of the solar flare. With that thought, a murderous glint flashed in Cell's eyes. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared before Li Fan. Bang! 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 A barrage of heavy punches rained down, each strike landing with bone-crushing force. The power of Cell's fists in his lightning form was unimaginable, given Li Fan's impaired vision. He had become little more than a punching bag for Cell. Bang! 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 A series of punishing blows battered Li Fan mercilessly. Each strike was lethal, with not a hint of restraint. After all, Li Fan posed an immense threat to him. Thus, he could not be spared. Bang! Following that, Cell delivered a ferocious kick, sending Li Fan flying. As Li Fan hurtled away, Cell let out a cold chuckle and assumed a stance. He intended to use this final move to eliminate the troublesome Li Fan once and for all. Final Flash. This was Vegeta's ultimate technique, even more powerful than the Kamehameha wave, and using it to conclude this battle was a splendid choice. Chapter 79. Ha! A cruel smile spread across Cell's face as the energy of the Final Flash surged forth like a dragon breaking free from the sea, heading straight for the airborne Li Fan. Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Fan's reflexes were insufficient to react swiftly. He was enveloped by the energy in an instant. The explosion echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating through the heavens. The very earth trembled violently. Unaware, the surviving humans believed a great earthquake had struck. However, that was not the case. Rumble, rumble. The sky was engulfed in a colossal explosion, transforming the daylight into an inky darkness as thick smoke billowed forth. Energy waves radiated for miles around. Dad! Bra exclaimed, filled with concern. Could such a tremendous explosion have claimed her father's life? Sister Bra, what should we do now? Yelan's face was marked by panic as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. How could Cell be so powerful? Time and again, he had broken through expectations, far surpassing anything he could have imagined. Had Li Fan, whom they believed to be their savior, truly been killed? How infuriating! Bra's eyes blazed with fury. Ready to confront Cell, despite knowing the vast chasm that separated them. Rumble, rumble, the explosion in the sky persists, its final flash of destruction undoubtedly surpassing the might of the Kamehameha wave. Haha, damn Saiyans, now you must be feeling quite finished. Right, from this moment forth, no one shall be able to thwart my ambitions. Ha ha ha. In that instant, Cell stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. After all, Li Fan had just exerted considerable pressure on him. Now, with Li Fan finally defeated under his lightning form, how could he not feel elated? However, little did Cell realize a significant issue. Li Fan possessed the power of infinite regeneration, even if reduced to a single cell. He could regenerate endlessly. Thus, although Cell's recent attack was indeed severe, it fell far short of annihilating Li Fan's very essence. In the entire universe, perhaps only a destroyer god could achieve such a feat. As the dust in the sky gradually settled, Li Fan's figure had already vanished. Cell finally confirmed it. Yes, his greatest concern, Li Fan, was truly finished. Henceforth, it would be Cell's era. Cell grew increasingly arrogant, disregarding the two Saiyans nearby entirely. Yet in the next moment, the cruel smile on his face began to freeze, his eyes fixed intently on the high skies, as if witnessing something unfathomable. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. Cell shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bra, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with joy and tears. For her father, Li Fan, had reappeared. Is this the power of infinite regeneration? What a delightful sensation! Li Fan gazed at his hands in astonishment. The ability of infinite regeneration combined with Saiyan bloodline is truly a match made in heaven. Now he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless strength. Hmph, Cell, your doom is nigh. A smile curled at the corners of Li Fan's mouth, his eyes filled with an extraordinary light. With a wicked grin and a confident gaze, Li Fan sensed that the threshold to a new realm was within reach. It turns out that one does not need to experience immense emotional turmoil. When one's power is sufficiently formidable, all transformations will come naturally. You, wretched creature, your vitality is astonishingly resilient. Cell gritted his teeth, seething. Could it be that Li Fan, too, is capable of regrowing lost limbs? Humph. Li Fan did not respond to Cell's words. Instead, in the next moment, he clenched his fists. Ha! Whoosh! Instantly, golden energy surged forth. At that moment, Li Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Of course, this was not the form he sought to achieve. He aimed to seamlessly reach a higher state. With this thought, Li Fan's resolve intensified. Ha! Roar! Let me break through! Li Fan suddenly amplified his energy output, veins protruding from his body, his expression fierce. He significantly increased the energy radiating from him, which erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring into the heavens, overwhelming everything in its path. Hiss! Is this energy from my father? How terrifying! Even more so than Cell's. Bra exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that this guy, Cell too, realized something and stared at Li Fan in astonishment? Roar! In a moment of fury, Li Fan underwent a substantial transformation. Crackle! An incredible phenomenon unfolded. Blue lightning crackled around Li Fan. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. More and more lightning erupted with a resounding crackle. Whoosh! At the same time, Li Fan's golden hair stood on end, with only a small tuft of bangs swaying before his brow. His gaze was more resolute and fierce than before, with hair erect and body enveloped in lightning. Arcs of blue electricity began to flicker around him, followed by an increasing storm of lightning. Boom! At last, Li Fan had attained a new realm. A continuous flow of power surged through him. Is this the strength of Super Saiyan 2? Li Fan reveled in the boundless energy within him, exclaiming in excitement. This sensation was entirely different from his full-powered state. The disparity between the two was like night and day. This was a qualitative change. To think that Cell, who intended to obliterate him, inadvertently facilitated his breakthrough into Super Saiyan 2. Having surpassed this form, Cell was now utterly vulnerable. Chapter 80. Lightning. Father seems to have transcended into a new form. One strikingly similar to Cell's. How wonderful. Just moments ago, Dad was nearly on par with that lightning Cell. Now, Cell is finished, Bra exclaimed with elation. Meanwhile, Elon stood nearby, speechless in shock. The plot twist had unfolded too rapidly for his mind to keep pace. No, this is impossible. How can you achieve this state? It must be a trick. Cell attempted to convince himself, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Die, you wretched being, Cell bellowed, extending his hand to gather a sphere of energy. Swiftly coalescing it, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! He hurled the energy sphere at Li Fan, akin to a shot put. Humph! Perceiving Cell's energy sphere hurtling towards him, Li Fan remained unperturbed. A smirk gracing his lips, he then extended his hand. This fool dares to confront my energy sphere head-on. Seeking his demise, Cell scoffed at Li Fan's actions, utterly dismissive. In his mind, if this energy sphere struck, Li Fan's arm would surely be obliterated, but would things truly transpire that way? Bang! An astonishing event occurred as Li Fan caught Cell's energy sphere with his bare hands. What? How could you possibly catch my energy sphere barehanded? Cell gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This is utterly astonishing. Humph! Li Fan remained unfazed, standing resolutely before Cell. Then came the sound of a resounding crack. Fan squeezed the energy sphere until it shattered. What the hell? He crushed my energy sphere with his bare hands. How is this even possible? Cell was engulfed in shock, turmoil raging within him. There is nothing impossible, Cell. Did you think you're the only one with the power of regeneration? Let me enlighten you. My regeneration is far superior to yours. Moreover, If a mere insect like you can achieve this form, why can't I? So now, you may embrace death, Li Fan declared, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In an instant, his figure vanished like a phantom. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Li Fan appeared before Cell. Simultaneously, Cell's pupils dilated in shock. Such speed! It was so swift that he could hardly react. Bang! In that fleeting moment, Li Fan's fist struck Cell's abdomen with tremendous force. Poof! Cell grimaced in pain, his insides nearly shattered from a blow. Cell's face contorted in agony as he cried out, his body sent flying. Whoosh! 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 Cell's form crashed through several ruins before finally coming to a halt. However, Li Fan, having just achieved his breakthrough, granted Cell no respite. Whoosh! In the next moment, he dashed to Cell's side, clearing away the debris. Seizing Cell's head, he yanked it out with great force. With a resounding thud, he slammed it into the ground, creating a massive crater. Up you go! Li Fan shouted, suddenly intensifying his grip. In the next instant, he hurled Cell's body high into the air. Following that, Li Fan prepared to unleash an energy blast, intending to teach Cell a lesson in pain. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot upward like a cannonball. After being thoroughly beaten, Cell, now high in the sky, finally regained his composure. Immediately, he witnessed an energy projectile hurtling towards him, and a sense of foreboding washed over Cell. I must evade. With remarkable agility, Cell swiftly darted to the side. However, the speed of the energy was astonishing. It grazed past Cell's form with a searing sound, leaving a deep gash upon his body. Despite the excruciating pain, Cell exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped the brunt of the attack. Had he been struck, the consequences would have been dire. With a swift motion, he utilized his ability of regeneration to restore himself. Yet at this moment, Cell was gasping for breath. His stamina had significantly waned after undergoing the regeneration process. Coupled with the recent beating from Li Fang, he was beginning to feel utterly exhausted. How do you like that, Cell? How formidable is my power? After transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Li Fan felt invincible. His demeanor even began to adopt a haughty arrogance. It was at this point that Li Fan understood why Gohan in the original narrative became so overconfident after achieving Super Saiyan 2, nearly leading to catastrophic consequences. Cough, cough. You wretch. I will not spare you. Cell's eyes burned with fury, driven by an overwhelming desire to obliterate Li Fan. He disregarded his own fatigue, consumed by a bloodlust, with a powerful strike. He unleashed his pent-up rage. The air crackled with the force of his blows as he aimed to crush Li Fan with a single punch. Yet to Cell's astonishment, Li Fan felt no pressure whatsoever from the incoming fist. Bang! In an unexpected turn, Li Fan caught Cell's fist with ease. What? Your strength. Cell's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to retract his fist, yearning to retaliate with another blow. Unfortunately for him, Li Fan's strength was far beyond what Cell could contend with at this moment. Let go of me, you wild monkey. Cell barked. He genuinely wished to withdraw his fist, but he never anticipated Li Fan's power would reach such heights. If that's the case, then perish with a swift motion. Cell launched his other fist, hoping to salvage the situation. Chapter 81. Regrettably for Cell, what he perceived as a glimmer of hope was, in Li Fan's view, painfully slow. Bang! Li Fan effortlessly caught Cell's other fist as well. Cell, it appears you are exceedingly overconfident. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is, Li Fan proclaimed, then delivered a fierce kick to Cell's chin. Bang! Cell was sent sprawling from the force of Li Fan's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fan leaned forward and grasped Cell's leg. Hee, down you go, Li Fan sneered, his strength surging as he pulled Cell downward. Boom! Ultimately, Cell's body was forcefully slammed into the ground. Fantastic. This time, our world is truly saved. Bra exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Yelan nodded in agreement, sharing her joy. Surely, the plot would not twist this time, would it? Li Fan regarded the embedded Cell with disdain, emitting a scornful snort. Now empowered as a Super Saiyan 2. Eliminating Cell would be a mere formality. Cough, cough, cough. Moments later, Cell shakily rose to his feet. Upon seeing Li Fan, he felt as though he were gazing upon a demon, his eyes filled with terror. Please, spare me. Cell began to plead, finally grasping the vast chasm of power that lay between him and Li Fan's presence. He was utterly humiliated. In such a dire situation, it was prudent to beg for mercy. To Cell, notions of dignity had long since evaporated. Dad, you must not let this fiend go. He is an artificial being created by Dr. Jero, Bra urged, fearing that Li Fan might show mercy to— No. You must be mistaken. The devastation wrought upon Earth was entirely the doing of androids 17 and 18, with no involvement on my part. I have already absorbed them. They are effectively dead. I shall leave this planet and will not hinder you any further. Cell's words were laced with a feigned humility, as if he truly dared not to act otherwise. Alas, Li Fan knew Cell far too well. Being well-versed in the narrative, he recognized that even if Frieza had turned over a new leaf, Cell had not. It was evident that he was no benevolent entity. Spare you. Well, let me think about it. Li Fan paused deliberately. What? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Bra and Yelan's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing the peril of such a decision. The malevolence of the androids was beyond description. If Li Fan were to let Cell go, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Of course, Cell, hearing this, felt a flicker of hope. Thud! In the next moment, he dropped to his knees. Please spare me. I beg you. Cell pleaded. However, beneath his outward supplication lay a treacherous intent. He was merely biding his time, plotting to absorb powerful beings and train rigorously to reclaim his strength. To this day, he still believed himself to be the most promising warrior, the perfect fighter. Given time, he would return to annihilate humanity. If that is the case, then Li Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile. And he blurted out, I shall end your life. What? Cell's eyes widened in alarm. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be spared? Flee. I must escape. This was Cell's final thought, with the belief that as long as he survived, there would always be a chance for revival. Yet before he could act, Li Fan's hand pressed firmly upon Cell's head. Boom! In the next instant, Li Fan obliterated Cell's head and body in one decisive blow. Li Fan understood that as long as Cell's head remained intact, he could never truly be defeated. Thus, he ensured that Cell's head was utterly annihilated. Wonderful! Cell is dead. All the androids have been vanquished. Peace has finally returned to Earth, Bra exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she embraced Li Fan. Haha, that is only natural. Initially, my intent was simply to eliminate androids 17 and 18. But who would have thought that Cell would emerge, propelling me to transcend to Super Saiyan 2? Feeling that his journey had not been in vain, Li Fan declared, now that all is said and done, it is time for me to depart. After a moment, Li Fan spoke to Bra. What? Dad, are you leaving just like that? Won't you stay on Earth a little longer? Bra lamented, reluctant to see him go. However, I am not from this timeline. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out in the future timeline. Moreover, you must continue to train diligently. Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle of our potential. Thus, Li Fan imparted the methods of training and the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber to the two of them. He wished to prevent the future from deteriorating further, believing that enhancing their strength was the best course of action. His reluctance to remain in the future timeline stemmed from his uncertainty about facing this timeline's Bulma, especially since there was already a Bulma in this future. After sharing the training techniques and the possibility of utilizing the Dragon Ball from Namek to restore Earth to its former glory, he departed from the future timeline. After all, he never truly belonged here. Chapter 82. At this moment on Earth, in the realm belonging to Li Fan, subtle yet profound changes were quietly unfolding, diverging from their original trajectory. Within a remarkably concealed and vast base, a monumental project was underway. This base, hidden deep within the mountains, was entirely unexpected as a site for such an extensive operation. Inside, it was brimming with high-tech products, various instruments. Computers and the like were omnipresent. An elderly man wearing a cap adorned with the emblem of the red satin core was intently observing the data on a computer screen, while a plump humanoid figure was assisting him. The ultimate android project was on the verge of commencement. Initially, I believed that Piccolo's ability to regenerate lost limbs was already impressive. However, After acquiring Li Fan's cells, I realized that the regeneration capability of those Namekians paled in comparison. Next, it was merely a matter of fully integrating the energy chips from Android 17 and 18, and we would be nearly there, although this would result in the loss of 2 androids. It no longer mattered. The emergence of Maya would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. The ultimate android, successfully fused with the cells of numerous warriors, was about to be born. As for the likes of Sun Wukong and Li Fan, they should brace themselves for annihilation. Haha. Dr. Gero laughed maniacally. At the center of the base stood an enormous life pod, within which lay a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. This girl's beauty was undoubtedly on par with that of Android 18, yet she seemed to be in a deep slumber. Without a doubt, this was the ultimate android crafted by Dr. Gero. The arrival of Li Fan had completely altered Dr. Gero's approach to creating the ultimate android, resulting in a female creation. Android 17 and 18 would not have the opportunity to manifest in this timeline. However, that was not the focal point. The crux was that this ultimate android, named Maya, was on the verge of coming into existence. Of course, all of this was unbeknownst to Li Fan, who had returned to West City to continue his training. Having just broken through to Super Saiyan 2, he needed time to solidify his mastery over this form. He assumed that the events would unfold just as they did in the original story, with Android 17 and 18 still making an appearance, followed by Cell. In reality, he had already defeated the Lightning Cell in the future timeline, so the Cell of his timeline was of no concern to him. Time passed, and nearly a year had elapsed. At this moment, Li Fan, who was training in the gravity chamber of West City, paused his practice. A year had come to an end, and according to the narrative, today was the day the androids were to be unveiled. Why not immerse himself in the excitement? Li Fan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. After all, this past year had been devoid of extraterrestrial troubles and pressures, making it seem rather excessively tranquil. Although it was undeniable that Li Fan was now more powerful than before, the absence of battles was undoubtedly the most unbearable experience for a Saiyan. Throughout this year, neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong had sought him out. It seemed they understood that approaching Li Fan would result in a humiliating defeat, leading them to abandon that notion. Everyone was diligently engaged in their training. Given this, why not take a trip to that little island in the south? Li Fan declared, and with a flash of instant transmission, he vanished from his location. However, this journey would inevitably lead to disappointment for Li Fan, as Dr. Gero and his associates remained hidden within their base. In an instant, Li Fan arrived at the island, seeking a vantage point to observe. According to the plot's progression, Dr. Gero and his assistants were expected to first appear on this island. If that were the case, he could conveniently locate Dr. Gero's base and obliterate it, thus eliminating future threats. Furthermore, Androids 17 and 18 were not malevolent like their counterparts from the past timeline. Hence, he could consider sparing them. Li Fan mused to himself. Meanwhile, within Dr. Gero's base, the Doctor and Android 19 stood before the life pod, brimming with excitement. Today marked the birth of the ultimate android. Dr. Gero unabashedly expressed his exhilaration. With a clank, the life pod gradually opened, and the girl inside, Maya, suddenly opened her eyes. Awakened swiftly. Ultimate android Maya. Dr. Gero exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Maya slowly rose, clad in a black martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of chilling indifference. Her gaze swept across the base, ultimately locking onto Dr. Gero. Under Maya's penetrating stare, even Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an android, felt a shiver run down his spine, as though death itself were watching him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that no matter how formidable this android might be, he possessed a destruction device capable of instantaneously annihilating her. Of course, Dr. Gero would not resort to using the destruction device unless absolutely necessary. For this android represented the culmination of his life's work. Her ability to eliminate Sun Wukong and dominate the world rested entirely on Maya. Doctor. Maya stepped out of the life pod, standing coldly before Dr. Gero. Although Maya possessed stunning beauty, her demeanor radiated an unmistakable aura of aloofness. Truly worthy of the title Maya, the strongest warrior, the most perfect life form. I have finally awaited this day. Dr. Gero spoke with palpable excitement, as though he could already envision ruling the world, even the universe. Chapter 83. Maya, you must understand that you are to obey my commands from now on. Should you defy me, I possess a destruction device that can immediately incapacitate you, resulting in your complete annihilation. Barely having emerged, Dr. Gero laid down this stipulation. Otherwise, the sheer power of this android was so daunting that he feared he might lose control. Thus, he felt compelled to assert his authority, ensuring Maya comprehended the extent of his capabilities. Very well. Maya nodded, yet a fleeting glimmer of something unusual flashed in her eyes before vanishing. It seemed she was somewhat resistant to the notion of being bound. Ha ha! Splendid. If that is the case, then our first destination shall be to find Sun Wukong and eliminate him. Dr. Gero declared darkly. He would never forget the vendetta against the Red Satin Core. The purpose behind creating androids was precisely this. However, killing Sun Wukong was merely the beginning. He harbored grander ambitions. Maya nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, atop the Baozi Mountain, two figures were engaged in a relentless clash. A green figure observed the duel from the sidelines. These three were Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. Presently, Sun Wukong was training his son, Son Gohan. It was undeniable that Son Gohan possessed immense potential, although he had yet to break through to Super Saiyan. His battle prowess was formidable. Bang! Yet Sun Wukong was indeed Sun Wukong, as he swiftly exploited an opening and sent his son hurtling through the air with a powerful kick. Whoosh! Son Gohan flew back for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. Incredible! Just as expected of my father, Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Tish! Observing this, Piccolo scoffed disdainfully. While it was true that Sun Wukong had a knack for training, it was undeniable that his teaching methods were woefully inadequate. He could never bring himself to go all out, preventing Gohan from becoming stronger. Piccolo stated with conviction. Haha, I too wish I could be a bit harsher, but I fear Chi-Chi would scold me and deny me food. Sun Wukong chuckled. Father, I can actually handle more rigorous training. Upon hearing his father's words, Son Gohan declared resolutely. At this moment, Son Gohan still harbored a strong yearning and fondness for combat. If that is the case, then Piccolo, please take over. Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo, recognizing that Piccolo's strength surpassed his own, making him the ideal trainer. Very well. Piccolo accepted without hesitation, as Son Gohan was his initial pupil. However, just then, both Piccolo and Sun Wukong simultaneously changed their expressions. As I gazed intently, I beheld an eccentric old man adorned with a peculiar hat, a rotund gentleman, and a strikingly beautiful girl clad in black, all observing the three of us from a distance. Hmph, who are you? Sensing something amiss, Sun Wukong immediately soared into the air, pointing at the trio and inquiring. Piccolo furrowed his brow, apprehensive that these three were not here with benign intentions. Sun Wukong, it has been a long time. I remember vividly your annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero coldly remarked, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong. Nanny, the Red Ribbon Army? Could it be that you are affiliated with them? Sun Wukong recalled the incident, his heart growing wary. The Red Ribbon Army was notorious for harboring no virtuous souls. Were these three seeking vengeance? Indeed, today we shall settle all old scores. Dr. Gero's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. This time, Sun Wukong must perish. Uncle Piccolo, are they here for revenge? The astute Sun Wufan discerned the tension in their dialogue. Yes, Piccolo nodded gravely, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from one among them. Then let us commence. Sun Wukong declared, adopting a combative stance that he was undeterred. His rigorous training had not been in vain. After discovering the method to attain Super Saiyan form, he had dedicated a year to his training and had now achieved the full power Super Saiyan state. Ha! Mia! Eliminate him! Dr. Gero commanded with a sneer. Mia, her expression icy, nodded and ascended into the air. Nanny? A girl? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment at the sight of her. Wait, this individual is not ordinary. In the next moment, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss. Though he couldn't detect an overwhelming aura from Mia, his countless battles had instilled in him a keen instinct. This Mia was formidable. Come on. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong transformed into his full power Super Saiyan form. Fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate his opponent, seeing Sun Wukong's transformation, Mia merely smirked, her expression hardly changing in an instant. Mia appeared before Sun Wukong, launching a barrage of devastating punches. How swift! Sun Wukong widened his eyes, realizing too late that she had already reached him. Bang! He clumsily blocked Mia's punch, yet he had underestimated her strength. The blow sent him staggering back several dozen paces. What incredible power! Sun Wukong thought, astonished that he had been pushed back so far. Piccolo was equally stunned. He often sparred with Sun Wukong and was well aware of the might of his full-power Super Saiyan form. The fact that Mia could achieve such a feat with a single strike was unfathomable. How impressive! This is exhilarating! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Thrilled to face such a formidable adversary after so long, he was determined to fight with all his might. Mia, however, had no time for idle chatter. She swiftly resumed her assault, intensifying her attacks with each strike, becoming increasingly ruthless and rapid. New Wolfang Fist? Sun Wukong exclaimed. What is this woman's origin? She even knows Yamcha's technique. The ferocity of her onslaught caused the surrounding air to tremble, and soon Sun Wukong found himself retreating under the relentless barrage of her new Wolfang Fist, that Yamcha's new technique. How can she wield it? Sun Wukong gasped. I don't know, but I can sense that her power is terrifyingly beyond this. Piccolo remarked with utmost seriousness, she's incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong shouted between exchanges, though he was clearly at a disadvantage. His Saiyan instincts heightened his excitement that in this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a full-power Super Saiyan. Despite being overwhelmed by Mia, he showed no signs of defeat, unless, of course, she concealed even greater power. How is this possible? How can Sun Wukong possess such strength? Dr. Gero muttered in agitation, perplexed by the unfolding battle. Mia, increase your intensity. Eliminate that Sun Wukong at once. Yet, Mia ignored Dr. Gero's command, continuing her fierce engagement with Sun Wukong. In a moment, she capitalized on an opening, sending Sun Wukong flying with a powerful kick. Next, she concentrated her energy, a brilliant white light shimmering between her hands. Nanny, what is that? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. How can this woman use such a technique? Isn't that the Kamehameha? Soon, the blinding energy wave was unleashed, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. As he regained his footing, he realized the Kamehameha was upon him. Nanny, isn't that the Kamehameha? How can she use this technique? In an instant, Sun Wukong had no opportunity to counter or evade. He could only cross his arms to brace against the energy wave. Bang! A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing Sun Wukong and propelling him into the distance. Sun Wukong crashed into a mountain, which was subsequently obliterated by the explosion, leaving a cloud of dust that obscured the aftermath. What a formidable opponent! Both Piccolo and Sun Wukong were astounded. They could hardly believe that this creation of Dr. Gero could overpower a Super Saiyan. Pathetic! After executing her display of strength, Mia folded her arms, her gaze fixed disdainfully in Sun Wukong's direction. This was a testament to Mia's prowess. She had seamlessly integrated the energy cores of androids 17 and 18. And in addition to possessing the cells of numerous warriors, she had also incorporated Li Fan's cells. Despite Li Fan's precautions against the so-called micro-robots, he could not always detect them. Thus, his regenerative abilities were not a safeguard against her. Consequently, her existence surpassed even that of Perfect Cell from the original narrative, and she had the potential to grow even stronger. Dr. Gero felt reassured by Mia's formidable performance and was unconcerned about her disobedience, as he had installed an emergency destruction protocol, one that would render her infinite regeneration capabilities obsolete. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted from the ruins, and a golden light burst forth. Without a doubt, it was Sun Wukong. Hmph! This Sun Wukong is surprisingly resilient, Dr. Gero observed, somewhat perplexed by the concept of battle, despite having created the perfect android like Mia. Before long, Sun Wukong had approached Mia once more, gasping, cough, cough. How powerful! I must concede that your strength has truly exceeded my expectations. Son Goku gasped, panting heavily. Having just battled with Mia, Son Goku had already exhausted a significant portion of his stamina. Yet upon glancing at Mia, she appeared completely unfazed. However, endowed with the energy chips of androids 17 and 18. Mia naturally possessed boundless stamina. This is the crux of the matter. With infinite regeneration coupled with limitless energy, this undoubtedly constitutes the most formidable configuration among androids. Hmph. If that is the case, then you shall meet your demise. A glimmer of light flashed in Mia's eyes, and in the next moment, she charged towards Son Goku with overwhelming ferocity. Chapter 85. It won't be so easy. Son Goku smiled faintly and surged forward as well. In an instant, the two figures collided violently in the air. However, this clash immediately revealed the disparity between their strengths. Even though Son Goku had attained full power as a Super Saiyan, Mia now surpassed even the complete form of Cell. In fact, she was stronger than the lightning-fast Cell. Thus, Son Goku found himself at a disadvantage, being ruthlessly overwhelmed by Mia. Bang! Bang! Despite Son Goku employing the prince's combat techniques, unleashing an array of attack methods. It was unfortunate that he faced the ultimate android, Mia. Hence, it was destined that Son Goku would suffer a setback. Before long, Mia's energy surged dramatically, leaving Son Goku in a state of complete subjugation. Indeed, Mia is undoubtedly the strongest android I have ever created, without exception. Just like that, splendidly done. Finish off Son Goku. Dr. Gero shouted cruelly. His hatred for Son Goku had reached its zenith, yearning for nothing more than his swift demise. Boom! Mia delivered a powerful punch, sending Son Goku hurtling through the air once more. In the next moment, before Son Goku could react, she followed up with a fierce kick. Ultimately, Son Goku's body was smashed into the river below. Bang! Bang! Without the slightest restraint, the android Mia unleashed the prince's combat techniques, sending dozens of energy blasts raining down upon Son Goku like a meteor shower. Before long, the area was engulfed in a relentless barrage. Boom! Boom! The aftershocks of the explosions were tremendous, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble precariously. Fortunately, although they were on Bunbao Mountain, Son Goku's home was still quite distant, thus remaining unaffected. Nanny, how could she be so powerful? Witnessing this, Piccolo realized he could no longer stand idly by. Whoosh! In the next moment, Piccolo discarded his cloak. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Mia. Give me your life. Piccolo's speed was astonishing, for he was indeed a super Namekian, and his strength was nothing to scoff at. Even stronger. How intriguing. Sensing Piccolo's assault, a smile curled at the corner of Mia's lips, and she swiftly turned around. Delivering a punch, the two fists collided, instantly creating a spark. Boom! Following that, a dazzling brilliance erupted between their fists. Whoosh! Both figures were violently repelled, staggering back several dozen meters. Slightly stronger than Son Goku. Interesting. A glimmer of light flashed in Mia's eyes as she charged fiercely toward Piccolo. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Piccolo and Mia clashed violently, launching their most powerful attacks. The resulting energy waves struck the ground, triggering a series of explosions. The air was filled with the sounds of battle. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The winds howled. The sound roared like thunder. How can this be? Piccolo was increasingly astonished. How could Mia possess such formidable strength? It was nothing short of inconceivable. He knew that his current power was even greater than when he had recently fused with Slug. Was that not enough? I never expected that the Earth would be filled with such formidable opponents. I didn't expect even Piccolo's strength to have grown so significantly. However, my android, Mia, is undeniably the strongest. Dr. Gero declared with unwavering confidence. Boom! In the next moment, Mia seized an opening and delivered a fierce kick, sending Piccolo flying. Whoosh! Piccolo's figure was sent hurtling several meters away. Truly impressive. Yet if the battle were to end here, that would be utterly impossible. Magic flash. Ha! Instantly, a dazzling light erupted from Piccolo's hand, blindingly bright. Apologies, is that not merely the magic flash? I can do that too. Mia's words stunned the watching Gohan from a distance. What does that mean? Could it be that this woman also knows this technique? Realizing this, Piccolo's face turned grim, as if he were livid. Wait a moment, my skin is already green, okay? Furthermore, Mia's magic flash appeared even more potent. Boom! The two energy blasts collided swiftly, creating a magnificent explosion. The entirety of Bun Bao Mountain was enveloped in blinding light. At that moment, Mia sprang into action. It was as if she could perceive everything amidst this chaos. This is bad. Piccolo sensed the impending doom. However, it was already too late. Mia's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, her fist struck Piccolo's abdomen with tremendous force. Pooh! Piccolo's expression changed as he cried out in pain. At that instant, the light dissipated and Piccolo's body was violently propelled away. Ha! Fantastic! Truly, Mia is remarkable. Well done. Dr. Gero was exceedingly exhilarated. These individuals, indeed, were no match for Mia. If this continues, it would be simply splendid. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, Son Goku was panting heavily as he witnessed this scene. Piccolo had actually been sent flying. Just how powerful is this individual? Could it be that no one can contend with this woman now? Damn it. Son Goku gritted his teeth in frustration. Due to his recent lack of contact with Li Fan, Son Goku believed that he had merely bested Piccolo in a single move, yet he could never achieve what Mia was capable of. Chapter 86. Damn it. No wonder I haven't discovered the existence of androids on this island. It seems these rascals have secretly sought trouble with Son Goku. At this moment, far from Bun Bao Mountain, Li Fan sensed the tremendous energy clash emanating from the mountain. Moreover, this energy fluctuation exceeded Li Fan's imagination. The original androids 17 and 18 should not possess such formidable power. This was something Li Fan had never anticipated. However, distance poses no significant obstacle for me. He was exceedingly curious about the nature of the adversary he would encounter, or has Cell emerged prematurely and completed his perfect form? Whoosh! In the next moment, the space trembled, and Li Fan's figure vanished from the spot like a phantom. Meanwhile, the battle between Piccolo and Android Mia had reached a boiling point. Piccolo was indeed being thoroughly overwhelmed by Android Mia. Bang! Once again, he was kicked away with tremendous force. Your strength is simply too weak. How boring! A look of disdain flashed in Mia's eyes as she crossed her arms. Possessing Saiyan cells, she naturally held great interest in combat. Yet facing such feeble opponents, her enthusiasm waned. Well done, Mia. Finish them off quickly. If that happens, we shall conquer the world. Dr. Gero shouted from a distance. His plan was straightforward. Eliminate these individuals once and for all. Are you giving me orders? Suddenly, Mia's brow furrowed as she turned to Dr. Gero. The atmosphere grew tense. Hmph. Naturally. Do not forget that I can render you powerless in an instant, and all those special abilities you possess will prove utterly futile. Dr. Gero growled menacingly. He truly never anticipated that the seemingly frigid Mia would dare to defy him. Fortunately, he possessed that object in his hand. Thus, if Mia were to reach that point, she would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. After a considerable pause, Mena uttered a single phrase, and instantly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she aimed it at the rather disheveled Sun Wukong. In a blink, Mena appeared directly before Sun Wukong. Nanny, you wretched creature! Sun Wukong was equally alarmed. It seemed that this Dr. Gero was indeed exceptionally ruthless. Naturally, with that, Sun Wukong, you may as well perish upon finishing her words. Mia slowly raised her hand. So this was the situation. It appeared that this artificial being was under the control of Dr. Gero. Li Fan, hidden in the shadows, had already grasped the current circumstances. It seemed that he could no longer refrain from intervening. Bang! An energy blast shot towards Sun Wukong. Dad! Son Gohan exclaimed, immediately soaring towards Sun Wukong's direction. Whoosh! However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Son Gohan, blocking his path. It was another of Dr. Gero's creations, Android 19. Bang! Just when everyone believed that Sun Wukong was doomed, a surge of energy manifested, forcefully dissipating Mia's energy blast. Nanny, Mia, furrowed her brow, only to discover Li Fan not far away. Say, beautiful, isn't your action a tad excessive? Li Fan remarked with a smile. In truth, he was quite astonished that androids 17 and 18 had not appeared, but rather this character who had not existed in the original story. Nevertheless, he could still sense a portion of energy akin to his own emanating from Mia. This revelation brought him a measure of relief. He had not expected that Dr. Gero would devise a method to obtain his cells. Moreover, at this moment, it seemed that this beauty's power had surpassed that of the fully realized cell. "Hmph, meddlesome," Mia retorted icily. Yet upon catching sight of Li Fan, her gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue. Despite being an artificial being, she was still a woman, and thus naturally drawn to aesthetically pleasing things. "Li Fan, I never imagined you would also show up. Perfect. Now that you all are here, I won't have to waste my time searching for you. Today, you shall all perish. Mia, go forth and eliminate him." Dr. Gero commanded viciously. Hearing the tone of Dr. Gero's orders, Mia felt a surge of disdain. She was the epitome of a perfect warrior, possessing her own pride, although Dr. Gero had created her. His tone was utterly irksome, yet there was little she could do. Dr. Gero had the power to obliterate her in an instant. So that's how it is. While Mia displayed no outward expression, the nuances were deftly captured by Li Fan. It seemed that Mia was somewhat displeased with Dr. Gero's orders. With this thought, Li Fan developed a new strategy. A smirk played upon his lips as he executed instant transmission, suddenly vanishing from his location. "Nanny, where did he go?" Seeing Li Fan's abrupt disappearance, Mia was taken aback. Although she possessed Li Fan's cells, it was undeniable that she could not perform his instant transmission. Thus, she found herself momentarily unable to ascertain his whereabouts. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Mia swiftly turned, only to witness a sight that left her utterly astonished. Dr. Gero's head had been forcibly wrenched from his body by Li Fan. Dr. Gero had also transformed himself into an artificial being, and now his shoulders were empty, with arcs of electricity crackling and even emitting smoke. Unfortunately, Dr. Gero had not anticipated that Li Fan had set his sights on him. Decisively severing his head, "You wretched fiend!" Mia exclaimed in astonishment. She had never expected Li Fan to commit such an act. However, whether Dr. Gero was dead or not was of little concern to her. Chapter 87. Rumbling. In the next instant, Dr. Gero's head disintegrated into a cloud of dust. His body was also reduced to nothingness by an energy blast from Li Fan. "So, does this mean you no longer need to eliminate Sun Wukong? Or with this, will you have no future worries?" Li Fan inquired with a smile. "Tisish, meddlesome," Mia continued to respond coldly. Yet deep within, she felt a ripple of gratitude for Li Fan's elimination of this lethal threat. Of course, none of that mattered now. "If that's the case, let us commence. I hear you are the strongest." Mia pointed at Li Fan, her voice filled with anticipation. A being imbued with Saiyan cells, Mia naturally harbored a profound yearning for combat. "If you wish to believe that, I shall not dispute it." Li Fan shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, if she were another entity like Cell, he would be disinterested in these antics. However, after observing the newly emerged artificial being for a brief moment, he found that she was not excessively malevolent, albeit her demeanor was somewhat frosty. Thus, he had decided to eliminate Dr. Gero and resolve this potential threat. "In that case, let me witness your power." "Ha!" Instantly, Mena clenched her fists, unleashing a resounding shout as a golden aura erupted from her, resembling a roaring blaze, filled with fervor. In truth, it was akin to a tumultuous wave surging skyward. The surrounding air was entirely agitated. This aura made even Sun Wukong feel uneasy. It turned out she had been deliberately concealing her power moments ago. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have undoubtedly met his demise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Gohan was engaged in a fierce battle with Android 19. It must be noted that Sun Gohan's training had yielded remarkable results, as the two fought to a standstill. Li Fan observed Mia's transformation with mild astonishment. Could this be the manifestation of an artificial being's transformation? Though the golden aura was indeed familiar, her hair did not transform entirely into gold like a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, the intensity of Mia's aura had likely surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 2. If so, then I shall join in. Ha! Suddenly, Li Fan let out a powerful shout, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Hmph, come forth. Now liberated from Dr. Gero's constraints, Mia appeared even more eager for battle. Bang! Their fists collided. Erupting into a furious shower of sparks, Li Fan was forcefully sent sprawling back several dozen yards. In contrast, Mia remained utterly unfazed. What incredible strength! Li Fan was actually violently repelled. This was truly astonishing. Sun Wukong remarked in disbelief. Sun Wukong was unaware that Li Fan possessed an even higher form of transformation. Truly, the ultimate artificial being. Li Fan marveled. Quickly unleash your strongest power. Do not waste time here. Mia continued her icy demeanor, seemingly fixated solely on combat. Humph, if that is your wish, then allow me to demonstrate Super Saiyan 2. Li Fan grinned. However, this statement left Sun Wukong utterly shocked. Super Saiyan 2? What is Super Saiyan 2? I've never heard of it. Could it be a realm beyond Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong had actually reached Super Saiyan full power half a year ago, yet he had never attained another higher level. Thus, he speculated that perhaps Super Saiyan full power was the peak for Saiyans. Yet, upon hearing Li Fan mention the form of Super Saiyan 2, he felt a sudden surge of hope. Could it be that success was within reach? Had Li Fan truly attained a higher level? Piccolo also flew over at that moment, surprised by Li Fan's words. Super Saiyan 2? How intriguing. Mia, crossing her arms, indicated her desire to see what level Li Fan's so-called Super Saiyan 2 had achieved. Watch closely. Ha! In an instant, Li Fan balled his fists and unleashed a thunderous shout. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his being. The air around was filled with a resounding roar. The gales howled fiercely, intermittently producing the sound of sonic booms. In quick succession, something even more astonishing transpired. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of blue electricity began to manifest. Moreover, Li Fan's hairstyle underwent a transformation, with a prominent tuft of bangs becoming his most striking feature. In addition, his gaze grew increasingly sharp and fierce. What a terrifying aura! To everyone's astonishment, Li Fan had indeed achieved Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Incredible. It seems the gap between us has widened further. Observing this, Piccolo expressed his helplessness. Simultaneously, in another part of the earth, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. What a frightful energy! Is this emanating from Li Fan? How infuriating! Is this the form of Super Saiyan 2? It certainly looks impressive, but power remains paramount. Huh. Upon finishing her words, Maya swiftly launched her attack. She charged at Li Fan with both fists raised, resembling two dragons emerging from the sea, unstoppable in their momentum. Quite remarkable. However, it seems she still lacked a touch. Li Fan regarded Maya's assault with little surprise. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the potential of this ultimate android, Maya, is more fearsome than that of Cell. She was already this formidable right out of the gate. What might she become in the future? Yet perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Pressure breeds motivation. Bang! In the next instant, their fists collided, emitting a dazzling radiance. Following that, it felt as though the very fabric of space was on the brink of collapse. The ground trembled ever so slightly. Whoosh! In a heartbeat, both combatants stumbled back a few steps, only to collide again. Bang! 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 With a speed swifter than lightning and an unparalleled force, their might was vividly displayed. Chapter 88. Boom! Whoosh! Beneath their fierce battle, explosions erupted endlessly, energy surging forth, with some mountains being violently obliterated. Oh dear, this is troubling. Sun Wukong sighed in resignation. However, he understood that in the midst of battle, controlling energy was a challenge. Hmph. Meanwhile, Piccolo observed the clash between Son Gohan and Android 19. Throughout, neither Piccolo nor Sun Wukong had considered intervening. If Gohan couldn't even handle Android 19, then he might as well become a scholar. I can't believe you're this strong. Simply marvelous. The once cold Maya gradually became exhilarated amidst the heated battle. Feeling her blood surge with excitement, This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Li Fan felt similarly. Although Maya's strength had not yet reached the level of Lightning Cell, it was already quite comparable. Moreover, a significant concern lingered. If Maya were to attain a lightning form, she could become even more formidable. Bang! The two clashed once more, and the immense force created distance between them. You truly are powerful, but I am no slouch either. Let us continue. Ha! Maya declared, charging fiercely at Li Fan once again. She was undoubtedly a battle fanatic. Despite her femininity, her obsession was rather intense, was it not? However, if you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. What is there to fear? At this moment, Li Fan resolved to cease holding back his power. Such restraint was simply uninteresting. Thus, when their fists collided, Nanny, Maya's eyes widened in disbelief. How had this guy's strength increased so dramatically? Suddenly, Maya was sent flying by his overwhelming might. Of course, Li Fan was not inclined to afford her any chances. Employing the strategy of advancing while forcing the enemy back, he surged forward, swinging his fists at Maya. Bang! 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 In an instant, Maya found herself on the back foot, unable to seize the initiative and reduced to mere defense. Such formidable power! No wonder he is Earth's strongest. Maya thought to herself. Hmph! If that's the case, allow me to showcase a technique. After their fists collided, Maya declared, creating considerable distance between them. What technique? Li Fan inquired. Intrigued, the devouring heaven and earth fist. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others gasped in astonishment. Was this not Li Fan's technique? Oh! Li Fan regarded Maya with keen interest. Indeed, had she even mastered a technique he had devised? Truly remarkable. Ha! Maya proclaimed, clenching her fists as a tremendous energy began to rise from her, transforming into a colossal figure in the void. Majestic and imposing, her aura was overwhelming. Upon witnessing this, Li Fan felt quite exasperated. Who would have thought he would experience his own creation firsthand today? Humph. If that is the case, let us clash fists. Ha! Simultaneously, Li Fan executed the same technique. The powerful energy above him coalesced into a formidable giant, albeit one that crackled with arcs of lightning, a testament to the fruits of his training over the past year. The devouring heaven and earth fist unleashed in Super Saiyan 2 form was even more potent. Come forth. Ha! Humph! As you wish. Ha! In an instant, the two giants swung their fists at one another with tremendous force. Their colossal fists collided in the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. The ground was riddled with cracks, and countless stones were swept into the air. The entire earth began to shake. Unaware, humans might have thought a cataclysmic earthquake was imminent. Gulp. Another one of those techniques. It is utterly terrifying. Piccolo's face turned pale at the sight. However, when all was said and done, Li Fan held the upper hand in their confrontation. His giant obliterated Maya's with a single punch, sending her crashing through several mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt. As expected of Li Fan, only you possess such strength, Sun Wukong remarked, filled with admiration. Since Li Fan's emergence, he had only ever revered him as his most esteemed rival. Truly, he was an invincible force. Cough, cough. Before long, Maya emerged from the mountains, albeit looking rather disheveled. Today, I admit defeat. However, next time, I will undoubtedly reclaim my honor with interest. You should not grow too complacent either. By the way, there's one more thing. You are rather intriguing. Suddenly, Maya turned to Li Fan and uttered this surprising statement. Li Fan was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion, unable to grasp her meaning. Humph, we may meet again in the future. A smile graced Maya's lips as she spoke, then utilized her flight technique to depart from the area. What was she talking about? I completely don't understand. Li Fan shook his head and chose not to dwell on it. However, it seemed he had indeed guessed correctly about one thing. Maya was not malevolent like Cell. This was, after all, a rather fortunate revelation. After all, Maya was deemed the most perfect warrior for a reason, and her potential might even surpass Li Fan's. This was a truth he could not deny. Such a potent warrior was better off remaining on Earth. Who knew when they might need her? Turning around, he was startled to discover the devastation surrounding him. The landscape was pockmarked, with some mountains reduced to rubble. The once lush hills and clear waters had morphed into desolate wastelands. Well, it seems I failed to control my energy for a moment. Chapter 89. Initially, it appeared that the saga of the androids in this timeline had reached its conclusion, and peace had returned to Earth. However, just as in the original narrative with Cell, originating from a third timeline, this timeline was no exception. In the skies above a mountainous plain, the air trembled violently, and suddenly, a time machine materialized. Bang! Moments later, it landed on solid ground. Clang! The hatch was forcefully kicked open, and out came a green creature. Ga ga ga. Android 17, 18. I'm here. Wait for me. The green creature originates from the third timeline. Known as Cell in that world, androids 14 and 18 had already been eradicated by Trunks. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to kill Trunks and utilize his time machine to arrive in this timeline. However, what Cell is unaware of is that androids 17 and 18 in this timeline no longer exist. Meanwhile, Li Fan continues his training diligently at home. Of course, Li Fan does not solely focus on training. He occasionally accompanies Bulma for shopping or takes care of the children, engaging in various activities. Now, Li Fan has set his sights on a higher form of transformation, that is Super Saiyan 3, although in the original Dragon Ball series, only Goku and Gotenks achieved this form, and Vegeta could never reach this realm despite his efforts. Yet Li Fan believes there are reasons behind Vegeta's inability to attain it. For instance, Goku reached this form only after training in the afterlife. Gotenks, on the other hand, is a fusion of two individuals. The Super Saiyan form demands a significant output of energy, and one must possess sufficient energy to endure its consumption. Even Goku, in the original series, could not maintain this form for long. The energy and physical toll it takes far surpasses that of Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, this form boasts an astonishing increase of 400 times in base power. Excluding Super God and Super 4, this form is arguably the strongest. Of course, Gohan's mysterious state might be an exception. However, for now, Li Fan feels it is imperative to find ways to break through to Super Saiyan 3. He can pursue even greater heights later. As for why Li Fan believes he can transform into Super Saiyan 3 at this moment, it is simple. Utilizing his infinite regeneration ability, he has already made significant breakthroughs during his battles in the future timeline. Moreover, due to his infinite regeneration, he can recover a portion of his energy. Therefore, he believes that if he amplifies his energy output significantly, he might truly break through. Wait, it seems this place may not be suitable for my breakthrough. Li Fan suddenly contemplated a concern. It is known that if one were to break through to Super Saiyan 3, the ensuing power would undoubtedly be immense. In the original series, even the Kaishin realm was affected by Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Let alone here. Having considered these matters, Li Fan conceived an idea. Since he can instant transmission, why not train on another planet? With instant transmission, distance is merely a blink away. Having thought of this, Li Fan immediately utilized instant transmission and vanished from his location. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Fan found himself on a planet within the solar system that possessed an exceedingly high density. The environment of this planet was exceptionally harsh, with gravity several times that of Earth. Violent winds swept through intermittently. Clearly, it was not a place suitable for human habitation. However, such a severe environment was the perfect training ground for Li Fan. Now, let us attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Li Fan declared, clenching his fists. Ha! With a roar of fury, the air around him was forcefully displaced by the overwhelming energy he unleashed simultaneously. Golden energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Unstoppable. Before long, arcs of electricity accompanied the eruption. Crackle! Electric serpents danced around Li Fan, elevating his aura to its zenith. He had evidently transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Hmph. Next comes Super Saiyan 3. Transform for me? Roar. After becoming Super Saiyan 2, Li Fan did not halt, but instead intensified his energy output drastically. As the energy surged forth, the ground around him began to crack. The already harsh planet was battered by fierce winds. Yet, these winds, even from 1,000 miles away, were scattered by the terrifying energy radiating from Li Fan. Whoosh! The golden energy continued to rise. Li Fan's expression twisted, veins bulging as he reached the pinnacle of his energy output. However, Li Fan did not succeed in transforming. Although his energy was fearsome, it felt as if something was still lacking. That threshold seemed persistently elusive. Roar! Li Fan finally could no longer maintain the pressure and let out a breath. Coughing, he gasped for air. Ma Zhao Zhao. Such a level of energy output, even with his regenerative abilities, consumed far more than he could recover, and yet he had not managed a breakthrough. Where exactly was the issue? Was it because he was progressing too swiftly? After all, Goku took 3 years to achieve it. Never mind. He would first engage in training for a while. This planet appeared quite suitable for his practice. Li Fan resolutely decided to train on this unknown planet. He could not believe that if Goku could reach Super Saiyan 3 in the original series, why couldn't he? Chapter 90. Clear skies, scorching sun. Ah, a monster! Don't eat me! Ah, cries of despair echoed across the fields. In a meadow, an innocent farmer tragically fell victim as a green monster devoured him whole. The scene was utterly brutal. This green creature was none other than Cell, who had arrived from a certain timeline. During his time on Earth, he was astonished to discover something. There was no trace of androids 17 and 18. Damn it, where have 17 and 18 gone? I went to Dr. Jero's lab, and it had been utterly reduced to rubble. Logically, they should have been ruthlessly slaughtering humans, so why was everything so different from my timeline? Unable to locate androids 17 and 18, Cell was compelled to resort to consuming humans to evolve himself. However, given the inherently weak strength of these humans, the effect was minimal. Yet Cell, who had not yet completed his evolution, dared not confront Goku and the others, as he estimated that with his current power, it would only lead to his own demise. It seemed he needed to devour more humans. At worst, he could start consuming some martial artists and continue his search for androids 17 and 18 later. Cell resolved firmly. With that thought, he burrowed into the ground and jumped down. This was Cell's usual style. Before evolving, survival was paramount. This was a notion Cell had never doubted. Meanwhile, in West City, Vegeta was quite frustrated. Previously, he had learned from Li Fan how to transform into Super Saiyan 2, yet he found himself stuck at that threshold, unable to break through. This left Vegeta contemplating the meaning of life. He sought out Li Fan, only to discover that Li Fan had long since left Earth. How infuriating! It seems I can only turn to that Kakarot fellow. Vegeta muttered helplessly. Of course, he did not wish for Kakarot to have achieved Super Saiyan 2 before him. But it seemed he was also unable to breach that threshold. Thus, reluctantly, he resolved to seek out Goku. With that thought, Vegeta pressed his finger to his forehead and executed instant transmission, vanishing from his spot. This instant transmission was no longer exclusive to Goku and Li Fan. Vegeta had also mastered this skill. The last time Goku and Vegeta realized the practicality of instant transmission, they had departed Earth for Yardrat. Therefore, instant transmission was no longer Goku's sole domain. Due to Li Fan's influence, there were considerable discrepancies between this timeline and the original one. In a vast desert, a man clad in a martial arts uniform, emblazoned with a character for Turtle on the back, was diligently training. He swung his fists at the air, occasionally unleashing energy blasts that stirred up considerable waves in the desert. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Beside him was a small cat. Go Yamcha! This little cat was cheering for the man. And this man was none other than Yamcha, the disciple of Master Roshi. Unlike in the original series, this version of Yamcha seemed to have developed a fondness for training. Since the Saiyan incident, Yamcha returned to the desert to hone his skills, later receiving a gravity training chamber from Li Fan to aid his training. As a result, his battle power was no less than several 100,000, if not millions. This level of power placed him among the top tier on Earth, aside from the exceptionally powerful extraterrestrials. Yamcha! I never expected to encounter this guy here. In the distance, a sudden opening appeared on the surface of the ground, and a monstrous creature emerged, fixating its gaze upon Yamcha. At this moment, it seemed that Yamcha had yet to notice the arrival of this green being. Moreover, it appeared that the cat beside him was rather appealing as well, almost tempting enough to eat. Salu thought with great excitement. Currently, he had no desire to provoke those terrifying Saiyans. But when faced with these earthlings, Salu felt no pressure whatsoever. With this thought, Salu ceased his concealment. Boom! With a resounding crash. He burst forth from the ground. Nani, Yamcha swiftly turned around, only to discover a grotesque green monster standing behind him. This creature was indeed exceedingly hideous. Moreover, it appeared to harbor ill intentions. "What are you? What brings you to my training grounds?" Yamcha inquired, pointing at Salu. "Hmph. What I am is of no concern to you. However, I know you are Yamcha, and soon I shall eliminate you," Salu replied ominously. Young Master Yamcha, trembling with fear, hid behind Yamcha. "So, you've come to seek trouble, have you? Well then, it's been a while since I last fought. Today, let me demonstrate my terrifying power," Yamcha declared robustly. Instantly, a white aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. "An impressive battle power. Oh, I never expected you to reach such a level in this timeline. However, your heightened power will undoubtedly benefit me," Salu remarked coldly, although Yamcha's strength paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans. It far surpassed that of ordinary earthlings. Devouring countless ordinary humans was nowhere near as satisfying as consuming a martial artist. "Enough with the chatter. Prepare to meet your demise," Yamcha shouted, charging fiercely towards Salu with astonishing speed. His fists striking with the ferocity of a wild wolf. Bang! 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 He unleashed dozens of punches against Salu. Yet Salu made no move to defend, allowing Yamcha's relentless assault to rain down upon him, as though he could not be harmed in the slightest. Chapter 91. Such resilient skin. My attacks seem utterly ineffective. After throwing hundreds of punches to no avail, Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware that his battle power had significantly improved. How could such a situation arise today? What on earth was this creature? Bang! After delivering a powerful kick to Salu, Yamcha flipped through the air, landing several dozen meters away to finally come to a halt. "Hmph. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Your attacks are nothing but a mere tickle," Salu scoffed disdainfully. "Damn you, do not be so arrogant. Take this," Yamcha shouted, preparing to unleash his signature move, Kamehameha. He struck a classic pose, white, radiant energy coalescing between his hands. Kamehameha? Impressive. Yet it's unfortunate that you lack the power to make it effective. Salu, being a creature infused with numerous warrior cells, was all too familiar with the Kamehameha technique. Kamehameha wave? Huh. At that moment, Yamcha completed his energy gathering, unleashing the brilliant white wave towards Salu with immense force, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Unfortunately, while this appeared to be Yamcha's strongest move, to Salu, it was utterly inconsequential. Suddenly, an astonishing event occurred. Just as the Kamehameha wave neared Salu, he abruptly opened his gaping maw, swallowing the energy attack whole. Gulp! Ugh! After consuming it, he let out a satisfied belch, as if Yamcha's Kamehameha wave was crafted specifically for his consumption. How could this be? Upon witnessing this, Yamcha was utterly flabbergasted. Someone could actually consume a Kamehameha wave. This was simply unheard of and unseen. This creature was undoubtedly a monster, of course in the original Dragon Ball narrative. A similar event had occurred when Goku first arrived in the other world, where his Kamehameha was consumed by Bu. However, Yamcha was oblivious to this. Yet, it could not be dismissed that Salu was also showing off. Had this Kamehameha wave been unleashed by Li Fan or Goku, Salu would never have dared to devour it outright. In that case, he would surely have met his demise on the spot. But facing Yamcha, an earthling, he felt emboldened to flaunt his power. Indeed, he had thoroughly intimidated Yamcha. At this moment, Yamcha began to panic. This creature was far too powerful for him to handle. The only option left was to flee. With this realization, Yamcha devised a plan. "You monster, it seems you possess considerable strength. If you can withstand my next move, I shall concede." Yamcha feigned calmness as he spoke. "Oh!" Hearing this piqued my interest. A mere weakling dares to utter such words? But it matters not. Today, I shall devour you," Salu replied, amused. With a sneer, Yamcha leaped into the air. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting its rays behind him. Salu, not giving it much thought, gazed upward at Yamcha to see what trickery he was up to. Suddenly, a smile crept across Yamcha's face. He had learned this technique from Tenshinhan. While it lacked true offensive power, it had proven effective time and again. Yamcha performed an unusual gesture, raising his hands and positioning them before his forehead. Then, from his elevated position, he shouted, "Solar flare!" In an instant, blinding sunlight erupted, enveloping the entire area, transforming the desert into a pure white expanse. The sun's rays bursting forth like a tangible force. Not good. This is the solar flare? Damn it. Salu squinted against the blinding light, his vision blurred. At that moment, Yamcha made his move. With lightning speed, he utilized the instant transmission technique, carrying Purr away into the distance. Damn it, you scoundrel. Do not think you can escape this way, Salu grumbled, unable to open his eyes, and he directly burrowed into the ground. In the face of such a powerful foe, Yamcha exerted every ounce of strength. Managing to flee several hundred miles, cough cough, I truly wonder what manner of monster that was. However, he shouldn't be able to catch up now, right? I should take a breather. Yamcha gasped for air, speaking to himself. Indeed, young Master Yamcha, shall we rest on the ground for a moment? Purr suggested. Yamcha was indeed exhausted. He landed on the ground, seeking a shady spot to sit and recuperate. Yet at that moment, Yamcha's expression turned grave. How could such a formidable being emerge on Earth without anyone knowing? Had he not learned the solar flare, he might have truly met his end, just as Yamcha began to feel at ease. An astonishing event unfolded. The ground behind him suddenly sank, and a green figure emerged at lightning speed, extending a massive tail that swiftly ensnared Yamcha's head. Ugh! Bam! Yamcha struggled violently. Young Master Yamcha, you monster, release him at once. Purr cried out, "Ha ha, little one, your turn will come soon enough." No need to rush, Salu taunted. With a slurp, he swallowed Yamcha whole. Instantly, Salu's physique appeared to swell, and his previously hunched form straightened significantly. Hundreds of thousands of battle power. Ha ha ha, indeed, this is far superior to those weaklings with a power level of 5. Afterward, Salu turned his gaze towards the now trembling Purr. Quack, quack, quack. Next, it is your turn, little creature. Chapter 92. No. Poor Purr, indeed, was terrified by that grotesque being. Even Yamcha had been absorbed, and what could a mere pet accomplish? Flee. That was the final thought that crossed Purr's mind. Alas, just as Purr was about to take flight, Cell's tail came crashing down. Aimed directly at him. Whoosh! A powerful suction force drew Purr into Cell's tail. Gulp! Cell devoured the tiny creature whole. This little one actually tastes quite delightful. Wait a moment, Cell suddenly paused, and in the next instant, a smug expression spread across his face. Ha! What a windfall! Cell had not anticipated that he was merely consuming a small cat. However, he never expected to gain such a significant reward. This little creature possessed the ability to transform. By consuming Purr, Cell had naturally acquired this transformation ability as well. Moreover, it could potentially be even stronger when utilized by Cell. With this newfound power, he could make excellent use of it. Having thought this, Cell's mind began to race with ideas. Boom! Instantly, Cell transformed, taking on the appearance of the very Yamcha he had just devoured. Haha, now my task shall be considerably more convenient, Yamcha exclaimed with a sinister grin. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Yamcha that Cell had morphed and soared off into the distance. Splash! Before a magnificent waterfall, a bare-chested man was engaged in meditation, his most striking feature being his 3 eyes. He was none other than Tenshinhan, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In this time and space, thanks to his remarkable perseverance and the assistance of a gravity training room, his combat power had surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Though he was not as terrifying as a Saiyan, he was nonetheless among the elite on Earth. Of course, he was a martial artist with aspirations. He was determined to surpass Sun Wukong. Although the gap was ever widening, he had never slackened in his efforts. Not far away, a short figure was also engaged in some form of training, effortlessly manipulating a stone larger than himself. This was the unique superpower of Chaozu. Someone is approaching. Tenshinhan furrowed his brow. Someone is coming, and it seems their strength is not insignificant. What an aura. Just as Tien was pondering, a voice reached his ears. Yo, Tien Shinhan, long time no see. Tien turned around, only to see Yamcha greeting him. Yamcha, what brings you here? Tien inquired, somewhat astonished. Shouldn't Yamcha be training in the desert or pursuing women? Why the leisurely visit? Haha, I recently achieved another breakthrough in strength, so I thought to spar with you. Yamcha replied with a smile. Just in time, I was also in need of sparring partner. Tien replied, equally cheerful. However, why does Yamcha seem a bit peculiar today? No matter, let's have a match first. Yamcha, it's been a while. Chaozu also flew over to greet Yamcha. Hello, Chaozu. While Yamcha appeared composed on the surface. Deep down, he harbored ulterior motives. It seemed that the information regarding this little creature was already stored in his mind. What special abilities did this little one possess? Tiske, this is truly a valuable find. Cell felt that this move of his was absolutely brilliant. Although he could not locate Android 17 and 18, he could enhance his own abilities by utilizing individuals with special powers. Very well. In that case, let the games begin. With that, Yamcha assumed a fighting stance. Originally, Yamcha intended to simply consume Tien, but now he felt like toying around a bit. Moreover, he possessed Tien's data and was well acquainted with his techniques. However, since Yamcha's strength had evidently increased, Tien must be even stronger, right? All right, here I come. In an instant, a glint flashed in Tien's eyes as he charged toward Yamcha. Yamcha also launched a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and Tien's expression changed abruptly. What a terrifying force! In an instant, Tien lost control of his body, hurtling backward. Bang! He barely managed to stabilize himself. He didn't crash into the cliff wall. Truly impressive, Yamcha thought to himself. What an astonishing power! Is this really the same Yamcha as before? Tien thought in astonishment. It should be noted that the former Yamcha was absolutely no match for him. Yet now, after a single strike, he had been pushed back so far, while Yamcha seemed to find it as effortless as breathing. Come on! Tien charged at Yamcha once more. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. But with each clash, Tien increasingly sensed that this Yamcha was extraordinary. Though Yamcha's techniques and aura were identical, they were inexplicably stronger to a degree that was almost absurd. Bang! Moments later, Tien's body was forcefully slammed into the cliff wall. Truly, he was no match for this opponent.